Do you like big things? Big, long things, you know what I mean? Lord knows I do. Wait a minute, that's not... Okay, well, I may have said that... What I meant... what I meant was like, you know, things that go on for a long time. You know, like a banana, for example. Bananas are nice and long. You know, you know what I'm trying to get at? Things that time length. That's the big things. So, hi, this is God bless it. This is so awkward, and it's too bad they haven't invented a way to erase things and start over, but one day, maybe, with technology, they'll do that. This is a compilation. That's where I'm getting at with long things, big long things, compilations. They're very girthy, very lengthy, right? This one especially is going to be hella long, right? It's got like over 100 videos from my TikTok page. It's just going to be a long time for you to watch this. And so sit down and watch the whole fucking thing. All in one sitting.
Oh no, I will know if you do or you do not.
Will I? Will I really know that? I don't think you have the ability of really knowing that. I don't. I'm having a conversation with myself. Don't worry, it's a daily occurrence shit. Don't tell the psych people about that. Where am I going with this? Anyway, enjoy this compilation of very sad stories. There's nothing happy about any of this, so don't enjoy it. Just have a not great time. Have a bad time. Have a horrible time watching this. All right? Okay? Do that for me. Have a horrible time watching this. Anyway, here is 16,000 videos or something from my TikTok true crime page. Please follow me over on TikTok. The link pops up here at some point, and then it'll come up. It's in the description of the video below. So, stop it. Got it. Okay, viewer discretion. Can you give me the dildo? Is advised. If someone deserved the death penalty more than anyone, I think it might be this woman. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of A.B. Towery. Viewer discretion is advised. Arthur B. Towery Sr., who would go by A.B., he was born on August 30th, 1916. I don't know much about him. I do know that at one point he was married, but his wife passed away in 1975. He did have a couple of children, and at the time of this case, he is an 80-year-old man living in Amarillo, Texas. From what I can tell, he was just described as a really sweet old man, and he absolutely did not deserve what happened to him. So he was living in an apartment on his own in Amarillo, Texas. And the general belief about what happened on this particular day, this happened on November 14th, 1996. He had a very chance encounter with a woman. Her name is Brittany Holberg. So what they determined was that she had a cab that she took to this apartment complex, but she didn't have the money to pay the fare. And so she got out of the cab and they think played some kind of role and just tried to convince the first person she saw, which just so happened to be A.B. Towery, that I guess she needed some help. And so at some point he invited her into his apartment. And then at some point later, his family or someone goes to the apartment and they find it's horrific. His apartment looked like a brawl took place inside. There was blood everywhere. Things were just thrown all over the place. You couldn't go into any certain room without seeing blood. The 80-year-old man, A.B. Towery, had been brutally murdered inside of his apartment. He was stabbed 60 times. Not just with a single knife. There was a butcher knife, a paring knife, a grapefruit knife, a fork. The killer even used spoons. The back of his head had been clipped off with a hammer. He had many blunt force injuries to his head and body as well. And then the person took a lamp rod and shoved it 6 inches down his throat. Later, they would find out the reason why the person did it was because he was still alive and he was still gurgling and she wanted him to stop. And then the killer took $1,400 from his wallet and fled. But eventually she was found. It was Brittany Holberg. She had a lot of history with breaking the law. A lot of history with stealing people's prescription drugs, which she also stole from A.B. Towery. She said, "I didn't want to hurt anybody. It was self-defense." That's not self-defense. He was an 80-year-old defenseless man, and what I just described was not self-defense. She was found guilty and convicted and sentenced to death. She is still awaiting her execution. Let this video be an example of how little attention and care Indigenous women are given when they disappear or die. Hello, true crimerers. This is another missing or murdered Indigenous woman case, and this is the case of Adele Matinet. Viewer discretion is advised. So this particular case happened in the small town of Atikokan, which is in northwestern Ontario, Canada. I do not have a photo of the victim. I do not have a photo of her killer. 22-year-old Adele Matinet, I believe is how you pronounce her last name. Her life and murder ultimately has come down to a couple of sentences. I do not know which Indigenous community she was a part of. I just know that she was Indigenous. And she was also, I guess, a shawl dancer. In February of 2004, Adele was found in her home and she had been beaten to death. She had numerous blunt force injuries to her body, and it was ruled a homicide. Her killer was a man named Dennis Sonny Trout. I do not know what relation he had to her. There is virtually no news stories about this case. There's nothing. There's almost no information. I know that Dennis would plead guilty to second-degree murder. He got life in prison, but he could ask for parole starting after 10 years. For beating a woman to death, he can ask for parole after 10 years. These are just some of the shocking statistics when it comes to Native and Indigenous women. It's really tragic. It's sad that I could pull a name from my list of cases and I could probably find article after article after article about most of them. But every time I come across a case of an Indigenous individual, there is almost never information. There is almost always no photos. It's sometimes almost impossible to find out the outcome of a murder trial. I could have done this video in 30 seconds. I just know that she was a person, and I wish I could tell you more about her. It's kind of sickening how obvious it is that these cases are just tossed by the wayside, that these women just aren't really cared about. It's shocking how obvious it is. It's shocking how loud it is. Just imagine you, especially if you're a non-Indigenous, if you're a white person, imagine one of your loved ones dying in some horrific way and their entire life being reduced to a sentence and a half. Imagine how pissed off you would be. Because the fear of being forgotten and the fear of not getting justice, the fear of people not caring about you, the fear of essentially being invisible, that fear is essentially a daily occurrence for them. He said he left her alone in the car for 5 minutes, and then when he got back, she was gone. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Amber Crum. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time of this case, Amber was just 2 years old, and she was living in Dallas, Texas with her mom and her mom's boyfriend. Her mom was 19, her biological father, Larry Crum, was 22, but he was basically not in the picture. And he was living in Carrollton, Kentucky. On December 26, 1983, James Monroe, who was the boyfriend to Amber's mom, he claims that he and Amber got into his truck and went to this store. He then says he left her in the car for about 3 to 5 minutes. When he gets back, she's gone. All of the doors are closed, there's no broken windows, and so they contact the police. The police determined that those car doors are very difficult to open, so the idea of this 2-year-old child doing it herself and wandering away seemed kind of out of the question. That being said, they still brought in scent dogs and helicopters and all of the usual things, and they never found any trace of Amber. Witnesses were questioned, and all of them said they did not see anyone approaching the truck and taking Amber. Those same witnesses says they can't even recall if they remember seeing Amber in the truck at all. And so ultimately they believe that Amber Crum was just either stolen directly from the truck and nobody saw it, or Amber was never in the truck to begin with. They of course suspected the biological father. He was in Kentucky. They confirmed he was there, and they determined that, Amber wasn't with him. They looked into everything, maybe possibly even he hired someone to take her, but they couldn't find anything on that. Eventually, the father, the biological father, was ruled out as a suspect. He ends up flying out to the area to help in the search. 3 weeks after the disappearance, James Monroe, the last person who allegedly saw her, is arrested. Police believe that he basically was responsible for her death and then likely hid her body, and then he staged this potential kidnapping the next morning. And they're still searching for her. They're looking everywhere, and they're having absolutely no luck. The scent dogs don't pick up anything. James Monroe isn't talking in terms of where she may be. He's saying he's innocent, he didn't do anything. But then police get some pretty concerning information from Amber's mom. First and foremost, she said that James had sometimes been abusive to Amber. Primarily verbally abusive, but he did spank her from time to time. And that Amber seems to test his nerves a lot. The mom then says that her and James Monroe did illegal substances on Christmas night, and that she remembers hearing James screaming at Amber after he took her down the hallway to the bathroom to give her a bath. She says then James put Amber in her crib at 8:30 p.m., and then she goes to check on Amber at about 9:30 p.m., Amber is facing towards one of the walls, her eyes are wide open, and she's cold to the touch. Amber's mom believed that Amber was dead. The next morning, Amber's blanket, sheets, nightgown, that kind of stuff were all missing from the crib. She said that's when James said, "Oh, I'm just washing everything." But James had never done any laundry. And so that was very unusual. But then Amber's mom changes her story. She then says, police kind of forced me to saying those things, but that's not what happened. And Amber was alive the last time I saw her on Christmas night. And then her mom changed her tune, stating, I think there's a chance that Amber may still be out there and alive. Eventually, I think it was after a couple of months or so, James Monroe is released from prison and charges are dropped. The grand jury chooses not to indict him because there's insufficient evidence. They have no body. They don't even really have a known crime scene. They don't have any evidence to suggest foul play occurred, meaning physical evidence, but they do still believe that this is obviously a foul play scenario. But you have to have evidence in order to actually charge someone, and they just simply didn't have any against him or anyone. Ultimately, it sounds like her mom basically was telling the truth initially, that James likely killed Amber that night, possibly out of anger, and that he disposed of her body. And her mom probably had nothing to do with any of it, but obviously she was probably scared. But in the end, that's just theory. There's no proof of anything. All we know is that Amber Crum is missing. She's been missing since 1983. If by some miracle she was still out there, she may look something like this. So if this image, calls out to you, please let the authorities know. Cheese and rice. Good Lord, man. There was a point when this man, David Elliot Penton, well, he was kind of a suspect. He's like a child killer. But they never found any evidence to connect him to Amber's disappearance either. Okay, now go away, please. You're terrifying. And so now they are asking for the public's help. If you have any information that may lead to finding the whereabouts of Amber Crum's remains, or any information about what happened to her that day, please call the Dallas Police Department at 214-670-4426. Help bring Amber home. A young girl was just a short distance away from her home, but to this day she has never been found. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Angelica Gandara. Viewer discretion is advised. Angelica, growing up, was a very shy, very kind of reserved young girl. She was timid and a lot of things seemed to scare her, but she was also really friendly and really happy. As she got older, she seemed to just kind of become a homebody. She loved spending time with either her mom or her grandparents. The date is July 14th, 1985, and Angelica is 11 years old. That particular afternoon, she was over at her grandparents' house just hanging out. There was a family gathering happening that Angelica didn't want to go to. She'd rather a more quiet day, and so that's why she was there that day. Angelica's family and her grandparents both lived essentially in the same neighborhood, and a walk from the grandparents' house to her house would be probably about 5 to 10 minutes. And this was a walk that Angelica did all the time. So the blue dots here are essentially the path that she would have taken that day. When it was time for her to go home, she left her grandparents' house and began her walk back. But Angelica never got home. Her grandma said she left the house about 5 p.m., so she should have been back at her house within 10 minutes. So by 5:30 or 6 p.m., they're calling police to report her missing. They had contacted other family members first, they had searched the neighborhood first, and then that's when they called them. The police there in Temple, Texas wouldn't show up until the following day because, of course. But they, from that point, determined that this was likely a foul play scenario, that someone had probably taken her. But nobody witnessed her being kidnapped, nobody heard anything. There were no screams, there were no screeching tires of a car. She just seemed to completely vanish. Police went around the neighborhood, they went door to door, they interviewed hundreds of people, they searched many different homes, they searched the parks in the area, they looked up under every tree, every bush, they looked everywhere, but they could not find her. And her case just went cold. She, to this very day, has never been found. In 1997, police would have a suspect by the name of Ramiro Ibarra. He had abducted and sexually assaulted a 16-year-old girl in Waco, Texas. And at one point, he apparently inferred to his girlfriend that he may have killed Angelica. They even searched a park where the girlfriend thinks the body may have been, but they never found anything. Another suspect they came up with was a man named David Penton. He was a serial killer who had killed children. As of right now, he is in an Ohio prison because he was convicted of one of those murders. But some of his other murders happened in Dallas, Texas. And he was in the area when this occurred. Police interviewed him in prison, but he denied it. And so to this day, nobody knows where Angelica Gandara is. If you have information about her case, please call 254-298-5500. First, he was attacked by bees and then piranhas in one of the worst deaths imaginable. Viewer discretion is advised. This story happened here at this lake, which is located in Brazil. A 30-year-old man was there fishing with his two friends when all of a sudden, a whole swarm of bees came flying after him. It almost appeared like they were being targeted by the bees because they were swarming around these three men. So the three men decided, we're going to jump in the lake to get away from these bees. 3 men went in, but only 2 came out alive. Now, I don't know if the men were aware of this at all or not, but that lake had a whole bunch of piranhas swimming around it. Piranha attacks aren't exactly common, and it's pretty much non-existent in terms of piranhas killing people. But piranhas have very sharp teeth. So the third man never resurfaced, and so they had to have people go in and search for him, and they found him. And unfortunately, he was deceased. Ultimately, his cause of death was drowning, but his body also had a large amount of injuries, bite marks, scratch marks, wounds that would all relate to being attacked by piranhas. He had several bites to his face and his neck. Both of his ears had severe damage from bites. And I believe he had lacerations kind of in his this upper area of his chest. The thing is nobody knows if the piranhas attacked him first, which caused him to drown, or if he drowned and then the piranhas ate at him. He had water in his lungs, which indicated his ultimate cause of death was drowning, which is still a horrific way to go. But yeah, one description says that his face was essentially just torn apart. And so maybe he was being attacked and he just couldn't find a way to get away from these fish, and then ultimately he just drowned. If he was aware of these guys basically biting at him while he's trying to not drown, after just escaping a swarm of bees, that just has to be a terrifying way to go. I know a lot of us have a huge fear of drowning because it's a really horrible way to go. But man, you add this to it, that's a whole new level of horror that I never wish to experience. I hope the man who died this way is resting in peace. It took 35 years to identify her, but they still do not know who did it. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of the Bossier Jane Doe. Viewer discretion is advised. This is a man named John Chesson Sr. On January 28, 1981, he decided to take his two young sons hunting for the very first time in Bossier Parish, Louisiana. When they got to this exact area, he directed his two sons, who again had never been hunting before, to go to this brushy area while he waited by his truck. Moments later, the two young boys come screaming back because they said they found a body. So the three of them got into the truck and they booked it to the nearest police station where they reported the body. These clay recreations always terrify me. But when police arrived, they found the young woman's body. She was probably a late teenager, maybe early 20s. She had been stabbed 8 times, and the coroner would later determine she had been dead for likely a month. The knife was actually found next to her body. However, to my knowledge, no fingerprints were ever found on it. She was wearing this pair of shoes and a pair of pants with this unique belt buckle. The grandmother of this teenage girl, Carol Ann Cole, had been in contact with Louisiana police because her granddaughter had been missing for some time, and it was believed that she was in Louisiana when she went missing. Once the body was discovered, the grandmother was like, "Can we determine if that's Carol?" But the police at the time reassured her for whatever reason that it wasn't her. Later, they would come up with this clay figure of the victim, but it yielded no tips, and the case went cold for 35 years. A new detective working on the case decided to start a Facebook page to help identify this woman. And eventually, it would lead back to the grandmother of that teenage girl. So then they were able to do the genealogical DNA testing and comparing to her family, and it was a match. The body, in fact, was that of Carol Ann Cole. She was 17 years old. Originally from Kalamazoo, Michigan, she was living with her grandmother, but then she decided to move in with her mother in Texas. She got involved in alcohol and illegal substances, which ended up getting her put into a drug abuse program, which she then ran away from, and she ran away from Texas. But when she did so, she kept calling her family to say where she was, which is how the grandma knew she was in the Louisiana area. But then suddenly she stopped calling, and then the body showed up. Now at one point, God damn it, get out of here, you, shoot! Looking like a zebra's diseased taint. Yeah, at one point he confessed, but then obviously he's him, so it wasn't true. The main suspect they had, however, was this guy. Remember him? John Chesson Sr., who made his two young boys specifically go to an area where they found a body. So by 2015, his wife had already died. One of the sons who was with him that day ended his own life, and he himself would die by 2016. Now, in 2015, just before he died, the detective was able to interview him, and guess where he was? In prison. For what? For murder. He denied having anything to do, however, with the murder of Carol Ann Cole. But his daughter would say otherwise. His daughter would recall that after seeing her actual image, that there was a young girl who was brought to their house by her father. She was there for like a day or two, but then one day when she went to school and she came back, the girl was no longer there, but her stuff was. Apparently, this teenage girl was a hitchhiker, and John Chesson had picked her up. He was known to pick up hitchhikers. The daughter was able to take the detective to where he actually picked up this teenage hitchhiker. And it was in the exact same location where Carol had last made a phone call to her grandma. It was at a payphone. That's where he picked her up from. Now, when this teenage girl suddenly was no longer in their house anymore, his daughter didn't want to press the issue because he was abusive and very mean. And then he died in prison in 2016, and they never really got the truth out of him. I'm sorry, but the entire situation where he decided to suddenly take his two sons hunting for the very first time, he brings them to the exact location where a body would be, and he points his two sons, go to that area, for whatever reason, where they find the body, it really sounds like he did it. And if he did, what an asshole for making his two young children go find a body. But at this point, this was a more recent computerized image of her, by the way, before she was identified. But Carol's murder has gone unsolved. Chesson may have been her killer, but also he may not have been. Could have just been crazy coincidence. And so they are still asking for help from the public. If you have any information about this case, do please call them. You can call them at 318-965-3418. You can report your information anonymously. You don't have to say who you are. You just have to say what you know. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Breanna Schneller. Viewer discretion is advised. Breanna, pictured here with her dad, was born on August 14th, 1990 in Wausau, Wisconsin. I believe she was one of two kids. She had a brother. At the time of this case, Breanna is 18 years old and she is a senior at DC Everest High School. Her dad would describe her as a really bubbly individual. She had just a humongous personality and was really easy to get along with. She was a wonderfully loving person and she just never had an enemy in the world. She also had a fiance at the time, Sebastian Ramirez, and she actually lived in an apartment with him in Wausau, Wisconsin. And so did his brother, Hugo Ramirez. And by all accounts, they all got along really well inside the apartment. Breanna worked at this restaurant, the El Mezcal, and both her boyfriend and her boyfriend's brother worked here at the El Tequila Salsa. On May 2nd, 2009, at approximately 10 a.m., both brothers would leave the apartment and they would go to their job here. Hugo got off work first, and so he would go back to their apartment there in Wausau. And when he walked inside, he walked into a nightmare. Breanna was on the floor and she was just covered in blood. And sadly, she was deceased. It was determined that she had both been beaten and stabbed to death. She had multiple stab wounds to her chest and her neck and also on her wrist. The first person they go to obviously is the boyfriend or fiance and then also his brother. Both men clearly seem to be absolutely devastated. Their emotions they feel very real, and they are extremely cooperative with police. They give them anything they need. Sebastian actually tells police that he saw, her using her phone that morning, but when police went to the crime scene initially, her phone was not at the apartment. So they were able to ping it, and it was in a dumpster behind the El Tequila Salsa restaurant, the one where he worked with his brother. They found it in a bag, which also contained 2 pairs of Breanna's underwear and a pair of mismatched gloves. Police would interview every single person who worked here. And that's when they discovered that one of the workers there, Raul Ponce Roca, well, he was caught in a lie. He said he could have had nothing to do with the murder because he wasn't anywhere in the area. But they found out he was in the area and he lied. The person he basically said was his alibi said, no, he wasn't with me at that time. However, he was with him later because he was picking up that coworker from where? The same exact apartment complex that Breanna lived in. So police were able to search his apartment. They found various pairs of women's underwear. They found gloves that were identical to the gloves found in the trash bag, and his DNA was found on the items in the trash bag, specifically the gloves. Basically, he broke into the apartment to steal her underwear but didn't realize she was there. So he killed her simply because she caught him. He was convicted and got life without parole. A couch was on fire and a teenage girl was missing. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Brookelyn Farthing. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time of this case, Brookelyn was an 18-year-old girl who lived in Berea, Kentucky. She had just graduated high school and she was still kind of toying with the idea of, do I want to go to college? Do I want to take some time? She was also toying with the idea of maybe I want to go to cosmetology school because she loved, putting on makeup and doing her hair, and she loved doing that to others. Brookelyn was outgoing, she was spunky, and she had a big group of friends to mingle in. She also had 2 sisters who were like her closest friends. Brookelyn was just a laid-back, chill, social butterfly young woman. On the night of June 21st, 2013, Brookelyn and her sister Paige and I think one of their cousins would go to a house party nearby. So Brookelyn's sister and cousin were ready to leave and Brookelyn was not, so she said she would stay behind. She told her sister, I have an overnight bag, I have plans to stay with a friend. A couple hours later, now into the early morning hours of June 22nd, 2013, Brookelyn is seen leaving this house party with 2 male acquaintances. One of them is a man named Josh Hensley. Basically, Josh ends up dropping off the other male at their home, and then he and her go back to Josh's place. At 4 a.m., Brookelyn calls Paige and says, hey, can you come pick me up? Paige doesn't have a driver's license, and the cousin was drunk, and so she couldn't drive. So Brookelyn texts her ex-boyfriend and says, hey, can you pick me up on your way after you get off work? I guess he worked overnight. And so the ex-boyfriend said yes. Like an hour or so after that, she texts her ex-boyfriend some pretty concerning texts. One text said, "Can you please hurry?" Another text said, "Please hurry." A third text said, "I'm scared." It doesn't sound like she explained what she meant by that. And then an hour after that, the ex-boyfriend gets another text that says, "Never mind, I'm okay. I'm going to another party in Rockcastle County." Very sudden about face. At 7 a.m., Josh Hensley calls 911 to say that he has a couch that's on fire in his house. He said it's concerning because he last saw Brookelyn Farthing on that couch smoking a cigarette. So when fire and rescue arrive, they put out the fire. Nothing else is really damaged, but Brookelyn isn't there. The couch was burnt to a crisp. Josh had said that he left the house to go check on some horses because Brookelyn appeared to be uncomfortable in the house, so he wanted to give her some space. And he last saw her on the couch smoking. He comes back and then sees it's on fire. Brookelyn's belongings, like her shoes, were on the front porch, but Brookelyn was nowhere to be seen. And that's actually where the investigation is left. They have never listed any suspects or persons of interest. I mean, I don't know. What about this Josh guy? I mean, this whole thing seems sketchy. I mean, this was his house. He was the last person to see her. He says she was smoking on his couch, and he comes back after giving her some space. The couch is completely on fire, but she's gone, but her belongings are there. I don't know how extensive of an investigation they did into him. I'm not sure. But he's never been arrested. I believe they've interviewed people from the party. They've interviewed, like, friends and family. But, I mean, they don't have any answers. Brookelyn has never been found. No trace of her has ever been found. Now, her cell phone wasn't there at the house, and it actually pinged about 2 days later. I think on June 25th, there was one more ping from her phone. But that was it. That was the last time it had ever been anything. Did they go to that location to check? I'm sure they did, but they didn't find it. I read somewhere that in August of 2020, Josh Hensley was arrested for possession of child abuse material. I'm not 100% sure what that means, but I mean, I don't know. I mean, to me, that he just seems like the guy, right? Or, you know, did the ex-boyfriend pick her up and then do something? I believe they've investigated him as well. And again, nothing. What happened to Brookelyn Farthing? Something happened to her. Someone did something to her. It's been over 10 years now, and the family has no answers, no closure, no justice. If you have any information about the disappearance and potential murder of Brookelyn Farthing, please call 859-623-2404. Help this family bring Brookelyn home. About 2 months ago, a young man was shot dead right here, and police need your help in catching his killer. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Carlos Laguna Jr. Viewer discretion is advised. It was approximately 2 o'clock in the morning on November 18th, 2023, right here at the corner of 35th Street and Angle Avenue, which I guess is right by Meacham International Airport in Fort Worth, Texas. They were called because a young man who was in the driver's seat of his truck had just been shot through his windshield. And from what it sounds like, it was at almost point-blank range. The victim was rushed to the hospital, but he would sadly be pronounced dead. And he was identified as 19-year-old Carlos Laguna Jr. His full name was Luis Carlos Laguna Jr., and he would go by Carlos to everyone. Carlos had just graduated the year prior from James Martin High School. He was attending Tarrant County College, and he had plans to join the Navy, which would be following suit with his father. His dad said that Carlos had like the next 3 to 4 years planned out. He was just someone who was in the middle of just loving life. He loved music and he loved dancing. Just a few short hours before he was shot, Carlos left his home in Arlington, and he said to his parents, "I promise I'll be home later." And then his plan was to go to a ranch party and then to a concert. The location of the incident was in this area, and really all police know at this point was that it was a group of Hispanic men and women who were involved in this. They had pulled out guns, or one of them pulled out a gun and fired around directly at Carlos through his windshield, and it struck him. The unfortunate thing is nobody is talking. The witnesses, because there were witnesses, I mean, there were plenty of people who saw this happen, and nobody is coming forward. Nobody is saying a thing. From what I understand, there were 2 friends in the vehicle with Carlos. And apparently they said there was some kind of verbal altercation as they were leaving the concert. And this was a different group of people. And then they got into the truck when there was this incident that took place. By every account, Carlos was a really good kid. He had a good head on his shoulders. He was looking ahead to a very bright future. He was excited about his future. And then some random people just took that away from him and his family. His family now go on the news and they're just begging for the public's help in trying to find who did this. Because obviously the people who were in this group that shot him, they know exactly who did it, and they know exactly who the others are in that group. And you are out there, and you are watching all of this on the news, and you aren't saying a thing. But Carlos's family is grieving, and they deserve to get justice for him. You can report information anonymously. You don't have to say who you are. You just have to say what you know. So if you have information, please call 817-392-4340. They were murdered by being buried alive in this hole in one of the worst deaths imaginable. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Carol and Reggie Sumner. Viewer discretion is advised. Carol and Reggie were actually high school sweethearts, but after high school, they would end up going their separate ways. Carol would get married, she would have kids. Reggie went into the Navy, but then many years later, in 2001, the two of them rekindled and they got married. Then the couple would move from South Carolina to this home in Jacksonville, Florida. They were described as such a lovely, happy couple. Both of them were 61 years old at the time of this case. On July 10th, 2005, the couple would be reported missing by one of Carol's daughters. No one had seen them, no one had heard from them. What was alarming to police and the family was that the couple's medications were all still at the house, as well as all of their belongings. Both of them had some pretty serious health issues, and so they knew that this was something very concerning, that they didn't have their pills. They also noticed that there were things stolen from the house, like jewelry and whatnot. And their vehicle, a Lincoln Town Car, was also missing. Police were tracking the couple's bank records, and they noticed that someone had used an ATM taking money from their account, but it clearly was not them. And then police were able to track the usage of their ATM card throughout the area. Not too soon after all of this, in Sanderson, Florida, about 50 miles away from their house, the Sumners' abandoned vehicle was found, and they discovered a fingerprint on the steering wheel. Through all of this, the fingerprints, the ATM usage, they were able to track down the people who were using it, and it led them to these four people. Tiffany Cole, pictured here with her boyfriend Michael Jackson, she knew the Sumners from back in South Carolina. She also knew they had moved to Florida. Tiffany and her boyfriend had stayed at the Sumners' house once in Florida. They then realized that they probably had some money, so they planned to rob them. Then they enlisted the help of their friends Alan Wade and Bruce Nixon. They had pre-dug a large grave in Georgia. The plan was to kidnap the couple once they robbed them and then kill them. So on July 8th, 2010, the four people broke into their home, bound them with duct tape, robbed them, put them into the trunk of their own vehicle, drove them to the Georgia location. They then dumped them in this hole. Both of them had been injured to the point where they really couldn't move well. And the four monsters began to pile dirt on them as they were still breathing. They filled this hole and patted it down. They buried the couple alive. On July 16th, the bodies were finally found. The coroner determined and confirmed that they were alive when they were buried. They had breathed in so much dirt that they choked on dirt and they suffocated to death slowly and painfully. By far one of the cruelest murders you could commit. The four demons went on trial. In the end, Tiffany got life without parole. Michael got the death sentence. Bruce Nixon got 45 years. He led them to the bodies. And Alan Wade got life without parole. The killer of Byron Carr has finally been arrested. Hello, true crimerers. I've seen a couple comments in my YouTube section because I covered this case on YouTube, depending on where you're seeing this video, roughly 9 months ago. Byron Carr was a gay man living in Prince Edward Island, which is in Canada, and about 35 years ago, he was brutally murdered inside his home. The belief was that Byron had likely invited someone over for, a sexual encounter, and that eventually would end in his murder. Byron was strangled to death. But now, 35 years later, police say, thanks to forensic evidence, that this man, Todd Joseph Gallant, has now been arrested and charged with first-degree murder. He would have been 21 years old at the time of the murder. And I think police have also stated there may be a second person of interest. However, they're still determining how involved that person was. Let this be proof to never lose hope. 35 years later, and Byron is finally getting justice. Hello, you're a grumpy-looking son of a bitch, aren't you? Ew. Hello, true crimerers. I have another case update. This case update is actually from a video I posted over on YouTube a year ago. The case of Dexter Stefonek. If you want to see the full video, just go to YouTube and type in this search right here, and then it'll be the first one that comes up. But a really quick recap, this was a case that was featured on Unsolved Mysteries a very long time ago. This was 67-year-old Dexter Stefonek, and the case happened in November of 1985. Dexter was on a road trip. He had just visited his son in Oregon, and so he was traveling by car from Oregon back to his home in Wisconsin. He left his son's home on the morning of November 18th, 1985. But on November 19th, 1985, Dexter's vehicle was found at the Bad Route rest stop, which was in Glendive, Montana. Glendive? I'm not sure how you pronounce it. According to witnesses, there was another man driving and parking the vehicle at the rest stop. This man was much larger than Dexter would have been, and Dexter wasn't seen with the car. One of the workers at the rest stop had noticed a pickup truck there about 3 hours before Dexter's car was found on fire. The truck that he saw had Arizona license plates on it. But where was Dexter? 4 months later, that question was answered. At a landfill about 17 miles from the rest area where his car was found, the murdered body of Dexter Stefonek was located. He had been beaten, but ultimately his cause of death was he had been shot. So this is a composite drawing of the vehicle that was seen a few hours before Dexter's car was found, the one with Arizona plates, but police never got any good leads from it from the get-go. The case seemingly went cold for a very long time. Dexter's case was featured on Unsolved Mysteries, but unfortunately it did not yield any more tips. And then just today, there was an article published that essentially they believe they have solved this case. However, there is no physical evidence to say that this man is responsible. They believe Dexter's killer is this man, Grumpy McGrumperpants, Charles Gary Sullivan. Where was he from? Arizona. What kind of vehicle did he drive at the time of Dexter's case? A vehicle identical to this, color and all. Police, a couple of years ago, after interviewing many people, have determined that Charles was in this area at the time of the murder. His physical description matched the physical description of the tall man seen in Dexter's car. But they have no DNA, they have no fingerprints or anything like that. He is currently serving a 15-year sentence in Nevada for a murder he committed in 1979. DNA had recently linked him to that case. Dexter's family has been informed that this is likely his killer, and they seem to be content with the fact that they know who it is, and that his killer will likely die in prison. I mean, he's 80. Hello, true crimerers. So I have an update on a case I covered in August of 2022, the disappearance of Erin Pospisil. Clicking the comment will get you to the original video, but I will give you a brief rundown. 15-year-old Erin Pospisil was last seen on June 3rd, 2001 in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. The last person to see her was this man here, Curtis Paget, who was allegedly a friend of Erin's brother. Curtis says he dropped her off at another person's house, where he then saw Erin get into the vehicle of somebody else and then left. However, police were never able to find this mysterious driver who picked up Erin. They never found any evidence to suggest that she got into another person's car. And the 15-year-old girl has not been seen ever since. So the very last person that we know for a fact saw her was Curtis Paget. So Erin's mom had actually messaged me here on TikTok to let me know that there was an update. And this update actually happened in March of 2023, so my apologies for not seeing the update. But Curtis Paget, now 42 years old, was arrested on some harassment charge. But then as he was essentially being booked for that, he was also charged with first-degree murder. Not of Erin Pospisil, but for the murder of a man named Dennis First. On May 11th, 2007, Dennis was found murdered inside of his apartment in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Dennis was the father to 2 children, and he did have kind of a rough life. He got in trouble with the law on a number of occasions. But in the years leading up to his eventual murder, he was trying to, turn things around. But unfortunately, he was diagnosed with prostate cancer. But then, in 2007, he was found brutally murdered. Curtis Paget was a neighbor of Dennis. Curtis said he had knocked on Dennis's door, I guess, in some time before he was found, but Dennis never answered, and so he just never went back to the apartment. And the next thing he knew, they were bringing Dennis out of the apartment on a gurney. Police did search Curtis's apartment, and they actually took his fingerprints and his DNA. But then it wouldn't be until March of 2023, so just recently, that police have now formally charged him with first-degree murder. The police said they based this on leads and tips they got, but they have not said exactly what those are. I'm assuming maybe there was a DNA match of some kind. Police had never truly acknowledged that Erin Pospisil was endangered missing. And it sounds like as of finally this year, they've essentially have come out and said, okay, she probably met with foul play. The last person who saw her, Curtis Paget, we now know is a murderer. And let's put two and two together here. And it sounds like they are acknowledging that Curtis is now officially a person of interest in her disappearance. Erin's remains have never been located. And if there is any future updates connected to Curtis, I will certainly let you all know. But I hope this means her family will get answers very, very soon. This poor woman was brutalized and nobody heard or saw a thing. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Catherine Corkery. Viewer discretion is advised. It was the morning of July 22nd, 1989. Police were called to a home where a man discovered a woman's body in his own backyard. This is the exact location where the body was found. This was a neighborhood that was right next to some trolley tracks, and this is in Dormont, Pennsylvania. The murder victim was absolutely brutalized. She was sexually assaulted, she was strangled, she was beaten, she was stabbed, and then she was set on fire. Based on evidence at the scene, it appears that whoever did this popped open the gates of this backyard and dumped her body in it because they know she was not killed here. However, the exact scene of the crime where the murder actually happened, they don't know. The body would be identified as 22-year-old Catherine Corkery. They learned that her body was found literally just right down the road from where she lived. She lived here in this apartment building, and they believe that she was on her way home when she was attacked. They discovered that the night before she was at a house party. I guess the party was at this house in Mount Lebanon on Academy Avenue. From what I could see, she went to the party with her boyfriend, but apparently her boyfriend was confirmed to have left before her. And she was there at the party scene well after he was gone. But then nobody actually saw Catherine leave. So nobody knows if she left on her own or if she left with somebody else. Not one single person even noticed. Police were searching the area looking for the murder weapon, or one of the murder weapons, because it had never been found. They were also searching for her clothes because she was found nude, but her clothing has never been found. They looked everywhere and canvassed the area for more physical evidence, but they just couldn't find a thing. And what's more unbelievable is despite how brutal this attack had to be, not one person heard a thing or saw a thing. You have to imagine that there would be at least some screaming involved, but not a single witness. So they don't know when she left the party. They don't know where she was actually taken from. And then they don't know where she was actually killed. They don't know who did it. And they have nobody who saw or heard the event happen. And they have almost no physical evidence because all of it was gone, because all that was left was her body, but it was burnt. So I think they're hoping as technology advances, are somehow going to be able to get some kind of DNA from her remains. But whoever did this, I mean, they did a damn good job at hiding everything about themselves. They've interviewed her friends, her family, the boyfriend, and they have no suspects. If you have any information about her murder, please contact the Dormont, Pennsylvania Police Department as soon as you can.
The apartments over here where these people are at, they can all see me. They're all standing out there watching us. Miss Debbie, you're going to have to shut up, okay? I need you to listen to me.
What you're about to hear are the last moments of an absolutely terrified woman's life who would die in one of the craziest deaths imaginable. Viewer discretion is advised. This will be a long video because I'm going to play about 3 minutes of a 911 call at the end. So, pictured here was 47-year-old Deborah Stevens. She would go by Debbie. Debbie was happily married. She did not have any kids, but they did have a couple of dogs that they loved dearly. Debbie taught Sunday school. She was a caring and loving person. She was someone who would go out of her way to help someone. For about 20 years or so, Debbie, I guess, along with her mother-in-law, they would, I guess, deliver newspapers. And that's what she was doing on August 24th, 2019. It was very dark because it was really early in the morning. Fort Smith, Arkansas, where she lived, was currently going through a massive rainstorm where there was a lot of flooding in different places. There were still a lot of roads that you could easily drive on, but again, like I said, it was dark. Debbie basically, she couldn't go down a certain road that she would always go on because it had been flooded, so she decided to take a shortcut through, I guess, some apartments. Because it was so dark, she didn't see that there was a flood in this area, and all of a sudden, she is basically swiped by a flash flood. This is a scene of the actual parking lot that she was between, I guess, two different apartment buildings. That's when she makes a 911 call, and she just so happens to get a woman who had already put her 2 weeks notice in. As a matter of fact, the 911 dispatcher, this was her last day. This dispatcher's name was Donna Renault. The reason why I'm calling this one of the worst or craziest deaths imaginable is because the fear that Debbie clearly had. Debbie could not swim. She had no idea how to swim. Even if she tried to get out of her car, the floods it was still moving very fast. So even if she tried to get out of her car, she would have been swept away immediately. Even later on, the rescuers had to wait for the waters to actually calm down. They would have had to tether themselves to something in order to get through this flash flood. Meanwhile, Debbie is in her car while it's filling up with water, and she can't do anything. Now, I should say that she did bump this up to a high priority thing within like a minute of the phone call coming in. But if you listen to the full 25-minute phone call, she is awful. She treats Deborah Stevens terribly. She kept telling her, "You're not going to die, just calm down, stop freaking out." At one point, she told Debbie to shut up, while she is literally in the process of drowning, basically. She actually says to Debbie, "Well, I guess this will teach you next time to not drive in water like that." And so again, the reason why I'm labeling this in this category is because the last interaction that Debbie Stevens ever had on this earth was that interaction. She can't swim. She's terrified that she's about to drown. And then suddenly her car, because it was pinned up against something for a while, and then it just, the car spins and then it just takes off. And you can hear her terrified screams at the end of the 911 call. It's just screaming and then it stops. Because basically Debbie's car had filled up with water and she drowned. For 25 minutes, she was begging for help. The 911 dispatcher was nothing but rude to her while she's literally about to die. The rescuers, I don't believe, were at fault in any way because it was extremely dangerous for them to try to go into these waters. It was basically impossible for them to get to her, not without risking their own life. Debbie's last interaction wasn't with her dog, wasn't with her loving husband, wasn't with her family. The last time she ever spoke to another person was someone who was not compassionate whatsoever to the fact that she was terrified she was about to die. And she did die. Nothing happened to her because that was her last day and there was nothing they could do to her. She didn't do anything illegal or wrong per se. She did escalate the call, but I know this video is long, but what you are about to hear is 3 minutes of that 25-minute call that I've edited down just so you can get an understanding of the situation. Deborah Stevens died in this car alone and terrified. And the only person she could talk to in that exact moment was quite possibly just the worst person to talk to at the end of your life. But viewer discretion is strongly advised for this call.
When where's your emergency?
I have an emergency, a severe emergency. I'm in a flooding. My car veered off the road while I was doing my newspapers, and I'm flooded over here on the end of Kincaid, and it's all the way up to my windows, and I can't get out, and I'm scared to death, ma'am. Can you please help me really
I
bad?
need you to calm down. I need you to tell me where you are.
And it's coming in my windows. I mean, I'm floating in water right now, ma'am. Yes, I'm a paper person. Please send somebody fast to get me. I'm scared.
Okay, listen
And I
to me.
can't
Calm
swim.
down
I
for me.
can't swim. I'm going to drown.
You're not going to drown. Just calm down.
I'm going to die. It's all the way up to my windows. I'm going to die.
You're not
I
gonna
can't
die.
die. How long is it
Miss
going to
Reggie,
be, please?
listen to me. Listen to me. I need you to calm down and hold on.
I'm
Okay?
scared, man.
I understand that you're scared, but there's nothing I can do sitting in a chair, so you're going to have to hold on, and I'm going to send you somebody, okay?
Oh, it's getting higher, man.
Ma'am, I understand that you're scared. I know the water level is getting high, but I don't know what else to tell you.
Oh, my God, I'm going to die.
You're not going to die. You're gonna die. Hi. I understand that, but you freaking out doing nothing but losing your oxygen up in there, so just calm down.
But are they not going to come get me?
You have nowhere to be swept away to besides the street that you're on, so just calm down, okay?
Well, I've never had anything like this happen to me before.
Well, this will teach you next time. Don't drive in the water.
Couldn't see it, ma'am. I'm sorry, or I wouldn't.
I don't see how you didn't see it. You had to go right over it, so
No,
the water just didn't appear.
I didn't see it fast enough. My headlight went out and I couldn't see it.
Okay. I think even though you can't swim, I think you can still stand up in this. How tall are you?
It's higher than me.
I don't think so.
I don't know. I'm only 5 foot tall.
Okay, well, you're not 3 foot, so you'll be just fine.
Okay.
A lot of people have called in on you, so I don't think that nobody's just sitting there. They actually called in that they're not going to get themselves in danger because you put yourself in danger.
The back side of these apartments over here, where these people are at, they can all see me. They're all standing out there watching.
Miss Debbie, you're going to have to shut up, okay? I need you to listen to me.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, please.
Hold on for me. Hold on. So don't hang up on me. Okay, where are you moving to? Tell me where it's going. Okay, tell me where you are. Listen to me. Hold on. I'm on the phone with her right now. She is legit freaking out. She said the vehicle is now moving in the water and she doesn't know which way it's going, so stand by.
Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Charles Robinette. Viewer discretion is advised. This particular case happened in 2006 in Anderson, Indiana. Unfortunately, I really don't have many photos of the victim. I don't have any photos of the man responsible for his death, but this was 62-year-old Charles Robinette. He served his country in the U.S. Navy. He was stationed on the USS Ranger and then on the USS Enterprise as a machinist. He then worked for 30 years as an engineer. He then goes on to have 2 daughters, which would then give him grandchildren. And Charles was described as a very generous and very loving man. On April 12, 2006, Charles' daughter would go to his apartment and she found him deceased. When police arrive, they find broken glass kind of around his head and this big broken jug next to him. They discover that his truck, which was a Ford F-150, was missing. A computer was also stolen from his home. And pretty much most of the cash he would have had was also gone. When neighbors were questioned, they would tell police that Charles would frequently have over a particular person, a man named Jeffrey Miller, whose photo I cannot find. I guess he would come over, they would play cards, they would drink, and apparently Jeffrey Miller had attempted to ask him for money on several occasions. Jeffrey also did work for Mr. Robinette, and Jeffrey claimed he wasn't paid enough for that work. They discovered that Jeffrey was friends with this woman, Anissa Tyler. Police interview her, and she says that Jeffrey told her that he beat up an old man, and that he wasn't sure how badly he beat him up. But you see, she also knew Charles Robinette because she also went to his apartment with Jeffrey. So police speak to a third person, a woman named Jana Brandel, and she tells police that she was in the car the night that they all went over to Charles Robinette's apartment. She then says she overhears an argument between Charles and Jeffrey about money, and then she saw Jeffrey take a coffee mug and smash it over Charles's head. She then says he grabbed him by the throat and slammed him against the wall, and that's when she ran out of the apartment. Anissa was also there, and she basically was the getaway driver. So police arrest Jeffrey Miller, and he, of course, denies it. However, they find a pair of pants in Jeffrey's possession that had bloodstains on it. That blood matched Charles Robinette. They also found the key to Charles's missing truck in those exact same pant pockets. Jeffrey Miller goes on trial for the murder, and he is convicted, and he is sentenced to 85 years in prison. Anissa Tyler is also charged and convicted under murder charges, and she is given a 35-year sentence. Jana Brandel was given just 2.5 years. Committed a series of murders so evil, so heinous, that the public is terrified to talk about it. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Wally the Nun Slasher. Viewer discretion is advised. It was the late evening hours of September 21st, 1987. Here at Handford Church in the United Kingdom, the bloodiest, most horrific crime scene ever would be found. The bodies of 57 nuns and one priest were found. Their body parts were scattered all over the church. This is CCTV footage of the man they believe is responsible for the horrific homicides. This man was captured walking into the church, and they've nicknamed him Wally. The reason why is because several of the body parts, namely the arms and the legs of the victims, they were arranged in a bloody pattern that spelled the phrase, "Wally was here." So police came up with this composite drawing of Wally. Not only had Wally dismembered every single victim in that church, he shoved lit candles in places I can't even say. He took some victims' heads and put them on other victims' bodies. It appeared he also ate and consumed many organs. He wasn't done that night. He would next go to an orphanage, where the bodies of 173 more victims were found. He used a pitchfork, a soldering iron. He smashed some of their heads with a car engine. By the time he was done with all of the victims, it was impossible to know what parts went to what people. This is another composite drawing showing him with one of his signature weapons, a cane. The cane would double as a sword, which he used to disembowel. He also used it to carve his initial, W, into the foreheads of all of his victims. And what's unbelievable is people were fascinated by him. They almost adored him. They started a cult of Wallies, and they came out in support of this monster. They dressed like him, and some say he's been sighted in many places. Oh shit, he's right there! Oh, you're dead. Those two died. Their heads were found inside their own rectums. This is a police lineup they came up with for witnesses to use to identify him. The witnesses, who would call him Waldo, would always choose this image. He just got cocky. He started appearing in public places, blending in with the crowds. He would go to the beach and frolic in the water. All of these people, they were all burned alive by Wally. He killed all of these people using medieval torture methods. How he managed to do that to so many people, I don't know. But police keep asking for the public's help in trying to locate Wally in these images, in hopes they'll get any kind of evidence. But so far, it's been one hell of a task trying to find him. This is the only known image of Wally. Kinda hot. A series of books have been made about him. They just want to know, where's Waldo? This is the 1-minute missing persons case of Chelsea Grimm. 32-year-old Chelsea Grimm was from San Diego, California. On September 24th, 2023, Chelsea left her home in San Diego to drive to Connecticut for a wedding. On September 27th, 2023, she was in Phoenix, Arizona visiting a sister. And then later that day, she was observed at a hotel trying to book a room. The person there says she seemed to be disoriented. She was trying to use euros and not US dollars. Then she called her parents and said she would not be making the wedding in Connecticut because the trip was taking longer than she thought. She told them she planned to camp nearby. On September 28, 2023, she was observed by a police officer in Williams County, Arizona. She was taking photographs. She was then seen in Ashfork, Arizona on September 30th, and then nobody saw her ever again. On October 3rd, 2023, her white Ford Escape was found abandoned with 2 flat tires. Chelsea and her pet bearded dragon, along with her wallet and cell phone, have never been found. If you have any information, please contact this number immediately. The image you're seeing here is the face of a likely murderer who has yet to be caught. And police in California need your help in identifying this man. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Corey Shearer. Viewer discretion is advised. Corey was born on December 3rd, 2001 in Jackson, California. He had 3 sisters who he loved immensely, very protective of them. He was an amazing brother. At the time of this story, he's 20 years old. Corey had previously attended Amador and Argonaut High School, which is in, I guess, Amador County. From what I understand, is in the Sacramento, California area. When he was in high school, he was a football player. He did really well in sports. He was a very outdoorsy guy. He loved to go out and fish. He was described as someone who had a very unashamed personality. He was just a, big personality type kid. His mom would say that Corey had this beautiful smile with an amazing sense of humor. And the love he had for his friends, his family, was very, very real. It was authentic. He just seemed to be one of the good ones. But unfortunately, one night someone would take all of that away from the world. It was August 5th, 2022. At 11:21 p.m., the Sacramento County Police would get a 911 call with regards to a shooting at a house. This house was in Rancho Cordova, and there was a large house party that had been going on. When police arrived and paramedics arrived, there was a young man on the ground, and he had been shot at least once. He would be rushed to the hospital, but unfortunately he would not survive the gunshot wound, and he was pronounced deceased. He would be identified as 20-year-old Corey Shearer. There doesn't seem to be a whole lot of information with regards to the circumstances behind the shooting, and it doesn't sound like the family is really getting much updates from detectives who are working on this case. They did investigate, the party, the circumstances around the party, and, Corey's girlfriend who was there at the party with him, even she was like, they have these parties that are kind of like advertised on like Snapchat or other places like that, and you don't necessarily know the person behind the party, like who's throwing it, but it's a party for, people their age, and so they go to these things. So at one point, Corey and his girlfriend are walking away from the party, and there is a guy walking in front of Corey when, for whatever reason, the guy turns around and just shoots Corey and kills him. The girlfriend, who was right there, unfortunately, who had to witness this thing, didn't get a good look at the suspect's face. And, through investigation, the detectives could not find any enemies of Corey. He hadn't really gotten into any kind of trouble. He was a good, well-behaved young man, and it didn't make any sense as to why this happened. And despite there being a bunch of people at the party, there were a significant amount of them who were under the drinking age, and so a lot of people have been very hesitant to come forward because of that. So police were really just kind of trying to put as much out there in the media to see if anybody can help with this case. It's always important to know that if you have information about a case like this, you can always report it anonymously. You don't have to say who you are, you just have to say what you know. So not too soon later, police would release a surveillance video of a young man hurriedly walking or running away near the house party. And this is from a neighbor's house, so I guess right next door. And then according to some witnesses, this person who shot Corey was fleeing in that direction, so this is likely the culprit, likely the killer. He is described as a black male between the ages of 17 and 20. He is somewhere between 5'10" and 6'1", about 130 to 150 pounds. He was wearing all black clothing, and they said at the time of the shooting, he was wearing like a black face mask, but that was not over him when he was caught on camera, thankfully, because you actually get a pretty good look of the guy. But unfortunately, that is where it stands. And like I said, it doesn't sound like the family is really getting any updates from the detectives, anything substantial at least, about where they're at in the investigation. It sounds like the police are probably at some kind of dead end. They're really needing witnesses to come forward to state what they know. I mean, despite this whole I was underage and drinking at this party, a person was murdered, so that takes precedence. You need to come forward if you know something, and like I said, you can report this information anonymously. You don't have to say who you are. Okay, you just say what information you know, and that's what they need to go on. So, if you have any information about the murder of 20-year-old Corey Shearer, please contact the Sacramento County Sheriff's Department at 916-874-5115 or 916-874-TIPS. So please, if you recognize this individual, please come forward to police and let them know who it is so they can properly investigate him and help Corey, his mom, his sisters, all of them, his girlfriend, get the justice they all rightfully deserve. What in Satan's taint is this? Big yelp. Where are you going? What the fuck? They're just dangling up there like a bunch of dangles. What the fuck? No, thank you. Nope. God. This is another craziest deaths at theme parks. Viewer discretion is advised. This particular incident happened at Tibidabo, which is located in Barcelona, Spain. It's actually a park that has been around since 1899. That's back when I was in my 4th senior year of high school. It has about 31, what the fuck is that thing? Because that's not the ride we're talking about. What is that? Why do we do this? Why do we do this to ourselves? Why is the human race like this? Jesus Christ. One of the rides they had there was called El Pendulo. And well, you saw what it did. It's a gigantic pendulum. Your legs are hanging down as that thing lifts its lever all the way up, and it swings you back and forth. It's 40 meters tall, or about 131 feet, and the oscillating arm is 25 meters long, or about 82 feet. On July 17th, 2010, when a few people were on the ride, a major catastrophe would occur. So these are screenshots from an animation someone did. You can see the pendulum going up, then you can see the primary support bar start to tilt. It's not supposed to do that. And then it completely just falls. And it's swinging just above another ride. It landed on that ride. I believe there were at least 4 people on board, including a 15-year-old girl who was killed on impact. And then 3 other people were seriously injured. How on earth anyone survived that? I have no idea. Because this essentially fell when it was at its peak, and that's when the thing toppled over. And then it landed on another roller coaster. It's a miracle that anyone survived it. The ride had only been there for about 4 years. They determined that they lied about maintaining the ride. They never did. They also discovered it was installed very poorly. So 10 people, park employees and people involved in the construction of this, they were all charged with reckless homicide. And they all got sentences between 1 year to 2.5 years, while the 15-year-old girl no longer gets to live. Her skeletal remains were found in 1980, but it would take 32 years to identify her. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Cynthia Gastelle. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time of this case, Cynthia Gastelle was an 18-year-old who had just graduated from high school and was living in Tacoma Park, Maryland. Cynthia was part of a big, happy family. She was described by her family as being just this beautiful and vibrant young woman. She loved to dance, she loved to laugh, and she was really excited just about, just the future. In April of 1980, Cynthia had managed to secure 2 job interviews at, 2 different delicatessens. She didn't drive, so she would take the bus, and her family saw her leave the house, and she would go to Silver Spring, Maryland for her interviews. So apparently she goes to the first one, and it goes fine, but then she never shows up for the second interview. And then she never comes home. And from there, her family never sees her again. She is reported missing by her family. The investigation starts, but they're having a hell of a time finding out where she is. And then on February 11th, 1982, about 45 to 50 miles away or so, in this desolate wooded area on Bull Run Mountain, which is located in Haymarket, Virginia, the skeletal remains of a person are found. Initially, they ruled this person's death as basically being unknown. They would come up with a couple different clay recreations like this one, and then this one, and this one. They also did composite drawings like this, and then like this, which is more to show kind of like the clothing she was wearing. So eventually they re-look at the body, and the bones have indications of stab wounds, which actually line up with marks on her clothing. So they actually determined that her cause of death was multiple stab wounds. And this is now definitely a homicide. But who was she? Now, like I said, from where Cynthia was last seen in Maryland to where these skeletal remains were found in Haymarket, pretty close to one another, but the police departments weren't exactly working together per se. So one never really knew about, connecting the two. And it actually took 32 years finally with mitochondrial DNA to find out that the remains were that of Cynthia Gastelle. And now the big question is, who killed her and why? And does anybody know what happened after that first job interview? She didn't drive, so she might have met a stranger on the bus. Maybe someone offered to drive her somewhere. This is an image of her boyfriend, Michael. I think this is an image from years later. But police want to talk to him as a person of interest. Not that he's a suspect, but I guess they haven't had any luck with that. But honestly, they're really nowhere in figuring out who did this. And how did she end up across state lines? If you have any information about the murder of Cynthia Gastelle, please call 866-411-TIPS. This whack job got severely intoxicated, murdered 8 people, and then tried to eat one of the victims. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Dale Merle Nelson. Viewer discretion is advised. Dale Nelson was a resident of British Columbia, Canada. Yeah, they could be crazy there too. Dale was married, but he was extremely abusive towards his wife and towards his 3 children. Dale was an alcoholic, and whenever he drank alcohol, that tends to make him even more violent towards his wife and other people. He also liked to do some pretty extreme illegal substances. And then on top of that, he had some severe mental health issues. He was depressed, and God knows what else, but he was never really helped for anything. At one point, he tried taking his own life, but he failed. And again, didn't seem like he got any help for that. On September 4th, 1970, Dale would drive to Creston, there in British Columbia, where he would meet some friends at a hotel. He drank 8 beers at that party. And according to witnesses there, he seemed like he was in a totally happy and jovial mood. So at one point, he leaves the hotel, he goes to another friend's house where he picks up a gun that he had loaned that friend. He then goes and buys ammunition for that gun. He then goes back to the hotel gathering where he drinks 6 more beers. And I believe he also took some illegal substances. Now, I'm not sure what homes go to each victim here, but I'm just going to be showing a series of photos involved with this case behind me. So, Dale leaves the party, he gets into his car, somehow drives, and he goes to the home of a distant relative of his named Shirley Wasick. Shirley's husband was at work that night, and so he wasn't home. Dale walks in, grabs a fire extinguisher, and then just begins to beat Shirley with it. He then grabs 8-year-old Charlene and 7-year-old Tracy, 2 of the 3 kids of Shirley's, and he stabs Tracy to death. Shirley, at that point, had died from being beaten with the extinguisher. He managed to let Charlene go. He took Tracy's body and put it into his car. The 3rd child of the home, Debbie, she managed to escape the home and call for help. Police arrived, but it was already too late because at that point, Dale's gone. But then police soon get a phone call from another woman, Isabel St. Amand. She says, "There's a man in my house with a gun." At the house with her is her husband, Ray, and their 3 kids, Paul, Brian, and Roy. Police rush over, but again, it is too late. Isabel, Ray, Paul, Brian, and Roy had all been shot in the head, and they were killed. They had a daughter named Kathy, and she was missing. Police would later find Dale's car that he just abandoned, and inside was the body of Tracy. And when they discovered Tracy's body, he had removed some of her organs and he attempted to eat parts of her body and her organs. He consumed some of them. The manhunt lasts about 24 hours, but they finally find him on September 6th, as well as the body of the missing girl, Kathy. Well, technically, he led them to Kathy's body once he was captured. She was killed, but he also sexually assaulted her after she was dead. Overall, he killed 8 people that night. 5 of those victims were children, one of which he attempted to eat, and another one that he sexually assaulted. This man is the epitome of what a monster truly is. And he was fueled by alcohol and illegal substances. He had clearly never really sought any help for his mental health issues, or nobody's had said he needed help or something. Obviously, the alcohol didn't commit these horrific crimes, but it sounds like people were more than aware of how violent he got when he drank. And so I have to keep asking, why did nobody step in? Did people step in and, like, professionals just didn't help him? I'm not sure. But this was a man who clearly needed help and also needed help getting away from alcohol and drugs. So, at any rate, he is charged with connections to these murders. I believe he would only end up being convicted of 2 of the murders. He tried to plead criminal insanity, and honestly, I'm surprised he wasn't found not guilty by that, because Canada, I've covered a couple of cases where people have done some horrific things and they got off because of being criminally insane and they were just released into the world. But thankfully, Dale did not get that kind of treatment. He was convicted of multiple murders and he was sentenced to life in prison, Unbelievably, he, I think, had an option for parole at some point. I mean, despite murdering 8 people, 5 of them kids, sexually assaulting one of those children, and trying to eat another one of them, why on earth would they ever say, yeah, this guy has a chance to get out? But thankfully, that will never happen. On February 10th, 1999, Dale Nelson died in prison of throat cancer. And honestly, it could not have happened to a better guy. Rotten Hades. This man was seen jumping out of a window and fleeing the scene of a murder. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Dana Satterfield. Viewer discretion is advised. Dana was born in 1967 in Spartanburg, South Carolina. People would describe her as a very dedicated young woman. She was all about helping others, and she was pretty business savvy as well. Dana would eventually open up her own salon, which was inside of like a trailer. And this is in the Roebuck, South Carolina area. Now, before all of that, Dana would actually end up marrying this man here, Mike Satterfield, and they would have 2 wonderful children together. However, their marriage basically broke apart, but the separation was amicable. You know, Mike was a really good dad, and he was always around for the kids, and he was always there to help Dana whenever she needed assistance. But sadly, Dana's life would come to a very shocking end. It was July 31st, 1995. Dana was working at her salon. At one point, a woman comes by, this is about 6:30 p.m., and Dana buys a bottle of cleaning fluid from this woman. A little bit later, at 8:30 p.m., that woman comes back to the salon area because she was waiting for a ride to pick her up. She heard some weird loud sounds coming from Dana's salon. The lights then kind of flicked off inside, and then a man, resembling this image here, dove out of the window of the salon and then took off. So the police were called, and when they arrived, they entered the salon, and they found Dana partially clothed on the ground next to the water heater, and there was a duffel bag strap wrapped around one of the knobs on the water heater. Later on, they would determine that Dana Satterfield was killed by strangulation, likely with this. She had also been sexually assaulted and beaten. Nothing was stolen from the crime scene. Police did recover a fingerprint from the water heater, and it came back to Mike Satterfield. So he was immediately questioned. Of course, he's the ex. Well, turns out Mike actually installed that water heater, and that's why his fingerprints were there. He was at that salon all the time, helping her out. And what's more, on forensic files, they say, Mike's an enormous man. There's no way he's fitting out that window. The guy said, and he said that Mike agreed, that Mike would have left a much larger hole in the wall had it been him. So they knew he didn't do it, but they had to look into, well, did he hire someone? They dug really deep into that. They couldn't find anything. So Mike was cleared. They also found another fingerprint in Dana's blood, but that did not match anyone at that point. Now, another witness would state that that same exact night, they drove past the salon, they saw one vehicle in the parking lot area. It was a Ford Bronco. Now, a local kid in the area, 17-year-old Jonathan Vick, drove a Bronco extremely similar to what the witness saw. But that's just circumstantial. There was no physical evidence at that point connecting him. So if you look here at the back of the Bronco, that's his mom right there. They made a homemade sign, basically saying, this is not the Bronco. I think it says law enforcement has already cleared it. Don't waste your quarter. Because everyone was calling in about any kind of Ford Bronco they saw. And everyone kept going back to this kid. But again, police, that's all they had. They didn't have anything else. Now, Jonathan Vick looked a lot like the composite drawing of the man seen diving out of the window. It's pretty clear. But it wouldn't be until 2005 when police finally got a break. An ex-friend of Jonathan's here, he would come forward to police to state that on the night of the murder, Jonathan had told this friend that he was going to meet Dana that night. And then later on, Jonathan literally threatens to murder his friend if he says anything to police about him going to Dana's salon that night. So the friend was scared. He like, is he going to kill me? Well, apparently after years, I guess the remorse kicked in, and this guy finally came forward to police to tell him the story. It was basically enough to get a warrant to collect Jonathan Vick's DNA, because on Dana's body was male bodily fluid. Again, they didn't have any probable cause or warrants or anything to get his DNA back in 1995. Plus, DNA testing was still a little bit new at that point. but the DNA from Jonathan was a 100% match to the bodily fluid found with her. There was a fingerprint in her blood that also matched Jonathan's. So he was arrested and charged with Dana's murder. Now, at the salon in the crime scene, his defense team would say, well, there was a pubic hair found at the crime scene that did not match him or Dana. However, the prosecution would say, well, the murder happened basically in or right next to the men's room. And, well, a gross little fact here, that stuff basically just falls off all the time. You leave traces of yourself literally everywhere. Jonathan Vick was convicted of the murder of Dana Satterfield. He was given a life sentence with the possibility of parole. His first parole opportunity will be in 2035. The motive was sex. She probably said no. He said, well, I'm going to anyway. And then he had to kill her because of what he did. It's unfortunately a very sad story that we have heard time and time again. But at least Dana can rest in peace, and her family got the justice they rightfully deserved. She was found under this bridge, and now police are still trying to find her killer. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Darlene Messer. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time of this case, Darlene Messer is a 36-year-old woman who was living in Florida. Now, Darlene, who was also the mother to a 16-year-old, was originally from Calgary in Canada, but they moved down to Florida to be close to Darlene's pen pal. A pen pal that would eventually become her husband, a man by the name of Charles Messer. She moved to Florida because he was in a Florida prison. Why? For murder. He was actually on death row. He lied to her saying that he was about to be paroled soon, but that was never going to happen. The ironic part about this is it was for the murder of a convenience store clerk, which segues us into the night of September 18th, 1989. This is the Sewanee Swifty food store, a convenience store located in the Lake City, Florida area. Darlene was employed there, and on that particular night, she was working an 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. shift. At 12:35 a.m., an older couple would go into the store to purchase some snacks, and they spoke to Darlene, and everything was great. And they left the store, sat in their car for a few minutes, and then they took off. As they were leaving, another car pulls into the parking lot. They would later describe that car as to looking like a Pontiac Grand Prix. And then about 10 or so minutes after that, the silent alarm goes off, and then another customer actually walks in and notices the place is in disarray. So they leave, they go to the next store over and call police. When police arrive, they do in fact find the store to be in disarray. There's stuff everywhere. It appears there was a pretty serious struggle. They determined a couple $100 or so was stolen from the register, but they found cash just lying on the ground. They also found a belt. This is a close-up of it, and it was looped there at the end, as if someone was using the other end to put through and basically tie someone up. But Darlene Messer was nowhere to be found. Her purse was there. Her purse actually had a gun in it, but it wasn't taken out. And then 2 days later, here at this bridge, floating face down in the waters below, they found the body of Darlene Messer. This was approximately 13 miles from the store. She was fully clothed, but she did appear to be missing some jewelry. She had been beaten to death, and they believed it was likely with a hammer. And the coroner determined that she was likely killed the night she was taken. Now, up above on the bridge itself, they found some bloodstains in multiple locations, and they also found some fresh oil stains. They did find oil stains also at the convenience store that looked fresh. So to them, this was basically confirming it was the same car. And police are thinking that it was probably this Grand Prix that was seen in the convenience store parking lot. But who is the person who was driving that Grand Prix? Who was the person who kidnapped and murdered Darlene Messer? For what, $100? They, of course, look into her husband, who's on death row. And they think, well, maybe, he thought she was having an affair or something, and maybe he took out a hit to seek revenge. But they found absolutely no evidence whatsoever to support that. And eventually they said he had, they believe, nothing to do with her murder. Despite the similarities between the murder he was on death row for, killing someone at a convenience store, it is just a crazy coincidence. Police have always had a suspect in mind, actually two suspects. There are a duo named Bob and Roger. I think for legal purposes, that's the only thing they can name them. This Bob and Roger had worked previously with Darlene at a different place. And I think the two of them got fired and she may have had something to do with it. And they were arrested 10 days prior to this in this parking lot. And they were arrested because they were carrying weapons. What kind of car were they driving? A Grand Prix. What was also noticeable about their Grand Prix? It had an oil leak. But both men denied having any involvement in this, and they would have alibis, so to speak. And then, years later, when they were able to take these blood stains from the bridge, they confirmed that there was 2 samples of blood, and one of them belonged to Darlene Messer. The other belonged to an unknown individual. They also found basically the same unknown DNA on the belt. It did not match Darlene at all. They take that DNA and they compare it to Bob and Roger. They got a warrant to get their DNA. Wasn't a match at all to either of them. As a matter of fact, they had other suspects in this case that came and went. They got their DNA samples either by the courts making them do it or them willingly doing it, and all of them have been cleared. They have never gotten a DNA match, especially from all of their suspects. There is a possibility that Bob and Roger had a third person helping them, and that it's their DNA there at the scene. But, they don't have evidence of this third person. And with that, they have no more evidence to link to anyone. And so they are asking for the public's help in trying to help solve this case. Somebody somewhere out there knows who kidnapped and murdered Darlene Messer that night in 1989. If you have any information about her murder, please contact the Columbia County Sheriff's Department in Florida at 386-758-1095. This looks like something out of a movie, but actually it's the site of one of the craziest deaths imaginable. Viewer discretion is advised. So this story happened at the Monticello Dam at Lake Berryessa, which is located in Napa, California. If you can see here, this little thing right here in the picture, well, that is this thing. And it is referred to as the glory hole. So it is a spillway that basically is there for when, rainwaters come in and the lake rises. It's meant to basically be a drain. And here is a video of it. So this story happened in 1997 to a woman named Emily Schwallen. Witnesses would state that they saw a woman swimming around or towards the spillway here. And all of a sudden, it sucked her in. And she was seen clinging onto the rim, the concrete rim of this, for 20 minutes. She was hanging on, apparently for dear life, trying not to get sucked into this. I don't know if anyone tried to go on and help, but obviously it could be dangerous if they get too close to it. But they were calling rescuers at the time. But after clinging on for 20 minutes, finally she let go and she fell. And this is what it looks like when there isn't water above it. And you can see how this is a 200-foot long concrete pipe, essentially. And she was pulled into it with the water, and she fell the entire 200 feet. And then she was essentially launched out at the other end of this. And you can see this thing is it's terrifying, without water. And so imagine also rushing through this thing with water and bouncing off the concrete and everything like that. It's terrifying. But you can see here at the end where it goes, and I'll show you a picture. So you can see here it then spills out on the other side of the dam. And this is like the water as it's, if you see a video of this thing, the water is like raging waters. And so imagine a person being in the middle of this extreme raging water going down a 200-foot concrete pipe after hanging on to the concrete edge for 20 minutes before finally just falling into it. And she would come out the other end deceased. Now, in terms of why she was swimming that close to this, I'm not 100% sure. I saw a couple newspaper clippings from the time where people said that basically said woman attempts to end her own life at the spillway. So I guess people had believed that this was her intentionally doing this, but there is no confirmation of that. But either way, it is a really horrible way to go. 1,700 people would die because of what happened at this lake. Hello, true crimerers. This is another craziest deaths imaginable, and this is the story of the Lake Nyos disaster. Viewer discretion is advised. So this story will take us to Cameroon, which is in Africa. I guess it's a lake that's in a deep crater, and it is essentially a part of an inactive volcano. I don't totally understand the science behind it. So from underground volcanic chimneys, carbon dioxide is dissolved and concentrated at the bottom of the lake. On August 21st, 1986, there was apparently some kind of earthquake, which then triggered a landslide. And then apparently that caused a massive cloud of carbon dioxide to raise out of the waters. They said the gas clouds raised at nearly 100 kilometers per hour, or 62 miles per hour. So it rose above the lake, but then I guess the air, because it was heavier, caused the gases to then begin to float down towards the nearby village. And this was several 100,000 tons worth, which equated to 1.2 cubic kilometers. And this cloud of gas was lethal to thousands of livestock and thousands of people. As this cloud slowly began to envelop the town, all the people in there suddenly couldn't breathe. They were slowly suffocating, as were the livestock. People were collapsing to the ground, grasping at their throats, trying to breathe, but they couldn't. And then person after person fell to the ground, and it became body after body after body. This was sudden, and this was essentially undetectable. And it was a silent killer. It killed 3,500 livestock and a little over 1,700 people. All killed suddenly, without warning, and this all happened within a short time span. It's just insane. It's insane what Mother Nature can do. I just can't imagine just a town full of people who just suddenly can't breathe. They're all suffocating to death together. And they don't really know why. They don't understand why it's happening, but it happened. There were, many, many, many survivors, but there were also a lot of people who got very ill from this. But they were lucky to survive, it sounds like. But, that's a wild story. He would film himself removing the brain of his decapitated victim. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of David Lee Crawford. Viewer discretion is advised. This story happened in Sparta, which is in Michigan. Unfortunately, though, I don't know much about David Lee Crawford. I know he was 17 years old at the time, and he was living in Wedgwood, which was a Christian youth service. He had been living there for the past 3 years. He checked in voluntarily. On the afternoon of April 29th, 1996, David Lee Crawford was just walking down these train tracks, just taking a walk, where unfortunately he would come across the path of this young man, Federico Kiko Cruz. He was 16 years old. He struck up a conversation with David, and then he eventually said, "Hey, do you want to come see this place where we're growing, pot?" David said, "Sure, let's go do it." And so apparently, according to Federico, David accidentally smashed one of the pots that had, the special stuff in it. And so Federico then started to beat him up. He was kicking and punching until David fell to the ground, where he continued to kick David, including several very hard blows to his head, and then eventually he said a fatal punch to his windpipe. He then dragged the body to a swamp and left him there. He then goes back, but this time he has a tool. Federico decided to remove the head of the 17-year-old victim. He took the head, he put it in a white bag, and he brought it back to his house. At his home, he then took the head to his bedroom, where he then recorded himself on camera talking to the head. He named it Eddie, and then he used other things to remove the brain. He then took this recording of all of this and he showed it to his friends, and he said he was desperately trying to fit in with these friends. He wanted to be in the inner circle. And they listened to death metal music and, that kind of scene, and so he figured this would probably help get him in. Well, they immediately tell his father, and his dad basically turns him in. So they go to the house and they actually find the severed head in a white bag behind the house. And Federico admitted to all of it. He didn't know David Crawford. It was just a random chance encounter. And so he is charged as an adult with first-degree murder. The evidence is overwhelming, plus you have his confession, you have the videotape where he is on it, and so he is convicted and sentenced to life in prison without parole. Oh, but there's a but. In 2012, basically the Supreme Court stated it was unlawful to sentence minors to life without parole, and so basically his case goes back to the courts for resentencing because of that. And his sentence is changed. And so because of that, he was resentenced to 35 to 60 years. Meaning in about 10 years from now, he'll be eligible for parole. But don't worry, guys, he said he's sorry. First, he was a sexually assaulting cop, and then he was a murderous cable guy. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of David Stephen Middleton. Viewer discretion is advised. The only thing I really know about his upbringing was that he was born in 1961 in Boston, Massachusetts, and that his dad was a police officer, and then eventually he would move to Florida. And then eventually he would become a Miami-Dade police officer. But he quickly began to abuse that. He was known to pick up especially teenage girls and under the guise of, well, you broke curfew and now I have to take you home because your parents are looking for you. But the reality is he just picked up these random teenage girls and he would sexually assault them in remote locations and then threatened them if they told anyone about it. Eventually, one of his victims did, and so he was arrested for sexually assaulting and kidnapping her. He goes on trial for that, and then he is basically found guilty of kidnapping, but not of the sexual assault for whatever reason. He got just a 5-year sentence and was paroled after 2. He would then move to Colorado. He was there for a little bit, and then he would move to Nevada. On February 11th, 1995, the body of a 45-year-old woman named Catherine Powell was found inside of a dumpster. Unfortunately, I do not have photos of her. She was found here in this yellow trash bag, tied with very specific knots. And then I guess she was also wrapped in a sleeping bag. Catherine was a beloved elementary school teacher who disappeared on February 6, 1995. So on Catherine's body, they found what looked like a bite mark, and that would come up later. In April of 1995, another woman's body was found wrapped in a black trash bag, identified as Thelma Davila. Both women, by the way, were from Reno, Nevada. So David Stephen Middleton had gotten a job as a cable guy in Nevada. And apparently the way they linked these murders to him was that his work truck was tied to basically both people going missing. Meaning people saw his work truck in the same place the 2 women went missing. So they brought him in just for questioning. And they were able to get a warrant to search his apartment when they found a shotgun, which he was not allowed to own because he had been a convicted felon. They also found a large freezer connected to him, I guess at a storage property. Eventually, they were able to take metal samples from the inside of this freezer and link it to metal that was found in the body of Catherine Powell. Plus, there were fibers found in that freezer that were also found on the body of Catherine Powell. The metal was a match, the fibers were a match. They also believe he's responsible for the murder of this young woman, Buffy Rice Donahue, and that was in Montrose, Colorado. He had lived in Colorado when she disappeared. Her body was found, but they never were able to link him with physical evidence to her murder. Apparently, his bite mark would match the bite mark found on Powell's body. I'm not a fan of bite mark evidence. He was convicted of 2 murders, sentenced to death, where he still waits his execution. The day after this photo was taken, the woman pictured here would go missing. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Debbie Wolfe. Viewer discretion is advised. Deborah Ann Wolfe was born on June 19th, 1957 in Blytheville, Arkansas. I believe she had 3 brothers. At the time of this case, she's 28 years old and she's living in Fayetteville, North Carolina, and she has like a nice little remote cabin off of a pond. Debbie also worked at the local hospital as a nurse, and she was also in charge of any volunteers that would come to help out at the hospital. This is a photo of Debbie with her mom, and this was on Christmas Day, 1985. By all accounts, it was a wonderful day. The whole family was just enjoying each other, opening presents. Debbie was completely happy, in such a great mood, but they did not know that this would be the last time she would ever be photographed. The following day, she was supposed to work at the hospital at 8 o'clock in the morning, but she did not show up, which that is something she has never done. When her family found out that she did not show up to work, that immediately concerned them, so they went to her cabin. When they arrived, they noticed things were just off. There were crushed up beer cans in her yard, which she didn't really drink beer. And also, she was not one to litter. She was a very neat and clean person, very organized. Her car was parked in an unusual spot, somewhere she had never parked before. Her 2 dogs were there, and they were okay, but they had not been fed. And then inside her home, they found her nurse's uniform just thrown on the kitchen floor. Again, this is something she had never done. She was very, very clean. So they end up going to police to report her missing because they can't find her. But police say, you gotta wait 72 hours and then we'll actually care about it. And so finally on December 31st, 1985, police are like, okay, we care now. We'll start investigating. They end up finding her purse shoved under her bed. For what reason? Who knows? They found a message on her answering machine from a man who said that she hadn't been at work for several days. But that wasn't true because they know for a fact she was at work literally on Christmas Day. And so finally a man named Gordon Childress, a family friend, he would end up going into the pond himself and searching for anything he can maybe find. And as he's doing so, he finds a body. He sees half of the body sticking out of a barrel, like a 55-gallon drum barrel, and it had a whole bunch of holes in it. Eventually, police come and they remove the body and they confirm it is the body of Debbie Wolfe. Her cause of death was drowning. But here's where it gets kind of strange. The man who found her said she was halfway in a barrel. The police said the barrel did not exist. There was no barrel there. Even though police said earlier when they found her, we'll get the barrel out of the water later. They acknowledged it. But then afterwards they say, nah, it wasn't there. And so a day or two later when they go to check, the barrel is now gone. And the people couldn't understand why the police were suddenly not acknowledging the barrel's existence. Like what? Why? What was the point? What's the point of that? Debbie's mom and several friends and several family members would even say she had a barrel on her property just like this. This is a recreation. And they would all use that barrel to shoot at for target practice. And that's why it had a whole bunch of holes in it. Well, the guy who found the body at the bottom of the water said she was in a barrel with a whole bunch of holes in it. That barrel from her property went missing. It's no longer there. But they even had the indent of the barrel still there. So why didn't police collect the barrel when the body was first found? Why did they acknowledge it at first and then say, no, it didn't exist? And then when they go back to check for it to pull it out of the water, now it's gone. This is days after her body is found. And then police would just state that the manner of her death was an accident. She accidentally drowned. She was probably out with her dogs. She fell in and just drowned. Even though she knew how to swim and she wasn't tangled up in anything, she just what? Just face planted into the pond for some reason and then just didn't want to resurface or what? There were 2 volunteer men who worked at the hospital that gave her the creeps. One of these men had a history of psychological issues, and he constantly asked Debbie to go on a date with him, even though she always said no. That man somehow acquired her phone number and would harass her at home. According to Debbie, that man told her he knew where she lived. He was questioned by police after the body was found. He denied having anything to do with it. He gave him an alibi, a weak alibi, and he refused to take a polygraph test. The other man also tried to become romantically involved with Debbie, and Debbie said, no thank you. Debbie's mom said the voice on the answering machine that said she had been gone for a couple of days sounded like that man's voice. Maybe trying to create some kind of story to say why she had gone missing. He was also interviewed, but police cleared him too. To be fair, there really isn't any physical evidence that they have, or that they failed to collect. Like, it doesn't sound like the police did a thorough investigation, like checking for fingerprints or DNA, combing through her house to see stuff, maybe checking her car. They just basically wrote this off as she died accidentally. But it's that barrel. Why deny it was there? Is that because you would have to acknowledge this is a murder? And well, we just don't really want to investigate that. Too much work. Sometimes I really do feel like that is the case. They just don't want to do it. Just, too much. Her family believes she was murdered. Honestly, I'm inclined to believe she was murdered too. It makes no sense to me that a grown adult woman who knew how to swim, who lived by a pond, would just fall in and drown. If you have information about this case, please contact the Fayetteville, North Carolina Police Department. Was this a case of mistaken identity, or was it something else? Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Doug Johnston. Viewer discretion is advised. Douglas Johnston, who would go by Doug to everyone, he was born on October 21st, 1954. And he was born in Ohio, but by the time this story happens, he's living in my neck of the woods, Phoenix, Arizona, the city of angels. Nope, that's not right at all. At the time of the story, Doug had a wife, and he lived a seemingly very happy life. He seemed to be very content, and it needs to be said that he had not shown any signs, ever, of wanting to end his own life. At approximately 11 p.m. on May 14th, 1990, Doug would leave his home to go to work. He worked a late overnight type shift. He was working for like a computer graphics company. An hour after he left home, Doug's car is found in the parking lot of his work, and he is inside, and he is deceased. Doug had been shot once through the back of his head, right behind his left ear. The coroner would later determine that the gunshot was fired from about 12 inches away. Now, here's the crazy, but the police at first were like, well, this is probably his, he probably did this to himself. He ended his own life. Based on the direction of where the bullet entered his head, it came from the left side of the back of his head. He was right-handed. It doesn't mean he couldn't have used his left hand, but they said it was shot from at least 12 inches away, and that's a really difficult thing to do. But here's the kicker. There was no gun in the car, so that knocks that theory immediately out, you would think. But no. On the episode of Unsolved Mysteries where this case is talked about, police are still like, well, we really couldn't rule out suicide, and just as much as we can't rule out homicide. Yes, you can! There was no gun in the car. What did he do? Shoot himself with his non-dominant hand in the back of the head from 12 inches away, then got out of his car, dumped the gun somewhere, went back to his car, sat down, and just died? What? Almost immediately after this news broke, a man named Don Devereaux would come forward to state that there's a good chance that bullet may have been meant for him. Doug Johnston drove a very similar vehicle to that of Don Devereaux. Don lived across the street from the parking lot where Doug's vehicle and his body was found. Don Devereaux had received some information or some tips from some people he trusted that a hit had been placed on him. Why? Because of his involvement in another Unsolved Mysteries case, the murder of Charles Morgan. Charles Morgan was from Tucson. It's a very strange case. He was found dead in the desert. The police were also like, oh, this also could have been a suicide, or maybe it was a murder, but it was a murder, clearly. Anyway, I covered that case in detail. I will try, if I remember, to link that video in the comments below. But Don Devereaux is a journalist who was digging really deep into the Charles Morgan story. Devereaux began to realize, or he found evidence about there was money laundering and stuff like that involved with the Charles Morgan case. A little while after the murder of Doug Johnston happened, Devereaux was contacted by, I guess, another journalist or writer from DC named Danny Casolaro. Danny basically said, I have information to give you with regards to Charles Morgan and the money laundering, and there was gold involved. And so Devereaux said, okay, I'm gonna mail you some of the research I have on this. But before he could even do that, Danny Casolaro was found dead in a hotel room with his wrists cut. They ruled his death a suicide. Don Devereaux does not think that Casolaro did that to himself. He believes that he was also murdered. 6 months after Casolaro's death, Don Devereaux gets more information and more tips from extremely reliable sources, including one, I think, from the CIA, that there is a hit, or was a hit, placed on Don Devereaux. And this is likely coming from the shady people who may be behind the murder of Charles Morgan, or whatever shady dealings Charles Morgan had been involved in, right leading up to his death. And so it's then that, Don Devereaux truly begins to believe and realize that the murder of Doug Johnston was supposed to be the murder of Don Devereaux, that this was a case of mistaken identity. Again, Doug's work was literally across the street. The two of them drove very, very similar cars. They didn't really look very similar in appearance, but it was also super dark, and maybe the shooter just got confused. Mistaken identity has happened many times before when these types of hits are called. Police found no sign of a robbery in the vehicle. There was really no sign of a struggle in Doug's car, that this was literally just someone came up behind him and shot him in the back of the head and then fled the scene. They found, the shell casing, but they've gotten no other evidence from this crime scene. They got no fingerprints, there's no DNA, and this was a pretty clean murder. So, unfortunately, in the end here, we are basically left with the unsolved murder of Charles Morgan, the mysterious death of Danny Castellaro, and the unsolved murder of Doug Johnston. Apparently there is some kind of group or organization out there that really needs this information about Charles Morgan to just not ever come out. I'm inclined to think that this is all stemming from that. I do think that Doug Johnston was probably mistaken identity, because they found nothing in his life that said, oh yeah, he had enemies, oh yeah, people will want to kill him. No. He was just this good, quiet, humble dude who had a wife and just lived his life like normal. Police don't know who hired the hits, they don't know who killed Doug, they don't know who killed Charles, and so they're left where they're left. But somebody somewhere out there knows the truth, and perhaps that someone is you. Now I want to stress, if you do have information about this case, you can contact the Phoenix, Arizona Police Department and give them your information. And I know, given the circumstances, it may be very scary to provide information given what this case is all about. So you can always report your information anonymously. You do not have to say who you are, you just have to say what you know. Just point them in the right direction to get this solved. Doug Johnston, they all deserve justice. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Earlene Williams. Viewer discretion is advised. So this particular case happened in Compton, California in 1977, and I cannot find a confirmed photo of Earlene Williams or James Williams. At approximately 4:30 a.m. on July 20th, 1977, the house that Earlene Williams lived in with her kids was on fire. When firefighters arrived and they got the fire out, they noticed, unfortunately, that there was a body just by the entrance to the home. At first, it was kind of looked at as just a tragic accident, but then the coroner would determine that her cause of death was actually strangulation, and it was confirmed to be the body of Earlene Williams. Also at the house, or was supposed to be at the house that night and morning, were her 3 children and a neighborhood friend who was having a sleepover. So Yolanda Williams, and then her 2 other daughters, Violet and Ivy Mattery. And then the friend that was staying over that night was Sir Christopher Marshall. But they were nowhere to be found. And by the way, this is Ivy. When police were investigating the house, they noticed a trail of blood leading down the hallway and outside towards like a street. And then the blood just stopped. So they assumed that the person got into a car. Earlene Williams was estranged from her husband, James Williams. He was the biological father to Yolanda, but he was not the father of the other children. In 1976, James was charged with sexually assaulting Ivy Mattery. And Ivy and her 2 sisters were supposed to testify against him at trial. But then the fire happened, and then you have a woman who is dead and 4 children missing from the house. The day after this crime took place, James was allegedly seen at a Denny's, which was located in Grapevine, California, and he was spotted there at 5:30 in the morning with Yolanda, with Ivy, with Violet, and the neighborhood friend. The following day, James Williams was apparently picked up by another friend, but at that point, he was alone. There were no kids with him. When police questioned him with regards to the murder of Earlene and the disappearance of the 4 kids, he said he was in Bakersfield, California at the time. In his car, he was having car trouble, which it sounds like they were able to disprove. And so they then arrested and charged James with the murder, not only of Earlene, but also the 4 children. They charged him with their murders, even though they weren't found. The motive was clear. The girls were supposed to testify against him about sexually assaulting Ivy. James would go through 2 different trials. Both trials ended in a jury deadlock. And in 1979, all charges were dropped against him, and he was never tried again. And then he died. In 2014, the skeletal remains of Ivy was found, and that was in Corona, California. The other children have never been found. And sadly, them, along with Earlene, will likely never get justice. A man was shot and killed by an MRI machine in one of the craziest deaths imaginable. What? Viewer discretion is advised. I know for a fact that many of you have the same fears that I do, but I am petrified of MRI machines. I think they are from Satan himself. Especially being a fat, chubby guy like myself, shoving me inside a tube the size of my body and saying, don't move for 15 or 20 straight minutes with all these loud noises in your head. Yeah, it's not for me. Not for me, boo-boo. But I've always imagined that an MRI machine would somehow like collapse in on itself. It would crush someone inside of it. I never imagined something like this in particular could happen. This particular story happened in January of 2023. A 40-year-old lawyer named Leandro Matias de Novaes, he was in Sao Paulo, Brazil, and he was basically bringing his mom to a medical center so she can get an MRI done. Not only was he a lawyer, but Leandro was also, I guess, a social media person. He had a small to decent following on TikTok and other places where he talked about and advocated for guns and how everyone should have them. When they entered the medical center there in Sao Paulo, the staff there told them, you guys cannot have anything metallic in this room, and it has to all be out. And the medical staff there did everything that they were required to do. You're not supposed to pat a person down to see if they're hiding anything. The mother and Leandro both signed a waiver and said, yep, we have nothing metallic in there. Turns out that was a lie. That's because the 40-year-old man had a gun in his, I guess, tucked into his pants. And he knew he had the gun tucked into his pants, and he deliberately told them he did not have anything metallic on him. So as they're getting into the MRI room, the door is closed. The magnet is basically already churning up or whatever it does. And all of a sudden, the gun he has tucked inside of his pants launches out, flies into the MRI machine. It sticks to a wall, and then the gun, the trigger, also metal, is yanked by the magnet, and it fires. And the bullet literally shoots Leandro. He is shot once, and he collapses to the ground. This all happens in a matter of moments, and he was rushed to the hospital. He was in and out of consciousness over the next couple of days or weeks, but eventually the hospital, the staff there could not save him. He would end up dying from the gunshot wound. The MRI, facility, they are not at fault. They are not to blame because they were warned. They were told not to bring anything metallic in there. They even signed a waiver saying that they didn't. I don't think the mom knew he had his gun on him. I've also told an MRI story where, an oxygen tank was launched into an MRI machine and exploded. So it's like, when they say don't bring metal things into an MRI room, they mean it. And this is why. This is why you don't do that. MRIs are terrifying already. Let's please not continue to make them the stuff of nightmares, please. Thank you. The smell of cigarette smoke would somehow mask the smell of a decomposing body. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Eduardo Sanchez. Viewer discretion is advised. 21-year-old Eduardo Sanchez was a DJ at a club that used to be here in this building. The club was located in Winnipeg, which is in Manitoba, Canada. It was called the Village Cabaret, and it was located in the neighborhood of the Osborne Village. This is an old photo of what it looked like on the outside, but this was typically a very popular hangout spot. It would usually be jam-packed with people. The music was super loud. There was people smoking and drinking, and it was just a big party scene. 21-year-old Eduardo Sanchez was the DJ there from time to time when he suddenly went missing on October 12th, 2002. After he was reported missing and police became involved, they looked into his bank records. At 12:48 a.m. on that morning, October 12th, 2002, he made a withdrawal from an ATM for about $80. But then his debit or bank account had never been used ever again. At about 2:45 a.m., he spoke to 3 different friends who were outside, and this was on Osborne Street. Those friends invited him to a party at a nearby house. He declined, and those 3 friends said they saw him walking down the street alone. According to the friends, he appeared to be intoxicated. Family, friends, and police searched for him for quite some time, but they never had any luck. Now, for some time, people said that when they opened up the nightclub, they would get this smell of sewage almost. But then once they opened the nightclub, people packed in, they started smoking. The smell of cigarette smoke just completely dominated, the air. But then about a year after Eduardo's disappearance, there was a smoking ban placed in the area. And so once people were no longer smoking in the Village Cabaret, a lot of people began to notice the odor of something very, very bad and strong. They would trace it back to like the basement area of the nightclub. And so they had professionals come in with those little special cameras to kind of peek behind the walls. And that's when they found the source of the smell. This is not him. This is an image of another person who was trapped behind a wall but survived. This is just to give you an example of how narrow this space was. But the mummified body of Eduardo Sanchez was found very much like this, stuck between two walls in the basement of the nightclub. From what I understand, they believed he died of positional asphyxiation. He was so compressed inside this little space that his chest couldn't fully go out to breathe. So they think he was probably dead within, 10, 15 minutes. But how did he get in there is a mystery. They say foul play isn't suspected and that he probably crawled in there, but why? Nobody knows. But the mystery of where he was finally solved. Oh, well, he looks happy to be on death row. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Edward Tiberius James. Viewer discretion is advised. I don't have a lot of detailed information about this case, but Eddie here, as he would go by, he grew up in a rocky household. He was kind of like back and forth between like parents and step-parents, and his biological dad, who ironically was a drug counselor, introduced him to drugs. This is by age 11. And so he began to lead that life. He would drop out of high school. He tried to join the U.S. Army when he was still 17. He would end up being discharged due to failure to conform. And then he would end up finding himself in Castleberry, Florida, where he would meet a man named Tim Dick. Tim would end up welcoming Eddie into his family. And eventually, Eddie would end up renting a room from Tim's grandmother, Betty. On September 20th, 1993, Eddie had gone out to a bar where he had, they said, anywhere between 6 to 36 drinks. After the bar, he then went to a friend's house where he took, I think they said, 10 hits of LS and D. Let's say it that way. He then went to Tim's house after that, where he had a little bit more alcohol. And then he went back to the house he was living at. When he walked inside, Betty's 4 grandkids were asleep in the living room. According to one of the grandkids, he appeared to be laughing and being loud, and he was very intoxicated. He made himself a sandwich, he goes to his room, and then later he comes back out, and out of nowhere, he picks up the sleeping 8-year-old girl named Toni Nooner, Betty's granddaughter, and he just strangles her until she stops breathing. He then sexually assaulted her corpse. And then he goes into Betty's room. He just strikes her over the head with a candlestick. She wakes up, she starts screaming, and then he has a knife and he stabs her repeatedly until she dies. One of her other granddaughters, Wendy, observes this. Eddie takes that girl and ties her up and puts her in the bathroom. He then takes a shower in that same bathroom, cleaning all the blood off of him. And then he flees the house. His case is then put on America's Most Wanted, and because of that show, it would lead to his capture. He had made it all the way to Bakersfield, California, so authorities were able to arrest him there. At his trial, it was determined he had a massive amount of psychological issues. But the fact that he was very intoxicated and he was high on illegal substances, a lot of them, it really brought out the psychological issues, which then led him to do this spur-of-the-moment attack for no real reason. And so he was found guilty of 2 murders and he was sentenced to death. He's now at a Florida death row prison where he awaits his execution. A barrel would be found under a bridge and inside was a body. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of the Elliot Family murders. Viewer discretion is advised. It was the morning of July 30th, 1998. A woman was trying to leave her trailer, but she couldn't because the front door was blocked. So she goes out a back entrance and wraps around the trailer, and she sees why. Lying just before her door was the bloodied body of her daughter, Lisa. Lisa and her family, I believe, lived on a different house on that same property. So obviously, police are called. Lisa was married to Carl Elliott, and the two of them had 2 kids together, Gregory and Felicia. Now, this is an older photo of them, because by this time, Felicia is 8 years old. But when police walk inside the Elliott home, they find another body, 7-year-old Gregory Elliott. Carl was missing. Was he the killer? 48 hours later, here at the 11-Point River in the town of Pocahontas, Arkansas, where they lived, they found Carl's body. He had been shot numerous times. 3 members of this family are now confirmed dead, but 8-year-old Felicia is missing. On September 7th, 2000, under this bridge, another body was found inside of a barrel. It was the skeletal remains of 8-year-old Felicia Elliott. Through their investigation, police would learn of basically the family having connections to illegal substances in the area. They were connected to this family, the Green family, Chad Green and Billy Green, as well as Jason Green. Witnesses, I guess, would state that this family had apparently dealt to the Elliot family. Another witness comes forward to state that about 2 months before the murders took place, Lisa was trying to get a $10,000 loan, basically, in order to pay the Greens, because I guess she owed them a debt. And that the same witness said Lisa was terrified of the Green family. I also read that there was a rumor that one member of the family had stolen potentially a pot plant from the Greens, and that could have been another motive for them to have killed this family. So Chad and Billy Green are arrested and charged with the quadruple homicide. I believe Jason was arrested and charged with tampering, but not having any involvement in the actual murders. But then Chad Green agrees to testify against his father Billy in order to take a reduced sentence, and so he is convicted and given a 40-year sentence. Billy goes on trial, Chad testifies against him, so does Jason, and he ends up getting sentenced to death. But then in 2006, the Arkansas Supreme Court overturns the convictions. And this was because they said improper testimony was allowed. So they had to go on trial again. But this time, Chad refused to testify against his dad. So his initial deal was taken back. So now, because he refused to testify against his dad, his deal's revoked, and he ends up being convicted of all 4 murders and gets 4 life sentences without parole. And then he gets an additional 40 years for kidnapping. Billy goes on trial again, this time without his testimony, but I think Jason still testified, and he ends up getting 4 consecutive life sentences without parole, so no longer the death penalty. At Billy's second trial, they get some shocking testimony, and this all revolves around what the motive was. A jailhouse informant, who I don't believe actually got anything out of this, he testified that he shared a cell with Billy. Well, Billy confessed that they were in fact responsible for the murders, but the motive was 8-year-old Felicia. And so what the informant is told is that Chad Green had sexually assaulted the young girl. The young girl had then gone to her parents. The parents said, "We're going to police." And so therefore, Billy gets involved and ends up helping him take out the family. They kidnapped Felicia. They did not kill her that night. They stored her in a trash can with a lid with ties around it. They took her out to sexually assault her numerous times. And then Billy told Chad all good things must come to an end. And then he dragged Felicia, an 8-year-old child, into the woods, and then he slit her throat and put her body in a barrel and just dumped it in the river. By the way, I forgot to mention, Lisa and Gregory had both been beaten to death with a tire iron. Like I said, the jailhouse informant really didn't get anything out of this. He said he had an 8-year-old daughter at home, and when he was told this story by Billy, he had to say something. There was another theory by an author who was writing about this case, stated that this may have started over just an accident. That one of the Greens had fired a warning shot towards one of these individuals, but actually hit them, and because of that, they had to kill the remaining witnesses. So there are multiple theories about why this happened, but ultimately the Greens were responsible for killing this entire family. I don't exactly know what happened to Jason Green, but it sounds like he wasn't involved in the actual murders, but also he knew about them and never told anyone. And these 2 monsters will never be able to hurt anyone ever again. A 39-year-old murder mystery was finally solved in 2022. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Erin and Susan. Viewer discretion is advised. 45-year-old Susan Tice had recently moved to Toronto in Canada, and she had moved from Calgary. Susan was a therapist. She at one point had been married, and they had 4 wonderful kids together. At the time of this case, she had recently moved into this home here. On August 17th, 1983, a family member would enter her home and he found her murdered. Susan had been stabbed numerous times and she had been sexually assaulted. Just 4 months later, another woman, 22-year-old Erin Gilmore, was found murdered inside her apartment, also in Toronto. Erin was an aspiring fashion designer. She was actually the daughter of a Canadian tycoon named David Gilmore. Apparently he was the one who founded Fiji Water, but Erin was also stabbed and she was also sexually assaulted. Now this is 1983, the DNA technology had not really come to fruition yet. And so at first, the murder of both of these women was not necessarily connected, at least in police's eyes. However, both of their cases would go cold fairly quickly. They ruled out any of their, own loved ones, boyfriends, husbands, that kind of thing. They ruled out other male acquaintances in the area, co-workers, and it just sort of baffled police. And then many years later, when DNA technology advanced, they were able to create a profile because DNA was left behind with both women. Now, at the time they discovered this, the DNA matched each other, meaning the DNA left behind on both crime scenes came from the exact same man. But that was as far as technology had taken them at that point. They still couldn't determine who it belonged to. Until 2022, just a couple of years ago, our good friend genetic genealogy would play a massive role. Using this, they were able to link to family members of the culprit, which then helped narrow it down to this man here, 61-year-old Joseph George Sutherland. At the time of the case, however, this was him. He would have been about 22 or so years old. Initially, he was charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder, but then he would end up taking a plea deal. He basically pled guilty to second-degree murder for both women, and he was sentenced to life in prison. I don't know if he has said why he did it. The 2 women did not know each other, and by all accounts, he did not know either of the women. This sounds like one of those, maybe he followed them inside their places or stalked them, which does beg the question, are there more victims? Because usually they don't just stop at 2. Typically, if they have this urge in them, they usually do a lot more than that. However, DNA has not linked him to any other murders. I think according to Canadian law, he can ask for parole after 10 and then 25 years. But hopefully he rots. 6 people would perish in one of the craziest deaths at theme parks. Viewer discretion is advised. This particular story happened here at Palisades Park, which is located in New Jersey. And it was August 13th, 1944. The Palisades at the time was about 15 acres, and on that day it was absolutely jam-packed with people. So this right here was called the Virginia Reel, just a basic little roller coaster, I guess, that you sit in this little saucer and you kind of just spin around. Well, on that day, this ride was packed with kids. And all of a sudden, as one of the things is going down the track, a fire kind of just starts. And then the firemen would later say that the flames knifed through the tracks. And that particular car that I guess initiated the fire somehow, it just burst into flames. And according to many witnesses, within moments, the entire coaster itself was just rapidly engulfed in flames. And then it just spread. It spread throughout the entire park. One source said that 19,000 people or so had to obviously be immediately evacuated from the theme park. This obviously caused a significant amount of chaos. While firemen and volunteer firemen are rushing to the scene and trying to put out this blaze that, again, really just sort of started kind of out of nowhere. There was a little girl when this started who jumped off the coaster with her entire dress on fire, and she was just burning. And from what I understand, that girl would actually end up surviving because people were able to quickly put out the flames. The firemen there said that apparently this guy's getting a roast beef sandwich at this time, kind of weird. But firemen would say that the flames were hopping and skipping 50 feet. And all of the amusement park rides were just getting engulfed in flames before they could even do anything about it. But after battling the fire for a long time, they were finally able to extinguish it, which obviously left the entire park in ruins and just smoke everywhere. 3/4 of the Palisades had been completely burnt to a crisp. This is an image of actually the parking lot because the fire has spread rapidly into the parking lot, and it destroyed nearly 200 cars. And nobody could do anything about it. And sadly, 6 people who were on the Virginia reel where the fire originated, 6 people were not so lucky to get off the ride. Those 6 people had been engulfed in the flames that rapidly spread throughout this roller coaster, and they would burn alive. And some of them probably died also from smoke inhalation. 125 other people were gravely injured but would end up surviving. And I know there was a lot of fines involved and there were probably lawsuits. I just don't know the results of them. And how the fire started was really a mystery. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Evelyn Visich. Viewer discretion is advised. Evelyn Vasquez Visich was actually born in Puerto Rico. She was primarily raised by her grandma, and then when she was 19 years old, they actually would end up moving to New Jersey. She got herself a job at a design factory, something that she absolutely loved doing. One day, she met a man named Peter Visich, and the two of them hit it off, and eventually they started dating, and then they got married. Then they had a baby, a little boy named Ryan. However, the marriage between Evelyn and Peter wasn't really going well. Their marriage had become very strained towards the end of 2002. And Evelyn would end up filing for divorce. It was January 7th, 2003. Peter would walk into the home that he still shared with Evelyn. When he walked in, he found Evelyn, and there was blood everywhere. She was on the floor of the bedroom, and she had a knife protruding out of her chest. So he immediately goes next door to a neighbor's house where he calls 911. The fire and ambulance and police arrive, and unfortunately, when they get there, they pronounce Evelyn dead. She had her throat slit, and she had a stab wound, obviously, to her chest. Peter said he noticed that the jewelry that she always wore was missing from her, but other than that, nothing else was really stolen from the house. Now, Peter says he left the house sometime around 10 p.m. or so with the 3-year-old son to go get some milk. And so I guess in that short time frame, someone, Peter thinks, broke into the house and killed his wife and probably tried to steal stuff. But the thing is there was no signs of forced entry. The doors had not been busted down. The windows were perfectly intact. No screens were cut. Nothing was yanked out of the wall. Now, when they interviewed Peter, he had told them about the divorce, and he said that the divorce proceedings were amicable. But then other people that police interviewed would say, no, they were not. In fact, they found out that a big reason for the divorce was Peter was extremely verbally abusive to Evelyn. And he made the divorce ugly. It was bad. When police arrived at the crime scene initially, Peter's van was parked in the driveway. And so therefore it was part of the crime scene, and so they were able to search it. They didn't really find much like physical evidence in terms of like DNA or like that. However, they found a prepaid phone card. Remember those? Do those still exist? Well, police were able to search the records of how that phone card was used, and they found that he had been contacting pretty much just one number only since November of 2002 up until literally the hours before the murder happened. That number was traced to a man named Frank Thon. Peter and Frank had met in 2002. Frank was from New Jersey. By the way, the house, the family lived in Chestnut Ridge, New York. I think I forgot to mention that. So police want to question this Frank Thon person. What does he know? Why was Peter in such frequent contact with him? So they bring him in for questioning. And that's part of the clip I showed at the very beginning of this video is part of that interrogation. But he essentially folds. He tells them what happened. Frank admits he was the one to murder Evelyn. But it was because Peter had hired him to do so. Peter offered him $10,000, $5,000 up front and $5,000 after it was said and done. He says that they met at a pizza restaurant, some pizza joints, and police would end up going to that place, and they confirmed through like waitresses and staff there that Peter and Frank had both been seen there conversating on at least one occasion. So police would say, basically, we'll work out a deal with you, Frank. You confess to what you did, and you also testify against Peter because he hired you. We'll give you a more lenient sentence. And he agrees. So he says that Peter hired him, and on that night, Peter opened or left the back door of the house deliberately unlocked. He then took his son and with intent went to the store, knowing full well that Frank was about to enter the house. And so he was giving himself essentially an alibi, but also, I guess, protecting his son from whatever horrors that may have happened. Police can confirm this because they have several footprints around the house, shoe impressions in snow around the house and leading up to that back door. They can confirm that those were Frank's shoes. He then says he walks in and he hides and he basically waits for Evelyn to come into his view. She's already gone into the room. He then sneaks in where he stabs her in the back, and then he cuts her throat, and then he stabs her in the chest. Then he steals the jewelry off of her body and flees the house. Through phone records with this phone card, through eyewitness statements confirming that Frank and Peter had met and planned this, they were able to corroborate pretty much everything Frank said. And so he was convicted, Frank Thon, of second-degree homicide, and he was sentenced to life in prison with a minimum of 20 years before he could ask for parole. And then Peter, so he was charged with both second and first degree murder. He would be convicted of both first and second degree murder, and he was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Their son, by the way, was taken in by, I think, his uncle, and he is now a teenager, or older now, obviously, and he is living well. It's just a shame that he couldn't have his mom in his life, but because of his dad, he lost both of his parents at just the age of 3. He would kill these 5 women and would just tell police, yeah, I did it. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Farion Wardrip. Your name is stupid as fuck. Viewer discretion is advised. Tina Kimbrough was born in October of 1964, and at the time of this case, she's 21 years old and she's living in Wichita Falls, Texas. She was working as a bartender and waitress at a local hotel. But when she did not show up for work one day, they checked on her at her apartment. This was on May 6th, 1986. And inside her apartment, it looked completely just ransacked, but they also discovered the body of the 21-year-old woman. She had bruises all over her. The coroner would determine that she had been suffocated, and this was likely with a pillow. 72 hours after the murder happened, a man would call the police in Galveston, Texas, and confess to being the one who did it. He called them and he said, I'm going to end my own life because of what I did. But police were able to arrive to his apartment in time where they were able to apprehend him safely, and then he once again confessed to the murder of Tina. The man who confessed was Farion Wardrip. He said he was in her apartment and that she reminded him of his ex-lover, and for some reason that just angered him, and so he suffocated her with a pillow. So he was convicted of her murder and sentenced to 35 years in prison. In December of 1997, he only served about a third of his sentence. He was released on parole. He moved to Olney, Texas. He got married and started working at a screen door factory. In 1999, police there in Texas would open up a cold case unit, essentially, and they were looking into the murders of 3 other women. Terry Sims was born in May of 1964, and at the time of this case, she's also living in Wichita Falls, Texas. She's working as an EKG specialist at a hospital. On the night of December 21st, 1984, Terry's friend Lisa would end up dropping Terry off at home because I guess Lisa had to go to work, and then she planned to go and meet Terry after she got off of work. When Lisa returned to the apartment at about 7:30 or 8 o'clock in the morning, Terry wouldn't answer the door, and she felt something was wrong, something was off, and so she contacted the landlord, and the landlord opened the door, And inside the apartment, they found the bloody body of Terry. She was stabbed numerous times, and the coroner would later determine she was sexually assaulted. There was a fingerprint left on Terry's shoe that was not hers, and they also found male bodily fluid. However, at that time, they couldn't connect it or link it to anybody, because this is again in the 80s, before our technology we have nowadays even existed. Toni Gibbs was born in February of 1961. By January of 1985, she is 23 years old and she's a nurse at a hospital. On January 19th, 1985, Toni is reported missing by her coworkers. 2 days after that, in a field kind of just off the road, some utility workers discovered a body. It was later confirmed to be the body of Toni Gibbs. She was also stabbed to death, and she also had been sexually assaulted. Initially, police actually arrested a man named Danny Laughlin, I guess a local bartender who knew her, and this is based on the fact that he failed a polygraph test with regards to her murder. Now, his blood type did not match the blood type of, because I guess there was DNA found at her crime scene as well, but his blood type did not match that DNA. But all the same, they actually put him on trial for her murder, but he would be acquitted of her murder based on the fact that they really had no evidence. Ellen Bow was born in March of 1964. By 1985, she is a 21-year-old. She is a waitress at a restaurant. On September 20th, 1985, it's believed that Ellen was abducted as she was walking to her car after work. Her body was found on October 10th, 1985 in the Wichita County, Texas area. Because her body was so badly decomposed, they did not have any physical evidence they could get from her body. And they also had a really hard time determining how she died. So fast forwarding to 1999, when they have this cold case team working on these cases, because they believe that all three of those women were connected by the same killer. Based on evidence, they determined that Terry and Toni had definitely been killed by the same person, because the DNA from both of those crime scenes were the same person. That DNA, because Farion had been in prison and his DNA was in the system, that DNA linked back to Farion Wardrip. So when they brought him in for questioning, he didn't even try to pretend like it wasn't him. He just confessed. So yeah, no, I did that. I killed all three of them. Oh, by the way, there's a fourth person as well that I killed. Oh, okay. Nice of you to tell us now. He also confessed to the murder of Debbie Taylor. Debbie, born in April of 1959. She was living in Tarrant County, Texas. By the time this case happened, she's 25 years old. She's a mother of 2 children. On March 24th, 1985, she went out to a bar with her husband, but apparently her husband left before she did. And then people actually saw Farion Wardrip at the bar as well that night, and he had been talking to Debbie. So apparently, he says that he tried to, have sex with her. She denied him, and he got really pissed. And so he basically, I guess, followed her out, took her to a secluded location where he then sexually assaulted her and killed her. She had been manually strangled, which was confirmed by the autopsy, and then he confirmed it when he confessed to it. Initially, police thought that her husband had killed her, and he was in the hot seat for some time, but they never had enough evidence to actually try him for the murder. And then Farion Wardrip would confess to it in 1999. And even though Ellen Bow was so badly decomposed, there was no physical evidence, he also confessed to hers as well. So not only did he kill Tina Kimbrough, but he then confessed to the murders of 4 other women. So towards the end of 1999, he goes on trial, essentially, and he is found guilty and convicted of all 4 murders, and he is sentenced to death. Farion, to this day, is still awaiting his execution. This is another Deaths at Theme Parks. Viewer discretion is advised. Oh my god, no, that's a no. This particular incident happened at a theme park in China. I believe it's called Longshan Amusement Park, and the ride in question is this. It's called Scream. This is an image of one of the animations of this incident, and it looks like this ride has 2 different compartments for people, and I'm guessing it swings back and forth. Why? Why do we do this? Can someone answer? So in May of 2015, on the Scream ride, passengers would board their seats, and then obviously the restraint bars are lifted up so people can actually sit down. So 5 people got on, and 2 people were on one side, and then you had 3 on the other. So the ride operator, for whatever reason, started the ride before the restraint bars were put down. So this is an animation of the incident, and these things are always hard to take seriously because of how they're done. But at any rate, you'll get an idea of what happened here. So there they are getting on, and then, oops, forgot to put the lap bars on. Then the ride operator says, go time. All 5 people were launched out of the ride. All of them landed on the hard ground below. Now, as you saw, the first 2 were basically launched off from the lowest point. But according to the incident reports, the other individuals were basically launched out somewhere around like 20 to 30 feet in the air, and then they landed on the concrete below. And those 2 people were killed. People took out their cell phones after the incident and they were taking pictures and all that. But the bodies basically landed right there and just in the middle of the crowd. And from what I understand, there was a lot of blood. 3 people were seriously injured, while the 2, obviously, like I said, were deceased at the scene. And this is because the ride operator wasn't paying attention and just hit the start button before actually securing the passengers in. So the theme park was closed and the owner of the theme park was basically arrested. And this actually happened on the ride's opening day. By 2018, this ride was completely dismantled. However, I don't know the results of like any criminal investigations or lawsuits or anything like that. There doesn't really appear to be any updates. I would have to think that that ride operator got in some pretty serious trouble because the idiot hit start. That's a screw up you cannot come back from. You look like Peyton Manning if he competitively ate instead of competitively playing football. Wow. Now you're just out here, you're attacking a gay person on the internet? A gay person, really? And scene. You see what I just did right there? I saw this comment and I wanted to use this just as an example for something that's been bothering me for some time. You see how he made absolutely no mention of my homosexuality in his comment, and yet I brought it up as if he was attacking me being gay? That is by the way, you're probably pretty spot on with that. But that is something that I just hate seeing when people use, like I see it a lot in the LGBTQIA plus community when someone says, like if someone were to call me an asshole in a video, like, Mike, your opinions on this particular thing were bad, and I think you're an asshole for saying it. And then I would respond with, oh, really? You're going to say that to a gay guy? What did the comment have to do with me being gay? Nothing. This happened to me personally when I remember I made a video with regards to, I don't remember her name, that one like huge creator who was being really transphobic there for a while. And then basically all of her followers came into like our comment sections, not just mine, but all of ours, calling us Islamophobic when we made absolutely no mention of the fact of anything to do with Islam or anything like that. Do you see where I'm going with this? Like, you called me fat. You didn't call me the other F word for gay people. I just don't like it when, especially I see people in my own community, again, the rainbow community, using our LGBTQIA plus status as a crutch to get away with saying bad things. Like, if you're a person on the internet and you say something bad, you say an asshole type comment or make an asshole statement in a video and somebody calls you an asshole for it, they're just calling you an asshole. They're not saying anything with regards to your sexual identity, your religion, your race. Like, me being gay doesn't excuse me from having bad opinions and saying the wrong things on the internet. Am I making any sense at all? It must be my fatness taking over my brain. Calling a gay guy fat, unbelievable. Huh? It's just like, I feel like there are people, again, especially I see it in my community, just to say it, who use their status as, the alphabet mafia as some kind of shield for saying and doing whatever they want. And you can't say anything back to that person because, well, they're going to call you homophobic or transphobic. They're going to drag you across the internet because of something that they didn't even say or imply or anything. They called you a jerk. They didn't call you the F slur. Like, I feel like it waters down the cause, Am I wrong? Tell me if I'm wrong. Maybe I am. I don't know. Correct me. He would be nicknamed the Chinese Jack the Ripper, but in this case, he was caught. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Gao Chenyong. Viewer discretion is advised. The majority of the murders that happened in this case happened here in Baiyin, which is in the Gansu province, and that is in northwest China. In May of 1988, a 23-year-old woman was found brutally murdered inside of her apartment. Her neck had been completely cut open, almost decapitated, and she was stabbed 26 times. In 1994, a 19-year-old woman was killed inside of her dormitory in a very similar fashion, except she was stabbed 36 times. In March of 1997, another victim was found murdered inside of her home the same way. January 1998, it happened again. A week later, still in January of 1998, it happens again. In a lot of these victims that I've mentioned so far, the police did recover fingerprints, and they collected male bodily fluid from I think at least one or two of the victims. However, those prints and DNA had never matched anyone, at least not then. In November of 1998, another woman is murdered, and this time, this is why he is nicknamed the Chinese Jack the Ripper. She was stabbed 22 times, but her breasts were removed, her hands were removed, and her genitals were removed. November 20th, 2000, that happens again. Another woman. May of 2001, rinse and repeat, it happened again. The very next day after that one, happens again. February 5th, 2002, it happens for the last time. 11 victims between 1988 and 2002, all killed in pretty much the same fashion. Stabbed at least 20 times, and then towards the end, the killer began to experiment with removing their organs, or cutting off parts of their bodies and leaving those parts next to them. But who that person was, nobody knew. You had composite drawings made of who could have been the suspect, based on witness accounts of who, what, and who they saw, but back then it never led to the arrest of whoever it was. It would be by chance that he was finally caught. Gao Chenyong was 24 years old when the first murder occurred, and it happened next to a grocery store that he managed. And these murders seemed to be happening around kind of areas where he worked, or lived. His own wife would come out and say that he would be gone for hours at a time and she never knew where he was. Well, in 2016, Gao's uncle had been arrested for something completely unrelated, and the uncle had to give his DNA. So they plug that DNA into the system, and it comes up as a familial match to the 11 serial killer victims. They're able to determine that it came from Gao. They get his DNA, and it is a match. So when they present this information to him, he confesses to all of them. The psychological profiler would say that he had this animosity or aggression or something, obviously, towards women. And he had an almost uncontrollable, urge to do what he did. They have 11 known victims. They have speculated that there could be more. But he confessed to the 11 victims. So in 2016, he was convicted of 11 murders. He was sentenced to death. And 31 years after he committed his first murder, he was executed in a manner that they have not released. Sucks to suck, bud. His skeletal remains were found inside a cave, but the circumstances and how he got there still remain an unsolved mystery. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Gary Simmons. Viewer discretion is advised. It was October 16th, 1991 in Independence, Missouri. This man here, Tyrone Rollins, who was a new bus driver in the area, well, he claims that he consistently got this kind of odd feeling about this outcropping that had a cave on the other side that was right behind the bus depot he worked at. So he goes to check out the cave. This is a recreation from Unsolved Mysteries, but when Tyrone went inside the cave, he found the skeletal remains of someone. So the police were called, and a coroner would collect the remains, and they discovered that this person was shot through the back of their head. So they ruled this death a homicide. Eventually, they were able to confirm with dental records that that was the body of Gary Simmons. Gary Simmons had disappeared back in 1974, and the investigation into his disappearance seemed to go absolutely nowhere. Gary, pictured here, was the owner of several gas stations in the area called Simmons. Now, these were in Kansas City. Gary did really well for himself. The gas station business was lucrative for him, but during this time, there was a pretty substantial oil crisis. There was, at the time, this kind of operation where illegal gasoline purchases were being made by these big companies, essentially black market gasoline. But according to everyone that was involved in his life, Gary was not a part of any of that. On October 15th, 1974, Gary would leave his oil company that day to meet up with a man named Tom Dixon. Tom Dixon, pictured here, had contacted Gary with regards to a horse purchase, because Gary also liked to sell horses. So Gary and Tom met at 10:15 a.m. according to Gary's secretary. 15 minutes later, Gary calls the secretary and says, hey, write a $30,000 check to Tom. At 11 a.m., Tom shows up at the business to pick up this check, but Gary's not with him. Tom allegedly meets back up with Gary to get him to sign the check. At 11:30 a.m., Gary Simmons was seen at a truck stop about 10 miles away from his business, and that was the last time anyone ever saw him. According to witnesses, Gary looked as if he was looking for someone. But then when Gary never showed back up at work and no one ever saw him, he was reported missing. 6 months after he disappeared, Gary Simmons' vehicle was found submerged in a nearby river. Police learned that this man, Tom Dixon, had attempted to get Gary's car destroyed, but they wouldn't do it. And then in 1991, Gary Simmons is found shot in a cave. There is speculation that Gary was in fact involved in this black market gasoline stuff, despite everyone who knows him saying that's not true, and somehow that led to his murder. Maybe Tom Dixon was hired to kill him and came up with this ruse of a horse purchase. Or was it just about the horse sale? Could it have been a robbery attempt? Tom was never arrested. It's believed he's dead. This is likely the face of a cold-blooded child murderer. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Georgia Lee Moses. Viewer discretion is advised. Georgia was born on January 7th, 1985. She was described as an absolute ray of positivity, a loving old soul. She was a wonderful and caring friend, even at the age of 12. She was described as a very ambitious young girl, and she had a lot of plans for her future. But sadly, that future never would happen. On August 13th, 1997, Georgia had been hanging out with a friend of hers, and I guess Georgia received a page on her pager, and the friend didn't know who it came from. But I guess Georgia would quickly call this person, and then Georgia and her friend would walk to this nearby gas station. And this was on the corner of Dutton Avenue and Sebastopol Road, which is in Petaluma, California. Shortly after they arrived there, Georgia's friend said that Georgia then left with an unknown man, someone the friend did not recognize at all. But Georgia appeared to go with him willingly. Georgia gave no explanation to the friend at all. The friend claims that later that night, I guess a couple hours later, Georgia would call her and say she wouldn't be back tonight. But as a matter of fact, that would be the last time anyone ever heard from her again. It wouldn't be until about 7 days later when someone finally reported her missing. I guess her sister lived with their mom, but Georgia was living, I guess, with a family friend at the time. But for whatever reason, nobody reported her missing. I don't know why. Child Protective Services would show up to her mom's house for a completely unrelated thing with regards to someone else in the community. And it was her 7-year-old sister who told them that her sister was missing. That was the first anyone heard about it. But sadly, it wouldn't take long to find her from there. That exact same day, the body of a young girl was discovered off Highway 101. This is the exact location. Her body was decomposed, so they had to use dental records to verify who it was, and it was in fact Georgia Moses. She had been sexually assaulted and she had been strangled. The coroner determined that she died likely the night she disappeared. Based on the description the friend gave, this is the man that Georgia left with at the gas station. This man has never been identified. This man has never come forward. But it is believed that this man is likely her killer. Her sister, now grown up, is still fighting for justice for Georgia. It's been over 25 years and the man still isn't found. If you have information about who this man is, please call 707-565-2185. Please help her get justice. Okay, so this is basically the only video on Gypsy Rose that I'm going to make because a lot of people ask me, what do you think? What do you think? What do you think? It doesn't matter what I think. Gypsy Rose is 32 years old, but as far as I'm concerned, she was born on December 28th, 2023, the day she was released from prison. Gypsy Rose never had a life. She was born into basically abuse, and she was abused and abused and abused until her abuser was murdered. Do I wish that Gypsy Rose's abuser had been dragged through the legal system for years on end instead of being murdered? Yeah. Did Gypsy manipulate her boyfriend into killing her mom? Probably. Gypsy was desperate to escape a prison she never thought she would get out of. When she escaped it, she was then put into an actual prison for 8 years. She has never known true freedom, ever. Not until December 28th, 2023. And now, the world seems to be putting every ounce of pressure possible on her to, I guess, be the person that they want her to be or need her to be. I don't know, can we maybe let her just, experience life for the first time? Maybe for a little bit? The ironic part is I see people who are, getting upset that she's not acting the way they expected her to act or the way that they want her to act. You know, almost as if these people want to control her and puppet her to do their bidding. I don't know. Maybe let's let Gypsy control Gypsy's life for the first time ever. This mountain, this avalanche of social media pressure being put on her is asinine. I've seen many creators say this, and I'm going to say it too. She is a person. She's not a character. A person who was horrifically abused for her entire life before her abuser was killed. Do you guys even understand what that level of pressure can do to someone's psyche? Especially someone like Gypsy? Jesus Christ, let it go. And by the way, do I feel like she should have been in prison for her role in the murder? I do. I mean, yeah, the victim was a monster, and ultimately it was the only way she felt at the time she could get out of it. But, we do have laws for a reason and murder laws for a reason. It would have been significantly more satisfying to drag that monster through the legal system. But obviously she felt that wasn't really going to be a possibility. I think she served the correct amount of time she should have served. This was just an impossible situation that the majority of us cannot possibly fathom. And hopefully none of us ever have to understand it. But it's over now, so maybe let's just let Gypsy be Gypsy. You know what I mean? Just for a little bit, maybe. First it was a sinkhole, and then boiled alive. Hello, true crimerers. This is another craziest deaths imaginable. Viewer discretion is advised. This story happened back in 2019 in the city of Penza, which is in Russia. This is obviously the after effects of what happened, but initially one car drove over this area which was at the time paved, but they noticed a little bit of steam coming out. And then a second car which had 2 passengers, 2 co-workers, they drove over the area when suddenly the ground collapsed. A sinkhole just swallowed the car. And that wasn't even the worst of it. The car, as you can see, fell and it kind of rolled upside down. Well, they fell into a pool of 176-degree water because the cause of the sinkhole was a burst water pipe. The car then very quickly filled up with that steaming hot water, and the 2 men inside were unfortunately boiled to death. They believe their deaths happened within minutes, but probably for at least a few minutes, they were in absolute hell. A man died inside of a dinosaur in one of the craziest deaths imaginable. Viewer discretion is advised. This fella here is located in Barcelona, Spain. It's located just outside, I guess, something called the Cubic building, and it was used initially as promotion for a movie theater that no longer exists. In May of 2021, a father and son had walked past the Stegosaurus statue when they noticed a very foul odor. So they contacted the local police just to check it out. And so when the police arrive, they peek inside and they find a body. It was the body of a 39-year-old man who was found upside down in this back leg. Just beneath his head was his cell phone. It is believed that the man somehow climbed inside the Stegosaurus through a hatch, I guess, in its belly, and somehow at some point while inside dropped his cell phone down the leg. He then went down to retrieve it, which would make him go, upside down, and he slid all the way in, and he got stuck in the leg, and he did not have enough room to maneuver around. I cannot find his exact cause of death. However, the police stated that they believe the man was in there for at least a few days. I don't know if that means he was deceased for all of those days or if it took several days for him to die. I would think that he died somewhat quickly because I imagine he would have been screaming and someone over the course of a couple of days would have heard him. But from what I understand, the size of that leg is not very open, and so he was likely very compressed inside there, making it hard for his chest to move in and out for breathing purposes. And typically in stories like this, death can happen within 20 to 30 minutes of that occurring. You know, not to mention he has all of the blood rushing to his head. If he didn't die that way, then he may have died from just starvation. Regardless of however he may have passed on, it had to have been at least a terrifying, 15 to 30 minutes. I hope he wasn't in there suffering for a couple of days. But it gives me just like the heebie-jeebies just imagining being stuck in this basically tube about the size of your body and not having the ability to then move your body. And you're upside down. That is not a pleasant way to go. And so I hope for him, that it was quick and it was painless. 2 young girls go missing in the same area in the same month and are found deceased within a day of each other. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Heidi Seaman and Erica Boteo. Viewer discretion is advised. Heidi Lynn Seaman was born on November 16th, 1978. And by the time this story happened, she's 11 years old and she's living with her family in Texas, in the San Antonio area. She was described as a really good kid. She was well behaved. She was always happy. She got along with everyone. She did not know or had never met Erica Boteo. Erica was born on October 22nd, 1982. By the time this case happens, she is 7 years old and also living in San Antonio, Texas with her family. Erica was described as the family's beam of light. She radiated innocence and pure happiness. But in 1990, one unknown monster would steal that innocence forever. It was August 4th, 1990. Heidi had just finished her 5th grade year at elementary school. She had spent the previous night over at a friend's house, and her friend would walk her about halfway down to where, Heidi's house was, and then Heidi was going to walk the rest of the way on her own. Heidi's friend saw her turn the corner to go down the street, and then she was gone. Heidi never made it home. And the search began immediately. They combed through every field, through every bush, knocked on every door. On August 11th, 1990, they organize a massive search for Heidi. They get 300,000 people involved. The search continues for Heidi, but on August 23rd, 1990, another family would be dealt a devastating blow. 7-year-old Erica Boteo was outside playing. This was just like about 2 or 3 miles away from Heidi. Her parents go outside looking for her to have her come in, but she's no longer outside. And so basically the group that was searching for Heidi, they kind of joined forces with those searching for Erica. And so the search was humongous. I mean, this was a massive, massive search. But over the course of a 24-hour period, starting on August 25th, 1990, both families would get the absolute worst news possible. In a field in the nearby town of Wimberley, just off of a rural road next to an open field, the decomposed body of Erica Boteo was found. And then on August 26th, less than 24 hours later, also near the town of Wimberley, the body of 11-year-old Heidi Seaman was also found. Was this a coincidence that 2 girls went missing around the same time and were found a day apart? Was there 2 different murderers running around the same area? Or were these cases connected? Well, to this day, nobody truly knows. This is the road that Heidi was walking down, and there were witnesses who stated they saw a red vehicle, possibly like a station wagon type car. And the first suspect that came up in Heidi's case was Major Eric Duncan. He was actually instrumental in helping lead the search for Heidi, which I'm sure a lot of you probably know. Sometimes that ends up being the killer because they want to be involved in the investigation. They want to know where the authorities are in their investigation. He owned this car, very similar to the one that was seen driving back and forth on the road Heidi was walking on. Now, he was the former supervisor of Heidi's dad. They were in the Air Force. It even got to a point where they actually brought charges against him in connection to this murder, but due to lack of any physical evidence, they had to drop all charges. Another suspect they had was this man, Jerry Lee Neighbor. I guess he was like a wanderer, in the area. There was DNA found on Heidi's remains. That DNA did not match any of those suspects. It was around this time when police would basically state that there really was no known connections between these two cases, meaning that the likelihood is that they were in fact killed by two different people. And so it came down to just a tragic coincidence. I don't think they've said with absolute certainty that they're not connected, but they said in all likelihood they're not. They also arrested 3 suspects in Erica's case, but eventually 2 of those 3, the charges were completely dropped and the grand jury decided not to indict. A 3rd suspect had apparently confessed to it. However, he was ruled mentally incompetent, and anything he said was inadmissible in court. This is basically a man who confessed to just something, who probably didn't understand what he was doing or saying. But as of now, in January of 2024, the murders of Heidi and Erica are still unsolved. It is possible they may be connected, but the likelihood is they're not. So the police are asking for the public's help in trying to identify 2 different kidnappers and murderers, who both likely lived in Bexar County in San Antonio, Texas. If you have any information about the murder of either of these girls or both, please contact the San Antonio Police Department at 210-207-7635. You can report your information anonymously. You don't have to say who you are. You just have to say what you know. Help these families finally get the closure they deserve. A man would elude capture for nearly a decade, but finally a cigarette butt would do him in. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Holly Cassano. Viewer discretion is advised. Holly Marie Cassano was born on October 28, 1987, and she was born in Mahomet, Illinois. At the time of this case, Holly is 22 years old and she has a young daughter. She is a wonderful mother. She has a brother, she has 2 sisters, and 2 very loving parents. On November 1st, 2009, Holly would be working at her job at a grocery store called Meyer Grocery. She was working until about 11 p.m. and when she got off, she would drive back to her home in Mahomet, Illinois, and it was in a trailer park. Her mom had been watching her daughter. Holly was supposed to pick up her daughter by 9 a.m. the following morning, but Holly never arrived at her mom's place, and she only lived, 3 or 4 streets down. So Holly's mom tries calling her, but she's not answering her phone. And so she gets into the car and she drives down the street to Holly's home, knocks on the door, but no answer. So her mom walks inside the trailer and she finds Holly. She was dead on the bathroom floor. Holly had been stabbed 55 to 60 times. The indications at the crime scene would also look as if she may have been sexually assaulted, which would be confirmed because they did find male bodily fluid with her, but at that exact time of the investigation, it did not match anyone. Police immediately began to question every single person in the trailer park where Holly lived. They questioned everyone at her work. They requested that if any male in her life or any acquaintance of hers or any neighbor, if you're a guy and you want to provide your DNA, please do so. And so they actually ended up getting 150 different guys to willingly supply their DNA, and none of them were a match. Unfortunately, from that point on, the case just went cold. They really didn't get any tips that led to anything substantial. There weren't any jilted exes, the father of the baby was ruled out. Everyone was ruled out. And they were just having a hell of a time finding the culprit of this. Fast forward all the way to about 2018 or so, police would take the DNA found on Holly's body, the male bodily fluid. They created that profile and they plugged that profile into the genealogical setup. The whole, like, the Golden State Killer, that one, that's, how he was caught. And it would create a link to the family of a man named Michael Henslick. Michael had actually grown up in the same neighborhood as Holly. They went to the same high school together. They were basically in the same grade. And he was living in the trailer park that Holly was living in at the time of her murder. But this man never came up on their radar. And obviously he was not one of the people who volunteered his DNA. According to police, he was never really mentioned in any tips or anything. So police had to follow him around. They waited patiently for him to finally discard something that they could get DNA from. And finally, he was smoking a cigarette and he carelessly flicked it. And police, with a very watchful eye, saw exactly where it landed. And once he went back inside, they collected that cigarette butt. They took DNA from it, created a profile, and matched it to the one found with Holly. 100% match. Kind of the unbelievable thing is that Michael Henslick had been arrested a few times over that period of 9 years, in that gap of time where this case was unsolved. Both times he was given orders to supply his DNA, but he never complied with those orders. 2 times he failed to comply with it. But apparently the authorities never really followed up on it. And had they followed up on it and gotten his DNA sample, just because he was a felon, they would have matched to the Holly case way, way sooner. So he goes on trial for the murder of 22-year-old Holly Cassano, and the jury only deliberates for an hour, maybe. They come back and they say, guilty. The DNA was obviously the kicker. They had collected, once they had him in custody, they collected his DNA officially and they matched it again just to make sure that they were correct. And it was confirmed to be his. Michael Henslick was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. So the man who murdered an innocent woman, a lovely young mother, he will never hurt anyone ever again.
How many owls would it take for you to see in one day that would make you think something was up?
1. It would take one goddamn owl. And something was up. Owls are psychopath murderers. We all know this. Owls are from the Peterson, I trust your day is going well. I hope you're having a hoot. When a teenage girl's body was found at the Devil's Teeth, many people wondered if it was an occult sacrifice. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Jeanette De Palma. Viewer discretion is advised. Jeanette was born on August 3rd, 1956 in New Jersey. And at the time of this case, she is a 16-year-old high school student. Her friends and family described her as a very kind and beautiful young woman, and she was also very in touch with her faith. She was religious along with her family. On August 7th, 1972, which was actually just a few days after her birthday, Jeanette planned to go to a friend's house. She was going to take the train, something she did often. She told her mom. Her mom said, okay. But Jeanette never made it to her friend's house, and the friend contacted Jeanette's mom. Jeanette's mom became very worried, and by the following morning, when she still hadn't shown up anywhere, they reported her missing. On September 19th, 1972, a dog brought something back to its owner. The dog had been around this nearby quarry, and what it had in its mouth was a human arm. The man would then retrace his dog's steps and eventually stumbled across a full human body. This is the exact location where she was found. It was at the base of this cliff, which is known in the area as the Devil's Teeth. And then the rumors began to flow. So the body was identified eventually as 16-year-old Jeanette De Palma. Now, this is a crime scene photo that was literally within the past year basically obtained by a group called Weird New Jersey, which contradicts a lot of things. Because initially when the story came out, it was reported that Jeanette's body was surrounded by sticks that were in the shape of a coffin. That there were also these weird occult little figurines surrounding her body, including like crosses, and they also said there were deceased animal remains found with her. And so for a very long time, this idea that there were witches or the occult had somehow murdered this young girl, really took over this entire case. Many people started to circulate this concept that Jeanette De Palma was sacrificed by witches. And it didn't sound like the police were really doing much to squash those rumors. They were kind of just almost letting them happen. Now, Jeanette's cause of death is also a mystery. The coroner found no, stab wounds, gunshot wounds. They found nothing of the sort on her body, and they were basically skeletal remains. The clothing was still fully on her body. Her clothes did not indicate any stab wounds either, or gunshot wounds. Apparently, near her body, they found this vial that had an unknown substance in it, and to my knowledge, that substance has never been tested. So there was this other theory floating around that she must have died of some kind of overdose. But they also couldn't prove that, because they couldn't do a toxicology report on her remains. The coroner actually would state that he believed that strangulation may have actually been her cause of death. However, the coroner could not actually physically prove this, but he said he also couldn't rule it out. Sometimes you'll see in their neck bones that there is some kind of fracture or breaking that would indicate manual strangulation. So I don't know if he found that or not, but his belief is that she was strangled. You also have, again, the cops saying, well, this may have been an overdose, but again, you can't prove either way. At any rate, just within the last year, the website obtained the actual crime scene photos and proved there was no occult figures surrounding her body. There were no animal remains surrounding her body. There were sticks surrounding her body, but they were just fallen sticks, and her arm was draped over one of them. But they were not in the shape of any kind of coffin. And apparently they also found some little objects kind of within 8 to 10 feet of her body, but what was missing was her purse and her cross that she always wore. There was speculation that this may have been done by a drifter or an unhoused individual who was kind of roaming that area, but that person was never actually found. Then there was this report that came out many years later that somehow the police destroyed the file on this case. But then the police would come out and say, well, no, it was actually, the file was damaged in the 1999 floods. But then the weird New Jersey group discovered that wasn't true. They had the file. They obtained a copy of the police file, including the crime scene photos. Why would you lie? And we're here now officially in 2024, and Jeanette De Palma's case, potential murder, is unsolved. They can't even say for sure if she was murdered, but the likelihood is that she was. The only, at the time, illegal substances that she ever did was marijuana. All of her friends and family were adamant that she never did anything else other than that. There was nothing of the sort, paraphernalia, found near her body at all, or in her clothing or anything. You can't disprove it, but there's no evidence to suggest that that is the case. I guess it also applies to the strangulation theory, too. She could have been suffocated, and there would have been no way of knowing that if it's just skeletal remains. She could have been stabbed, but it just didn't hit any bones. Unfortunately, we'll probably never know how she actually died. And from what it sounds like, her case is listed as a suspicious death and not officially a homicide. But the general consensus seems to be that this was a murder. Somebody somewhere out there just might know the truth, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have information about the mysterious death of 16-year-old Jeanette De Palma in New Jersey, please call 908-527-4500. A 13-year-old father was murdered 38 years ago, and his killers are still out there. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Jimmy Townsend. Viewer discretion is advised. By 1985, Jimmy Townsend is 13 years old, and he is attending Reiser Middle School, which is located in Monroe, Louisiana. Jimmy was described as a gifted athlete. He played baseball and football, but he absolutely loved boxing, and he was really good at it. He was also featured in the local newspaper due to his, athletic skills, and he won a contest to have lunch with Joe Frazier. On August 24th, 1985, Jimmy became a father. I don't know the circumstances behind how this came to be, but his baby girl was named Christy. But he only got to know her for just a few weeks. This is the Monroe, Louisiana Civic Center, and behind the Civic Center, at least back at this time, there was the Arklamis Fair. And on September 28th, 1985, Jimmy and a group of his friends would go to the fair. At approximately 11:30 p.m. that evening, Jimmy and his friends got into some kind of altercation with another group of kids. Apparently, this other group had about 7 individuals in it. They were all boys and aged between 15 and maybe 19. These 7 kids started to become very aggressive, very mean, and violent towards Jimmy and his group of friends. So Jimmy and his friends kind of scattered, and they ran all over the place, and eventually his friends would meet back up. However, Jimmy was not there. He did not meet back up with them. And then they went looking for Jimmy, and they found him. Jimmy had been beaten to death. It was so bad that his neck had separated from his spinal cord. Now, I have to imagine this happened, at a busy fair. And apparently at one point there were witnesses who stated they saw the beating, but then those stories were never corroborated. And despite, his group of friends seeing this other group of kids and also other people at the fair, none of those 7 kids were ever identified. And they don't even know necessarily if those kids were responsible for his death. I mean, more than likely they were. But apparently people saw the beating, but then also didn't see the beating. And apparently, according to Christy, his now, adult daughter, police do have suspects in this. However, those suspects have never been arrested. They've never been charged or anything. And who those people are, those names have not been released, at least not officially. And so Christy is just asking for the public's help and wanting someone to come forward to help solve her father's murder. Because Jimmy was murdered brutally, and she never got to know her dad. But somebody somewhere out there knows what happened to him and who did it. If that person is you, please contact Crime Stoppers. There is a financial reward for information leading to an arrest. Swans would be responsible for one of the craziest deaths by animals. Viewer discretion is advised. Pictured here was 37-year-old Anthony Hensley. He was a husband and a father to 2 girls. He was described as someone with a great sense of humor. He loved animals, and most importantly, he was one of the best fathers you could possibly ask for. Now, Anthony worked at a condominium complex in Cook County, Illinois. Specifically, he was to tend to the pond that was located in the middle of this complex. He had been doing this job for some time. The condominium complex would bring in mute swans to live basically on this pond. And I guess the reason why they did this was because it helped prevent geese from invading the pond. Anthony tended to the swans. He actually made sure they were always fed, and he took really, really good care of them. He actually really, loved these swans a lot. And unfortunately, just one day, something crazy would happen. Anthony had gone out onto the pond in his kayak, and he was wearing, gear, heavy boots, a heavy, suit. And what they think happened was that Anthony may have gotten too close to the mute swan's nesting area. And so the swans would react and they would defend it. And according to witnesses, a couple of these big swans began to attack Anthony while he was on his kayak. And they're pecking at him, and it's painful. And it's so relentless that it actually causes him to tip over in his kayak, and he falls into the water. Now, Anthony is, again, wearing heavy boots, and he's not wearing a tire to go swimming in. And because of the heavy clothing and heavy boots, he's having a hard time staying afloat. All the while, these swans are still attacking him every time he tries to surface. They are pecking at him. Now, I don't know if it's the same feeling or not, but I have been poked, nicked by a goose before, and it hurt. So I can only imagine this was just as bad. Anthony was having a very difficult time trying to even surface. People were trying to find ways to get into the pond to help him, but the swans were just in attack mode, so they may have gone after anyone. Unfortunately, by the time rescuers arrived, which is within 5-6 minutes, Anthony is no longer seen anywhere. And that is unfortunately because Anthony would end up sinking to the bottom of the pond, and Anthony drowned to death. This is one of those scenarios that you just never think could happen. I never would have pictured swans being a lethal animal, but I guess it proves they'll do anything to protect their nest and their babies. Let's see the house on the pond.
Where shall I put you? You've a ready mind. There's talent. Oh, my goodness, yes. Plenty of wit and learning. Not a bad mind, either.
Oh,
it's
okay.
all here in your head. Better be Ravenclaw.
What does that mean? Oh, I like blue. I like blue. Do I like ravens? I don't understand. When a teenage girl's body was found at the Devil's Teeth, many people wondered if it was an occult sacrifice. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Jeanette De Palma. Viewer discretion is advised. Jeanette was born on August 3rd, 1956 in New Jersey. And at the time of this case, she is a 16-year-old high school student. Her friends and family described her as a very kind and beautiful young woman, and she was also very in touch with her faith. She was religious along with her family. On August 7th, 1972, which was actually just a few days after her birthday, Jeanette planned to go to a friend's house. She was going to take the train, something she did often. She told her mom. Her mom said, okay. But Jeanette never made it to her friend's house, and the friend contacted Jeanette's mom. Jeanette's mom became very worried, and by the following morning, when she still hadn't shown up anywhere, they reported her missing. On September 19th, 1972, a dog brought something back to its owner. The dog had been around this nearby quarry, and what it had in its mouth was a human arm. The man would then retrace his dog's steps and eventually stumbled across a full human body. This is the exact location where she was found. It was at the base of this cliff, which is known in the area as the Devil's Teeth. And then the rumors began to flow. So the body was identified eventually as 16-year-old Jeanette De Palma. Now, this is a crime scene photo that was literally within the past year basically obtained by a group called Weird New Jersey, which contradicts a lot of things. Because initially when the story came out, it was reported that Jeanette's body was surrounded by sticks that were in the shape of a coffin. That there were also these weird occult little figurines surrounding her body, including like crosses, and they also said there were deceased animal remains found with her. And so for a very long time, this idea that there were witches or the occult had, somehow murdered this young girl really took over this entire case. Many people started to circulate this concept that Jeanette De Palma was sacrificed by witches. And it didn't sound like the police were really doing much to squash those rumors. They were kind of just almost letting them happen. Now, Jeanette's cause of death is also a mystery. The coroner found no, stab wounds, gunshot wounds. They found nothing of the sort on her body, and they were basically skeletal remains. The clothing was still fully on her body. Her clothes did not indicate any stab wounds either or gunshot wounds. Apparently, near her body, they found this vial that had an unknown substance in it, and to my knowledge, that substance has never been tested. So there was this other theory floating around that she must have died of some kind of overdose. But they also couldn't prove that, because they couldn't do a toxicology report on her remains. The coroner actually would state that he believed that strangulation may have actually been her cause of death. However, the coroner could not actually physically prove this, but he said he also couldn't rule it out. Sometimes you'll see in their neck bones that there is some kind of fracture or breaking that would indicate manual strangulation. So I don't know if he found that or not, but his belief is that she was strangled. You also have, again, the cops saying, well, this may have been an overdose. But again, you can't prove either way. At any rate, just within the last year, the website obtained the actual crime scene photos and proved there was no occult figures surrounding her body. There were no animal remains surrounding her body. There were sticks surrounding her body, but they were just fallen sticks. And her arm was draped over one of them. But they were not in the shape of any kind of coffin. And apparently they also found some little objects kind of within 8 to 10 feet of her body, but what was missing was her purse and her cross that she always wore. There was speculation that this may have been done by a drifter or an unhoused individual who was kind of roaming that area, but that person was never actually found. Then there was this report that came out many, many, many years later that somehow the police destroyed the file on this case. But then the police would come out and say, well, no, it was actually, the file was damaged in the 1999 floods. But then the Weird New Jersey group discovered that wasn't true. They had the file. They obtained a copy of the police file, including the crime scene photos. Why would you lie? And we're here now officially in 2024, and Jeanette De Palma's case, potential murder, is unsolved. They can't even say for sure if she was murdered, but the likelihood is that she was. The only, at the time, illegal substances that she ever did was like marijuana. All of her friends and family were adamant that she never did anything else other than that. There was nothing of the sort, paraphernalia, found near her body at all, or in her clothing or anything. You can't disprove it, but there's no evidence to suggest that that is the case. I guess it also applies to the strangulation theory too. She could have been suffocated, and there would have been no way of knowing that if it's just skeletal remains. She could have been stabbed, but it just didn't hit any bones. Unfortunately, we'll probably never know how she actually died. And from what it sounds like, her case is listed as like a suspicious death and not officially a homicide. But the general consensus seems to be that this was a murder. Somebody somewhere out there just might know the truth, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have information about the mysterious death of 16-year-old Jeanette De Palma in New Jersey, please call 908-527-4500. A 13-year-old father was murdered 38 years ago, and his killers are still out there. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Jimmy Townsend. Viewer discretion is advised. By 1985, Jimmy Townsend is 13 years old, and he is attending Reiser Middle School, which is located in Monroe, Louisiana. Jimmy was described as a gifted athlete. He played baseball and football, but he absolutely loved boxing. And he was really good at it. He was also featured in the local newspaper due to his, athletic skills, and he won a contest to have lunch with Joe Frazier. On August 24th, 1985, Jimmy became a father. I don't know the circumstances behind how this came to be, but his baby girl was named Christy. But he only got to know her for just a few weeks. This is the Monroe, Louisiana Civic Center. And behind the Civic Center, at least back at this time, there was the Arklamis Fair. And on September 28th, 1985, Jimmy and a group of his friends would go to the fair. At approximately 11:30 p.m. that evening, Jimmy and his friends got into some kind of altercation with another group of kids. Apparently, this other group had about 7 individuals in it. They were all boys and aged between 15 and maybe 19. These 7 kids started to become very aggressive, very mean, and violent towards Jimmy and his group of friends. So Jimmy and his friends kind of scattered, and they ran all over the place, and eventually his friends would meet back up. However, Jimmy was not there. He did not meet back up with them. And then they went looking for Jimmy, and they found him. Jimmy had been beaten to death. It was so bad that his neck had separated from his spinal cord. Now, I have to imagine this happened, at a busy fair. And apparently at one point there were witnesses who stated they saw the beating, but then those stories were never corroborated. And despite, his group of friends seeing this other group of kids and also other people at the fair, none of those 7 kids were ever identified. And they don't even know necessarily if those kids were responsible for his death. I mean, more than likely they were. But apparently people saw the beating, but then also didn't see the beating. And apparently, according to Christy, his now, adult daughter, police do have suspects in this. However, those suspects have never been arrested. They've never been charged or anything. And who those people are, those names have not been released, at least not officially. And so Christy is just asking for the public's help and wanting someone to come forward to help solve her father's murder. Because Jimmy was murdered brutally, and she never got to know her dad. But somebody somewhere out there knows what happened to him and who did it. If that person is you, please contact Crime Stoppers. There is a financial reward for information leading to an arrest. This tiny clue would help solve a brutal murder. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Kaylee Bruce. Viewer discretion is advised. Kaylee was born in May of 1979, and she lived in Traverse City, Michigan. At the time of this case, she was working the front desk here at the Beach Hotel Resort. It was a job that was described as perfect for her because she was an incredibly friendly person, outgoing, and she loved people. On the night of February 16th, 1998, she was working a short shift here at the beach. She was working between 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. But Kaylee never actually got home that night. And the next morning, they would find out why. The person who works maintenance there came in the following morning, and when they opened the maintenance closet, they saw one of the most gruesome crime scenes you'll ever see. Kaylee Bruce was lying in a massive amount of blood, and she was very clearly deceased. And there was blood just everywhere. It looked like a brutal fight had took place in this little room, and there was no surface that did not have blood on it. They would find multiple clothes irons on the ground, most of them covered in blood. Some of them had been broken, and it was determined that these clothes irons were the murder weapon, that she had been beaten to death with several clothes irons. And she was strangled with one of the cords of the clothes iron. Most horrifically of all, she had a metal rod that had been shoved into her lower region, and it penetrated 2 inches into her pelvic bone. And it broke the bone, and the coroner would discover that she was alive when that happened. The killer must have used either a hammer or a very strong boot to kick this rod that far deep and to break bone. Money was stolen, I guess, from the nearby cash register, but nothing else in the office. Nothing appeared to have been stolen, and there was no sign of a fight or struggle elsewhere. They did find shoe impressions. One of them was on her stomach, but there were multiple impressions. They would eventually determine that these belonged to a particular work boot, this style of Caterpillar work boot. The maintenance man did not own any of these boots. It was not his shoe size. And I think they had other suspects that they would take shoes and impressions, and none of them ever matched. When they put this information out on the news, police would get a tip that someone who was staying there at the beach was seen wearing a pair of these types of shoes. His name was Kevin Holzer. He moved out of the hotel about a week after the murder took place. He stopped showing up to work for some time, but then he ended up going back to work. And many people would say he owned a pair of boots like that. However, when they finally get a warrant to search his place, they never find any boots like that. However, he did suspiciously have a brand new pair of boots, literally the day after the murder took place. Other witnesses came forward to state that Kevin had an issue with a temper and was certainly aggressive towards women in the past. He, at the time, was working at a tire factory that I believe his dad owned. And that sparked a little bit of curiosity in detectives because next to Kaylee's body, they found this tiny piece of evidence. It was a tire valve core, and you can see it had a single strand of hair attached to it. When interviewing people at the location where Kevin worked, they said it was actually common for these types of things, because they're so small, to get stuck in the ridges of your shoes or your boots. Now, there was also blood on this valve. When they took that blood and they analyzed it, they confirmed that it was Kaylee's blood, of course, because it was in the murder scene. As for the strand of hair they found, it would take a little bit of time, but they were able to do mitochondrial DNA testing with it, and they discovered that that strand of hair came from Kevin Holzer, which officially places him in the crime scene after denying he had absolutely nothing to do with it and he had never been in that room. Kevin Holzer also tried to flee out of state, but thankfully he was caught and then he was arrested. And then he was charged with the brutal murder of Kaylee Bruce. In June of 1999, he would go on trial for the murder of the 18-year-old, and he was found guilty, and he was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. May he rot. The young woman was missing until they found her car. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Kathleen Noble. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time of this case, Kathleen Noble is 23 years old, and she is living in the Mountain View, California area. On February 24th, 1985, Kathleen and her boyfriend Richard would go to a party there in Mountain View. It was a really small, group get-together. Allegedly, Kathleen and Rich got into a fight at the party, and Kathleen basically stormed out. And from there, nobody ever saw Kathleen again. She would be reported missing, I believe, by the following day. About a week later in East Palo Alto, someone would call in a car that was just on the side of the road. When an officer arrived, they got closer to the car and they saw a bunch of blankets on the front seat, just a little pile of them. And there was also a really strong odor coming from this. So he would take off the blankets, and that's when he noticed a body. Inside the vehicle were the remains of a young female. It was determined that the car belonged to Kathleen Noble, and soon thereafter the body was identified as the 23-year-old woman. She had been bludgeoned to death. And when she was found, she was nude from the waist up. So this could have been a sexual attack. But from what I understand, they didn't really have any physical evidence to link to a suspect. They of course look into Rich Schaefer, her boyfriend, but they're able to actually clear him. And then police have themselves another suspect. This guy here, 20-year-old Mark Hensley. He was actually Kathleen's roommate, and the two of them also worked together. Everybody described Mark as a loner. He was kind of odd. He was just a strange dude. And basically from the get-go, everyone thought that he was the killer. When they interviewed him, he said that Kathleen never came home that night. But pretty much in that same interview, he later states that Kathleen, he heard the door closing, that she had come in. In Kathleen's bedroom, they found a lot of blood on the floor, on the mattress, just everywhere. And they also found that the mattress had been flipped over and there was more blood. They also find a trail of blood leaving from the apartment. So police are like, okay, if you heard the door close and Kathleen come home, then you had to have heard this attack. There's no way you didn't. And he said, I don't even know how, I can't believe it myself. But they had no physical evidence to connect him to the case, so they couldn't do anything. In 1999, they have a cold case team investigate this case. Those detectives find out that Kathleen had told numerous friends that she was terrified of Mark. He made sexual advances towards her that she spurned. They also discovered that he had a restraining order against him from another woman, a woman that he choked and then dragged her passed out body around their apartment. And so, based only on circumstantial evidence, they would arrest him and charge him with the murder of Kathleen Noble. And so at the trial, they really had to rely on witness statements about the interactions that, Kathleen had with him. They had to rely on this restraining order and the violence he, committed against another woman. And the fact that he lied that Kathleen never came home, but then suddenly he says, no, never mind, I heard her door close, but then didn't hear this brutal attack that occurred in her bedroom and noticed anyone dragging her body out of the apartment. It was circumstantial, but it was very strong circumstantial evidence. There was no DNA. There was no bodily fluid or fingerprints or anything like that. Even if they found fingerprints in the apartment, it would have still been you would explain it because he lived with her. But the jury deliberated for actually quite some time, for several days. They really put a lot of effort and thought into this one. And ultimately they came back and found him guilty of the murder of Kathleen Noble. He was sentenced to life in prison with a minimum parole period of 25 years. And he is currently at San Quentin State Prison. Hopefully he'll never be released, and hopefully there won't be more victims like Kathleen Noble. And thankfully she got her justice. Did this husband have enough time to murder his wife? Well, some think so. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Kay Hall. Viewer discretion is advised. Kay Esther Hall was born on April 4th, 1942. She was originally from Minneapolis, Minnesota, but by the time this case happened, she's living in Kilmarnock in Virginia. And at some point in her life, she meets a man named Bob Hall, and the two of them will get married. Kay would eventually become a very successful insurance executive, but then she would leave that, and her husband Bob would end up becoming oyster farmers, something they hoped would be lucrative. But according to Bob, that oyster business for them personally was not as successful as they had imagined. So the two of them argued, from time to time with regards to finances. Allegedly, Kay would say, would bring up the idea of divorce a couple of times, but that would never actually get to happen. It was the evening of September 30th, 1987. Along a back road in Virginia, a pickup truck was found, and lying next to the truck, or actually kind of under the truck, was a woman. She had been partially, pinned under the left front wheel. So an ambulance was called, but she would be pronounced dead at the scene. The woman would be identified as 45-year-old Kay Hall. Police would quickly learn that literally 24 hours prior to this, Kay had inherited $50,000. And then later that evening, Kay was in really good spirits. Her and Bob would go to this big house party. By everybody's accounts, Kay that night seemed to kind of be the life of the party. She was just going around to every single person, smiling, laughing, talking to them, and just having a great time. But at one point, Kay would get upset because Bob had tipped the bartender like a significant amount of money, especially considering they're having money issues. And so she got angry and she left. She got into their pickup truck and she drove home on her own. About 10 minutes later or so, Bob is then driven home by a friend of his. So the timeline is that Kay left the country club a little after 8 p.m. Sometime shortly after that, probably they think around 8:45 p.m., Bob would arrive home. And then at 9:55 p.m., Kay is found deceased on the side of the road, and she had been run over by her own truck. Kay's body was found 2 miles away from the country club, but in the opposite direction of their home. The truck showed signs of a struggle, like an altercation had taken place, maybe a little fight, but nothing was stolen from the truck and nothing was stolen off of Kay. Kay was fully dressed and she was not sexually assaulted. Police immediately suspected Bob was her killer because they had found out about how, she'd inherited $50,000 earlier and, they were having money problems and, maybe that money can be all mine. But the problem is Bob would have only there was only a 1 hour difference in time between when he got home and to when the body was found. This was roughly from the country club to his house, roughly a 15 to 17 minute drive. So that means if he got home at 8:45 p.m., he would have likely arrived at the crime scene by somewhere around 9:05 p.m. But police would also find out that from phone records that Bob made a phone call from the house at 9:47 p.m. No one else lived there. Kay was already deceased, so only Bob could have made that phone call, which means that he would only have between 9:05 p.m. and about 9:30 p.m. to find Kay and kill her and then drive back to the house. And the little map I'm showing, by the way, in all this is just basically kind of the drive he would have had to do. You see the little indication with like the little golf club kind of marker on the map, and to the right of that is where Kay's body was found, and then the little blue house is their home. The timeline was super tight. Possible, absolutely possible for Bob to have done this. He had to be very precise about it. In October of 1989, this case airs on Unsolved Mysteries with hopes that maybe someone will come forward with more information about who killed Kay. And the Unsolved Mysteries tip line got some tips. The tip they got was pretty substantial. Bob had a friend named William Carter. 2 months prior to Kay's murder, William Carter had shot his wife. She didn't die, but what he did was he shot her and then he drove to a different location and placed a phone call, and he did so deliberately to make it look like he had an alibi. And if you look back at this case, that's exactly the scenario here. Kay was killed, and then very soon afterwards, Bob makes a phone call from his house. The person who called in the tip thinks that Bob got the idea to do that from his friend. Bob also he said he had plans to burn down the house months before the murder in order to get the insurance money. So this will prove that he was capable of potentially orchestrating a crime in order to get money. In their investigation, police found nobody else to be a viable suspect, like nobody in her life that would have done this. So it either was Bob or it was a random encounter. It just didn't fit the bill, though, to police as a random thing. In July of 1990, Bob was arrested and charged with her murder, and he would be convicted of her murder. Bob was sentenced to 20 years in prison. In 1992, Bob was actually granted an appeal, and he would end up getting a second trial. This time, instead of going to trial, Bob agreed to plead guilty to second-degree murder in order to basically get time served. He got a 15-year probational sentence and was released from prison. It sounds like Bob still declares his innocence. He pled guilty, likely just to get a lighter sentence. Could Bob have done this? Yes. Is there enough proof to say he did? No. There was no physical evidence that traced back to Bob. Nothing. But somebody hit her with the truck. Someone ran her over. The only one with a motive would be Bob. Financially, he had a motive. They had a rocky relationship. Kay was talking about divorce. It's kind of like the cookie cutter mold for motive. In all honesty, I can't sit here and say for sure that he did it. He would not have had much time to do it, but it was possible to do. He could have done it. But is that enough to say that he definitely did? I don't know. At any rate, police considered they got their guy. This case is closed. If it was Bob, he's out now. He's free. And if it wasn't him, her killer is out there still somewhere laughing. So no, in the end, Kay Hall did not truly get the justice she deserved. A tape measure would lead to one of the most unusual freak accidents. Viewer discretion is advised. This story happened here at this construction site, which was located in Jersey City, New Jersey, and it was back in 2014. A 58-year-old worker there named Gary was in a truck delivering some sheetrock. Unfortunately, Gary was not wearing his construction helmet for, reasons that I'm not sure of. So as Gary is delivering the sheetrock, which is pretty much right next to this building, another worker is up about 50 stories, and his tape measure falls basically out of the open window space. Then the tape measure falls at a pretty high speed because these things are heavy, and it comes into contact with something metal, another metal object, and then it ricochets. And then the ricocheting tape measure, it comes into contact with Gary's head as he's there delivering the sheetrock. Gary would die from this absolutely random freak accident, with basically everything having to line up perfectly. The tape measure struck him on the top portion of his head. So if Gary had been wearing his helmet, it is pretty much widely believed that he would have been hurt, that this still would have kind of like jostled him a little bit, but he would absolutely still be alive. So this incredibly unfortunate and sad and tragic and unbelievably random event would turn into a lesson, I guess, if you want to call it that, as to make sure that no matter what, you were always wearing your construction hat while on site, because obviously you never know what could happen. They creeped behind him in the dark, and then they shot him. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Kevin Wheel. Viewer discretion is advised. Kevin Mitchell Wheel was born on August 8th, 1971 in Los Angeles, California. Unfortunately, I don't really have much background on him. All I can really see was that he was a graduate of Artesia High School, and then shortly after high school, he would actually end up moving out of his parents' house and got his own apartment. And so at the time of this case, he is living alone in the Lakewood, California area. He worked at a parking lot maintenance firm where I guess it was a business that his dad owned, and his parents described him as someone who was just always happy and someone who just loved life. Kevin himself was not in or a part of any gangs, but he was friends with people who may be affiliated in that scene. But no one really knows if any of that had any connection to what happened to him. It was May 3rd, 1991 at about 11:30 p.m. Kevin had spent the evening with some friends, and then he got into his car and began to drive home. So I guess he was driving through the Hawaiian Gardens area near Lakewood, and this was on Norwalk Boulevard near 221st Street. Witnesses would then say they saw a white compact car pull up like right behind Kevin, who was driving a Honda Civic, and the car was like right up on his tail. And then it just sort of creepily followed him down the road for a few moments before the white car in the back would swipe to the side of Kevin, and then at least one of the people took out a gun and began firing at him. Many shots were fired into his car, shattering his windows and also striking Kevin. 2 bullets entered his head, 3 entered his back. When an ambulance arrived, he was still alive and he was rushed to a hospital, but sadly, a couple of hours later, he was pronounced dead. That's when the witnesses came forward to state what they saw, basically, I guess, from their windows. The witnesses seemed to agree that there were 4 men in the car, and they believed they were Hispanic men. And all they could really see was that it was just like a small white car. They determined that the gun was a 9mm, but they could not find out why this happened. Like I said earlier, Kevin was not a part of the gang world, but he did have friends who mingled in it. But police, based on their investigation, felt that this was actually a random killing. This may have been one of those initiation type killings. Just pick a random person on the street and begin firing. Some also believe this may have been an act from the Artesia gang who had feuded with the Hawaiian gang, but ultimately nobody knows exactly why this happened. They put up flyers, but nobody came forward. Nobody wanted to talk. His mom is offered a $10,000 reward, but no one has come forward. If you have information, please call 562-623-3500. This guy is business up front and, well, a lot of sadness in the back, my guy. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of the Kirtland cult killings. Viewer discretion is advised. Pictured here is Jeffrey Lundgren, and he grew up in Missouri. And he grew up with his family in the RLDS Church, or Reorganized Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. He allegedly had an abusive father and just sort of a bumpy childhood. But he graduated high school, he goes to college. At college, he then meets and falls in love with Alice Keeler. They end up getting married. Jeffrey goes into the Navy, where he serves in Vietnam. The two of them pictured here in this lovely family photo. Well, they would go on to have 2 kids. This is one of them. Now, eventually the family would settle in Kirtland, Ohio. Ohio. He ends up getting a job here at the Kirtland Temple, but he's fired in 1987 for stealing. By that time, they had 2 more kids, so they have 4 total, and they move into a house really close to this temple. So Jeffrey basically begins to lure, I guess, members of the temple away and convince them to flock to him, because now he is a prophet. He has his own religious interpretations. And he was relatively successful in getting about 15 to 20 people or so over to his little new religious group. You see, they would be described more as a paramilitary religious cult. He trained these people in how to use firearms, especially like assault weapons. He had plans to essentially take over the temple. He essentially was, I guess, very good at brainwashing these people. He had a very twisted interpretation of scripture, and they fed into it. Now, nobody, and I mean nobody, should ever be intimidated by a person with this hair. But they were all the same. He was controlling, he was abusive to his cult members. He wanted them to all fall in line, do exactly what he tells them to do, what he orders them to do. And then enter the Avery family. A family he did manage to convince to join his group. But here's the thing. Jeffrey wanted all of these cult members to live like on the property, to live in the barn. But the Avery family basically refused to do that. They weren't going to. They wanted to live in their own home. Well, Captain of the Hairpocalypse here, he didn't like that. He didn't like that he couldn't control the Avery family. He began to realize that they weren't useful to him. The Averys were also pocketing their own money, but he expected them to give him all of his money. But they said, go f*** yourself, that's not happening. So, on April 10th, 1989, Jeffrey Lundgren decided to take care of the Avery family once and for all. He had his devout little followers dig a deep, basically pit, inside the barn, and the followers knew exactly what it was for. Lundgren would then talk to his devout followers, minus the Averys, and he made sure that all of them were falling in line with him. He questioned all of their allegiances, and that they were with him when it came time to sacrifice the Avery family. And they all said yes. They all go back to the property where they would lure the Avery family one by one into this barn. Dennis Avery was first, and 2 gunshots could be heard. Next was his wife, Cheryl, shot as well. 15-year-old Trina, 13-year-old Rebecca, and 7-year-old Karen were all dragged into the barn where they were all individually shot in the back of the head and thrown in the ditch. They had killed the entire Avery family. The day after the murders happened, police actually showed up on the property for a completely unrelated reason. And after they left, Jeffrey and his family became very paranoid, and so they picked up and they moved to West Virginia. And his cult following went with them. But then he and his family moved to California, and he left all of the rest of them behind. Almost a year after the killings, police would finally get a tip as to the whereabouts of the Avery family. Police arrive at the barn, and they dig, and they find them. They pull out body after body, and it is just utter horror. And so now the Lundgren family and his cult were all wanted fugitives. Jeffrey, His son Damon, his wife Alice, were eventually all found and arrested. And then various other members of the cult who participated in these killings were also captured and charged. The majority of them would be sentenced to, minimal terms, and most of them have been released. But Jeffrey wasn't so lucky. He was sentenced to death. Alice got 140 years, and Damon got 120 years. Maybe they'll have a family picnic down in the fires of hell. On October 24th, 2006, Jeffrey Lundgren was executed by lethal injection. Fun little factoid, nobody collected his body. So he was basically just tossed in a grave by the prison. Oh, also, they destroyed the barn property where all of this happened, and you know what they built there? A church. Maybe in your next life, don't have dumb hair. Yeah. This is the 1-minute missing persons case of Corey Glossett. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time of this case, Corey Glossett was 25 years old and living in Van Wert, Ohio. The last time his family heard from him was June 16, 2016. However, on June 24, 2016, he was bonded out of jail by this man here, Dale Gear. According to Dale, Corey spent the night at his place that evening, and then he says he dropped Corey off in Van Wert the following day. Corey was officially reported missing on July 21, 2016. There was speculation that he may have gone to Knoxville, Tennessee because he said he wanted to go there, but they checked, and he was nowhere in that area. He also left his cell phone and all his belongings behind. Police would discover that Dale Gear lied about some of his statements, and they actually got a warrant to search his home and his truck. They found blood in both locations. That blood belonged to Corey Glossett. Dale Gear was charged with tampering with evidence, but no other charges have been placed yet, and that's because Corey is still missing. Ah! Jesus! Girl, you good? Okay, shit, I was just asking. Damn! Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Lee Harvey. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time of this case, Lee Raymond Harvey was a 25-year-old man, and he was a father. And from what I understand, I think he was a bus driver during this time. And this was in England. And at some point, he meets this woman, a barmaid named Tracy Andrews, who had aspirations of becoming a successful model. She, too, had a daughter. Pretty early on, most people would state that the two of them had a very tumultuous relationship. It was volatile. Their relationship was described as on again, off again, and one time Lee's mom said that one time he came home, and this was because Tracy had taken a big chunk out of him. She bit him. She tended to be physically abusive towards him. Tracy was known as a very jealous lover. She was extremely possessive, and anytime any of her partners in the past had shown any semblance of wanting a social life, she was like, no, you can't do that. Tracy definitely had a mean streak. It was December 1st, 1996, along this stretch of road, when another driver would notice a man in the middle of the road, and next to him was a woman who was clearly in distress. The man on the pavement was dead. The woman appeared to be beaten. That woman was Tracy Andrews. The man on the ground was Lee Harvey. He had been stabbed 42 times, the majority of those stab wounds coming to his back. So what on earth happened? So that particular evening, Tracy and Lee had gone to a pub where they were seen arguing, and then they got into the car and began to drive home, when all of a sudden there was a road rage incident. She stated that the driver of this car had been following the two of them basically since the pub, and eventually forced them to stop their car in the middle of the road, which didn't make total sense to police because the car that Lee and Tracy were in was actually parked nicely on the side of the road. There were also no other tire tracks like in the mud, but their car had tire tracks in the mud. Tracy said it was a fat man with glaring eyes, the passenger of the car, that actually came up and stabbed Lee. And honestly, police had no choice but to believe that this was the truth. Tracy, within like a day or two of the attack, goes on the news with Lee's parents holding their hands. Basically, this is an attempt to help capture the killer. And then she says this.
The driver walked off. It's nothing to do with the driver. Whoever this person is that was with you, you obviously know him. But he's ruined my life. Please, just tell us who it is, because you won't get in any trouble.
The reason why that was a big old whoopsie-daisy moment for her was that basically she was suggesting the driver had no fault at all in what happened. But the driver was the one, according to her, who started the entire thing. The driver was the one who engaged in basically forcing them off the road. And the driver, let's say the passenger was the killer, the driver then took off with the passenger. Meaning the driver is just as responsible for the murder as the person who did it. And that is when police began to suspect that she was lying. That's when they began to question the people who lived in the houses down this road. One witness came forward to state they heard a man and a woman very clearly arguing just by where the car was found. Another witness said they saw Tracy and Lee's car drive by this area, but there was no other car at all. And then another witness corroborated that story too. And furthermore, police had collected some of the articles of clothing that she was wearing that day. And on her sock, they found the perfect blood-stained shape of a penknife. The stab wounds on Lee's body were not very deep and not very wide. They were determined to come from a penknife that was never found. So it was obvious to police that she took that penknife she used and put it into her sock and then disposed of it later. And then Tracy tries to end her own life. She fails. But to police, that proves even more guilt. Based on all of this, she would be charged with the murder of Lee Harvey. Her and Lee had been arguing a bunch that day. The argument likely continued into the car ride. Lee had been basically telling his mom that, I want to leave her, but I love her, despite her being physically violent towards him. Further evidence was the fact that he had been stabbed mostly in the back. He was trying to get away from who was stabbing him, but that person continued to stab him. And he had a clump of like 90 individual hairs in his hand. All of those hairs were proven to come from her head. Clearly him trying to basically stop her from doing what she was doing. So she goes on trial and she is found guilty of the murder. And finally, in 1999, while in prison, she finally confessed that she was the one to kill him. She said it was self-defense. 42 stab wounds, and primarily to the back, is not self-defense. How she got the black eye, though? I'm not sure. Some speculate she gave it to herself. In 2011, she was paroled. She got cosmetic surgery to change her appearance and changed her name. And then she got married to what they describe as the bravest husband in the world. Good luck to him. And while she's roaming free, Lee is still dead. His daughter does not have a father. That is not justice. She was alive when they set her on fire, but who did it? Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Lynn Amos. Viewer discretion is advised. It was the late evening hours of December 11th, 1995 in Washington, D.C. Firefighters are called because there is a fire in a townhouse. When firefighters get inside, and by the way, this is a recreation image, they don't see fire anywhere else in the building except for the bedroom, specifically the bed. They put the fire out, and that's when they make the horrible discovery that there is a body in the middle of this bed. Not only that, she's still alive. She had been completely engulfed in flames, but still remained alive. They rush her to the hospital. They determine she has third-degree burns over 80% of her body. At the hospital, a nurse asked her, "Do you know what happened?" And all she could do was she shook her head no. And then she never really regained consciousness after that, and 10 days later, she died. The victim was 38-year-old Lynn Amos. She worked at a management consulting firm, and she was a financial consultant. She had just recently moved to Washington, D.C. She'd only been living there for about 5 months. And at first, they chalked this up to just a horrible accident. They determined that because her blood alcohol level was at 0.25, which was nearly double the legal limit. They also found a cigarette on the bedding from her bed. But that's when Lynn's friends intervene and say Lynn did not smoke. She wasn't a smoker. There were no packs of cigarettes in her apartment. There were no matches. There were no ashtrays. And everybody in her life said she did not smoke. After a few days, arson experts have been able to go in and analyze the crime scene, and they determined that there were 3 different accelerants used for this fire: kerosene, gasoline, and turpentine. It had been dumped all over the bed. And so they determined that the fire was set deliberately, and this was now a homicide. Looking into Lynn's personal life, there really wasn't any shady characters like boyfriends or exes or anything like that that would do this. That's when they learned from friends that she had been doing a financial investigation into banks in Mexico. She told a friend that it was the Mexican equivalent of the Federal Reserve. She said that there were credit issues and very bad lending practices were involved. She told a friend that this report's going to be very, very ugly. But then one day, shortly before her murder, she suddenly stopped talking about work, and she started to seem kind of standoffish. One friend said she was kind of even concerned because she had lunch with her the day before her murder, and Lynn had said, "I saw some dangerous things down there in Mexico." And then the next day, she's found murdered. It's believed that this could be from like fraudulent loans or possibly even drug money, and she stumbled across something she wasn't supposed to see, and so she was killed for it. But they don't really know. If you have information, please contact the authorities in Washington, D.C.
Hey,
This is
y'all,
frustrating.
Today marks 3 years since Megan Rydell's life was taken. Her boyfriend, 3 years ago, claimed that he found her hanging from her bathroom doorknob. This bathroom.
There's no rinse unlocked. So this is my sister's door. That's my sister's hand. We believe that he had her in the headlock and she went to lean forward and caught herself in his elbow.
Now, Deer Park police immediately wrote it off as a suicide, saying that Megan took her own life. They also allowed her boyfriend to remove his things from her apartment. Y'all, he wasn't listed as an occupant. He wasn't on the lease. But he was allowed to remove his things. No investigation has ever been done on her boyfriend, Chase Brzezinski. So what did he do while he was out?
Attempted to kidnap 3 young girls, one of which being 11 years old in Deer Park in Pasadena.
Megan had a family. She had a sister. She had her mom. Hi, Michelle. Love you, Mama. She had a son. 3 years and no justice. 3 years and no investigation. 3 years. And Chase is still awaiting trial for trying to kidnap 3 young girls. Come on, y'all. Boost. Justice for Megan Rydell.
Hell, oh my god, I'm sorry for being here. I'll leave. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of a killer bowling ball, also known as Manuel Pardo. Viewer discretion is advised. Oh, that's normal. Manuel Pardo was born in New York in 1956. A former Boy Scout who would then later on join the Marine Corps, and he would find himself eventually living in Florida, where he actually became a member of the Florida Highway Patrol. But by 1979, he was caught for falsifying traffic tickets. Yeah, that tracks. So he was fired. But don't worry, he quickly got another job in the police force at the Sweetwater Police. And that is in the Miami-Dade, Florida area. But even he, a cop, had some run-ins with the law. And he lied to other officers, which led to him being fired from that position. But don't worry, he got a job working in the illegal substance trade. And then in January of 1986, when he was robbing a home that had, I guess, a man named Mario Amador in it, and another man named Roberto Alonso, well, he shot both men with a .22 caliber. Killed them both. A few weeks later, he murders a cab driver. The driver's name was Michael Malott. He thought he was a police informant. He wasn't. So he shot him in the back of the head with a 9mm. Then, oh, for fuck's sakes, God. Was there like a thrift store for serial killers back in the day where they just bought glasses? Then, in February of 1986, he murdered 2 more people during a botched robbery. Luis Robledo and Ulpiano Ledo. A couple of months after that, he, I guess, is trying to pawn a ring, and he has a disagreement with the people he's trying to pawn it to. So then, Farah Quintero and Sarah Musa, they were, I guess, the workers who were both shot and killed by him. He was trying to use fake credit cards, and basically they said no. Then he goes on to kill a man named Ramon Alvaro and Ramon's girlfriend, Daisy Ricard. Ramon was an illegal substance dealer who he had set up arrangements with him, but Ramon failed to show up on multiple occasions, and that really pissed off Manuel. This man gunned down and murdered 9 people, all between January and April of 1986. A serial killer you may have never even heard of. Some people say that the show Dexter was inspired by him, because he tried to play it off like he was some kind of vigilante, that he killed like drug dealers and stuff. He actually would say that he was on a mission to end drug culture in Florida. But all of his victims weren't a part of that world. Shocker, they also found not C material in his home. He would then be convicted of 9 murders, and he was sentenced to death. And then he did this. This is what all flat earthers look like, tell me I'm wrong. Anyway, Manny here was executed in 2012. Womp womp. She was found murdered in her bathtub, and police are still looking for her killer. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Markia Benson. Viewer discretion is advised. Unfortunately, I don't really know much about Markia as a person. But at the time of this case, which was March 30th, 2016, Markia Benson was a 36-year-old woman living here in the New Orleans Park Apartments, and this is in Seacane, Pennsylvania. Every picture of her I find, she always has this like big smile, so she seemed like a really, happy person. And, likely someone that a lot of people loved. She's someone that you would notice if she didn't show up to something, like work. On March 30th, 2016, Markia did fail to show up to her job, which was very much unlike her. She worked, I guess, for SIG Shipping and Packing. And when she didn't show up to work, I guess her then boyfriend was notified by a coworker, and then the boyfriend and the coworker will go to Markia's apartment. When they arrived, they were able to just walk into the apartment because it was unlocked, and it appeared to be in complete disarray. But as they go further into the home, they find Markia's nude body inside the bathtub, which had been full of like boiling water. So police were notified, and the coroner would later determine that she had been killed by blunt force trauma and also sharp force injuries to her neck. She also had scalding burns over her body because the water she was in was boiling hot. They would determine that Markia was killed in her bedroom and then dragged to the bathroom. Police said that this was somebody who was really, really angry. They said that there were derogatory messages written on her wall, and they're not going to release those statements for investigative purposes. But there was also blood all over the walls, and there was feces on the walls. They described Markia's killing as a brutal and sadistic murder. Despite the mess, there really was no sign of a struggle in the apartment, and so they believe that Markia likely let her killer in, or they had a key. Their first suspect, of course, was her boyfriend, but they checked his cell phone records and his alibi, and they confirmed that he was nowhere near when this murder happened, and essentially he was ruled out. They were also informed about a really kind of creepy, unsettling neighbor. They've been looking into him, but haven't really gotten far with it. Their primary suspect is one of her ex-boyfriends. They broke up in 2013, but they had recently started texting each other again. He last sent her a text message at 7:28 p.m. on March 29th, 2016, so likely the night of her murder. And his texts appeared to be kind of aggressive because she told him that they couldn't hang out that night. But police are nowhere closer to knowing who killed Markia Benson. If you have any information, please contact the local authorities at 610-734-7693. A man was swatted to death over this Twitter handle. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Mark Herring. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time of this case, Mark Herring is a 60-year-old man living in Bethpage, Tennessee. Mark was described as a really good guy, just a solid dude, and he was a really caring individual. He was also known as a bit of a computer whiz. He was incredibly intelligent when it came to this kind of thing. Now, Mark would join Twitter when it first came to be, and so he was able to secure the handle at Tennessee. And I guess he did that because of a love he had for a sports team there in Tennessee. Now, apparently, people can buy and sell handles and usernames on the internet. Well, I guess people will pay a lofty amount of money for certain usernames or handles on the internet. Mark also was a father, and his daughter would tell people that Mark would constantly get offers for his Twitter handle. But Mark always refused. It was his and he wanted it. Now, Mark was being bothered by a young little shit named Shane Sonderman. At the time, he's this 18 or 19-year-old dude. He made offers for at Tennessee. Mark said no. Shane Sonderman found out Mark's address. And so he would constantly send, food delivery people to his address with cash-only orders. Shane also bothered many other people this way. One time he created a Grindr account in order to basically lure a dude to someone else's address that apparently he didn't like from the internet. So he sends a gay man to this woman's house with this idea they were going to have a hookup. You know, the guy thinking it was another dude. At any rate, Shane's little hissy fit, he would put Mark's address in a Discord server. And some kid in the UK who was in that Discord server, he called the police in Bethpage, Tennessee, and said that basically Mark had shot and killed a woman inside his house. And so the police arrived. They surrounded his home, pointed guns everywhere. Mark came out with a gun in his hand, not knowing what was happening. The police said, "Toss your weapon." He did. They asked him if he was Mark Herring. He said yes. They asked him to come out. He was in the backyard. He was having a hard time opening the latch on the gate because he was really scared and really nervous. So the police say, "Well, can you hop over the fence?" He said, "I'm a 60-year-old fat guy. I can't." And so I guess he tried to crawl under the fence. He was in so much stress, so much fear, that he never made it under the fence because Mark Herring died of a heart attack. The swatting incident gave him so much stress and so much panic that his heart failed. And then police would quickly learn that this was a fake call, and the man died because of it. I'm having a hard time finding an actual confirmed photo of Shane. There's a CBS News article that captions this photo as being Shane Sonderman while talking about this story. And then there's also this Twitter handle that says Shane Sonderman. And the date, his last post, was literally the time he was essentially convicted. And then he said, this is his hashtag new profile pic. So I don't know if that's him or not. What caught my attention was his username, Heart Attack Jack. Heart Attack. I don't know if he changed his name or if that was always his name. But this kid was described as a really smug piece of garbage. Like, he can do whatever he wants and say whatever he wants, and he'll do it. He doesn't care. So it sounds like this is something he would do. But again, I can't confirm that this is actually him or not. People are commenting that it's him, and basically that he's a piece of garbage. At any rate, Shane Sonderman is actually arrested because they do their own, investigation. They find out where all this came from. I don't know what happened to the kid in the UK. But there was they had this conspiracy group from this Discord server, and they found out how they did so many other things. They swatted other people. They sent, deliveries to other people. They would just harass people at their addresses. But as far as I know, Mark Herring is the only one who died from one of those incidents. And these dumb little kids tried to extort so many people. But it was Shane Sonderman who posted the address to the Discord server. He was the one who started all of it. So I guess they got kind of tricky in terms of how they handled this legally, because, it wasn't Shane who killed him. The police didn't actually kill him either, but it was the swatting incidents that led to a health issue that caused his heart attack. But that being said, Shane Sonderman, he would end up pleading guilty, and this was to a single count of conspiracy. So he was fined $250,000. And he was sentenced to 5 years in prison. The judge basically said, "I wish I could do more, but the law is the law." I think that there's something about that kid that they know that the moment he's free, he will just do this all over again. He is that type of person. His stupidity, his childish behavior led to the death of a 60-year-old father. A totally awesome, loving, amazing guy. And because this dumb little kid wanted a Twitter handle. Do not ever swat someone. It is one of the dumbest things you could do and one of the easiest ways for you to spend a significant amount of time in prison. And I believe in some instances it is a federal crime. People have died from it. So don't be a fucking idiot. Two women with the exact same name who lived in the exact same area are found murdered within days of each other. Was it just coincidence? Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of the two Marys. Viewer discretion is advised. It was the early morning of October 12th, 2000. 48-year-old Mary Lou Morris was about to leave for work. She would kiss her husband Jay goodbye, and she went about her day. He tried calling her throughout the day like he always did, but she never picked up her phone. And when he called her employer, he found out she didn't show up to work. This was extremely strange, and so he immediately gets into his car and begins to drive around looking for her. What Jay did not know was that about 3 miles from their house, a person found a burnt-out vehicle with human remains inside. The body was so badly damaged by the fire that they could not tell how this person died. But sadly, the body inside would be identified as Mary Lou Morris. Police are just beginning their investigation into this, but 3 days later, it happens again. On October 15th, 2000, a vehicle is found within a short distance of where Mary Lou Morris's car was found, and inside this car was another murdered woman. This car, however, was not burnt out, and so they were able to quickly identify her and could determine how she died. The body was identified as 39-year-old Mary McGinnis Morris. Mary was a nurse practitioner. She was a mother and a wife. In this instance, they could tell that she had been beaten, but then her cause of death was a gunshot wound. You have 2 women who are named Mary Morris, who both live in the same area, who are both found dead in their vehicles within the same general area, and that just simply cannot be a coincidence, right? While they're looking into Mary Lou Morris, they determined she had a wonderful life. Her and her husband had a great marriage. There was no issues there. And so they were just having a really hard time figuring out who would do this to her. Was it related to her bank work, maybe? I guess they really couldn't find anything there either. Now police are looking into the life of Mary McGinnis Morris. So police would learn that he and Mary were allegedly having marital problems leading up to her death. So they asked him, where were you when this all happened? He claimed that he was at a movie with his daughter, but when police asked to interview the daughter, he would not let them. He also refused to take a polygraph test. And when they did bring him in for an interview as a witness, he said he wanted to do that with a lawyer, which, to be fair, is not unusual. I mean, sometimes people just want to better be safe than sorry, you know? So it doesn't necessarily mean he's guilty of anything because he wanted a lawyer. He may have just been trying to play this smart. Allegedly, Mike said that Mary was having an affair with someone, and he had confronted her about it, I guess, sometime before this all happened. And also they found out there was a $700,000 life insurance policy on Mary. They also found out that Mary was having issues with a coworker at her job. And this coworker also became a suspect alongside Mike. Mary allegedly feared this guy. And at one point, he basically destroyed her office. She also said one day she walked into his office and saw a note on his desk that said, quote, "Death to her." And so at that point, she tells Mike, and the two of them essentially agree to get her a gun for protection. On the day of her murder, she called her friend Lori that afternoon, and Lori said that Mary told her that she was just at a drugstore and there was a really creepy person there that gave her just the creeps. 12 minutes later, she makes a 911 call that has not been released to the public. That's because the 911 call was her being abducted. And then she's found murdered in her car. So, Mary McGinnis Morris, you've got a couple of suspects who could have done this. Mary Lou Morris, you didn't really have that. She had a good marriage. There was no affairs. There was no, troublesome people at work. Everything appeared to be squeaky clean. So why was she murdered? Well, there's the theory that she was the victim of misidentification. That who killed her was a person who was trying to kill Mary McGinnis Morris. That a hit had been put out on Mary McGinnis. Mary Lou Morris, when she was found, her wedding ring was missing. And the reason why people thought that was kind of strange was because if someone's putting out a hit on someone, they'll take something off of them like a wedding ring to prove to the person who, hired the hit that they were dead. And then with the Mary McGinnis Morris murder, police discovered that Mike Morris had called her cell phone likely after her time of death, and a call that lasted 4 minutes. He denies that phone call ever happened. He said he called, but it just rang, and he let it ring and ring and ring. But for 4 minutes? No. The belief is that Mike was actually talking to the person who killed Mary McGinnis, and probably the person that allegedly he may have hired. That is just a theory, though. So was Mary Lou Morris killed simply because Mary McGinnis Morris was actually the target, but they got the person wrong? Personally, I think that's a strong possibility, because it's just way too coincidental. But as of right now, both of their murders are still unsolved. If you have information, please call 713-967-5810. Her night of fun would end fatally in the clutches of this monster. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Mary Stetson. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time of this story, Mary Stetson is a 40-year-old mother to 5 children. She is single and she is living in Manchester, New Hampshire. Mary was described as a very busy person. She was always on the go. She was someone who wanted to work as hard as possible so that she could support her kids. She was working basically 2 jobs. She worked at a factory, and then she did like a side thing where she would clean people's houses for extra money. And sometimes her busy, hectic life, she wanted to just kind of let her hair down and have some fun. And that's exactly what she tried to do on July 18th, 1999. Mary had a date planned that night with a man I guess she had recently met. However, unfortunately, her date didn't show up. So she's like, all right, well, I'm still gonna go out and have fun. So she got a cab and left her home about 5:30 p.m. By the following afternoon, her oldest child would end up reporting her missing because Mary never came home. Mary didn't call anyone, she didn't show up to work, and that was just so much unlike her. But the same day she called to report her mom missing, here at the Piscataquag River, a body was found floating. It was eventually confirmed to be the body of 40-year-old Mary Stetson, but it was not the entire body. Her torso was basically found in a duffel bag floating in the river. But, DNA processes helped identify her. At first, police interviewed the man she was supposed to have a date with. He did have an alibi. He basically ended up going to another bar and just getting wasted. So next, they contacted the cab company she was seen leaving her house with, and they reported that they dropped her off at a local bar. They questioned people at that bar. They state that they saw her there with a man that most people didn't really know. That's when the wife of this man, Vaclav Pilch, she called police because Vaclav was missing. She believed he had something to do with the murder of Mary Stetson. So police get a warrant to search his apartment. Inside, a massive portion of the carpet had been cut out. The wife said the big duffel bag he used to carry his fishing gear was suddenly missing. They found bloody sheets, bloody towels, knives, saws, and the bedroom had a scene of a struggle. The blood they found in the apartment was confirmed to be that of Mary Stetson. They were finally able to track him down in Austin, Texas, where he was arrested. In the trunk of his vehicle, they found more items with Mary's blood on it. And her blood was on the back seat of his car. Initially, he said he had nothing to do with it. Ugh. But then he ended up folding and just told police where the rest of her remains were, which they found. He was just a random stranger to Mary. She willingly went to his apartment, but she rebuffed his sexual advances, and so he killed her. He got life without parole. 66 years ago, an Indigenous woman was found murdered, and to this very day, her killer has never been caught. Hello, true crimerers. This is another missing or murdered Indigenous woman case, and this is the case of Mavis McKay. Viewer discretion is advised. Unfortunately, I do not have any photos of the victim, and I don't really have any photos for this case at all. Mavis Josephine McKay was a Umatilla tribal citizen. By 1957, she was 32 years old and she had 3 children, and this is one of her daughters many, many years later. She had 2 sons and a daughter. On August 13th, 1957, in Toppenish, Washington, the body of a woman was found floating in this irrigation canal, and she was found with her face down in the water. The body would eventually be identified as 32-year-old Mavis McKay. At first, it sounds like the authorities believed this must have been an accident. She just drowned. But then the autopsy would show there was no water in her lungs, and she actually had a broken neck. Mavis also had several bruises to her body, and so they officially ruled her death a homicide. Mavis was also found nude, and so they would search up and down this row looking for her clothing, but they never found any article of clothing. All I can really see is that it says that several men had been questioned over the years, but nobody had ever been arrested and no one has ever been charged. As her daughter grew up, she was never really contacted by police about, where they were in this investigation. She was only 4 years old when this happened, but, as she got older, no one ever followed up with her. Then she ended up having her own kids and then grandkids. And then as she, progressed in her life, she was still trying to find out what happened to her mom. She said that kind of over the years, like other family members would say like, we may have an idea of who did it, but don't really know. But they've never said names. Her grandma had said that she thought it was just reckless people, just some reckless men. I can't really see much about any kind of like thorough investigation being done. I've said this a few times before in videos like this, and I want to say it again because I think it just needs to be drilled in. There was a quote one time from a family member from a different case who said that if you want to get away with murder in this country, all you have to do is murder an indigenous woman. In the United States, there are approximately 5,700 missing or murdered indigenous women cases that have yet to be solved. That is just what's been reported. On top of that, you probably have thousands more that just haven't been reported. Some people refer to it as a silent crisis, a crisis ignored. Indigenous women are 12 times more likely to be murdered than any other demographic in this country. It is an epidemic that most people don't even know is happening. Those thousands and thousands of people and Mavis McKay, they deserve justice. Okay, so what would I look like in the 1930s as a woman? Let's give it a go. I could vote, right? At least. Jesus Christ! I'm stunning! Hachi mama! This is quite possibly the face of a killer. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Megan Curl. Viewer discretion is advised. Megan, pictured here with her two brothers, was born on October 1st, 1973. And I think she was actually born on an Air Force base in Turkey. But eventually, she and her family would move to the States, to Lufkin, Texas. Unfortunately, Megan grew up in a school environment where kids would pick on her, make fun of her, but she pushed through. When she was 18, she would end up getting married and moving to Arkansas. But allegedly, her husband was not a great person, and he would physically assault her. So they get a divorce, and she moves back to Lufkin, Texas. Megan was a really happy-go-lucky person. She loved to be out and have fun with her friends. Her mom would describe her as being a little naive and someone who did want attention. And so the nightclub scene was something she really thrived in. On March 25th, 2000, she went out to a nightclub called the Electric Cowboy. Yeehaw. She was seen there by a bunch of people and she was having fun. And then eventually she was seen with a man in a cowboy hat that most people didn't really recognize. And then she was actually asked to leave by the owners of the nightclub because she was being too provocative. And then the unknown man who was seen with her, who bought her drinks, left with her. The two of them went to another nightclub called the Sports Shack. And then later, a friend of hers who was also there would end up driving her home. And then this unknown man was no longer with her. Megan came home at about 2:20 a.m. A neighbor and friend of hers saw her, and the two of them started having a conversation about how Megan's night went. This is a recreation from Unsolved Mysteries, but then all of a sudden a car speeds like crazy into the parking lot and just kind of stops. And there's a man in there, and then Megan says, "Oh, I think that's my friend from the bar." And she basically goes down to talk to him, and then the neighbor goes back inside. When the neighbor comes back out on the balcony, the car is there, but Megan and the man are not there anymore. This is another recreation from Unsolved Mysteries. The neighbor knocks on Megan's door. She sees Megan, and in the background, this is how she described it. She sees a man just sitting on the couch. The neighbor asks Megan, "Are you okay?" She says, "Yeah, this is my friend from the bar." Doesn't give her his name. The neighbor asks again, "Are you sure you're okay?" And Megan says yes, and she closes the door. And that was the last time anyone saw Megan alive again. At 4 o'clock in the morning, just about an hour and a half after all of this, a neighbor would come out because he smelled smoke. He looked up. Again, TikTok, another recreation. He saw flames coming from Megan's apartment. So 911 was called immediately. When they got there, they had to bust down the door because it was locked. The fire was contained basically to Megan's bedroom. When the fire is finally put out, they notice something horrific. There is a body tied to the bedposts of the bed, and the body is charred beyond recognition. Through dental records, the coroner would eventually determine that these were the remains of 26-year-old Megan Curl. Her throat had been cut to the bone. There was a plastic bag basically melted over her head. They also noticed basically remnants of a nightgown that she was wearing, and when they asked friends and family, they said, well, the only time she would ever wear a nightgown is if she was essentially about to make love with someone, which made them believe, okay, so this is definitely someone that Megan knew. So police would question her ex. They were able to clear him because he was in a different state and was alibied. They interviewed everyone in her family. They interviewed all of her friends. They interviewed as many people as they could from the nightclubs. I guess Megan did have a boyfriend at this time, and they looked into him a lot, and they determined that he too was likely not the killer. And also, he wasn't the man who was seen in the apartment, according to the neighbor. So this is the composite drawing, which are always frightening, of the man that the neighbor saw inside Megan's apartment, and also inside the car. This man right here is at least the very last person to see Megan Curl alive, but more than likely, this man is her killer. And police have been asking for the public to please help identify this man. They also made a composite drawing of the man she was seen at the bar with, the man in a cowboy hat. And he is not labeled a suspect. He is labeled just as someone they want to question and talk to, because he may know something. And he doesn't really resemble the other man either. And we are left with the mystery of who killed Megan Curl. Somebody somewhere out there knows the truth, and perhaps that someone is you. This was a pretty gruesome and horrific and cruel murder. This person cut her throat so deep that it reached bone. They put a bag over her head to suffocate her, and then they lit her on fire. And that person has gotten away with it for 24 years, to be specific. So please, if you recognize this man or have any information about the murder of Megan Curl, please contact the Lufkin, Texas Sheriff's Department. You can also contact Lufkin Crime Stoppers at 639-TIPS.
Did you kill your mother?
Yeah.
And why did you kill her?
She wasn't taking care of my family. I could just hear the hammer hitting her head.
And what did it sound like?
There was this wet thumping sound.
Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Melanie Davis. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time of this case, Melanie Davis was a 45-year-old mother to two boys. Her sons were Zachary and Josh. Years prior, this is Zachary pictured with his father, and when Zachary was 9 years old, his dad passed away from Lou Gehrig's disease. When Chris died, Zachary took it very, very hard. And very soon after Chris died, Zachary's behavior became very different. While his brother Josh was more outgoing and just sort of like lively, Zachary was very like sheltered, he was quiet, he was a loner. His behavior just really, it went down. And so his mom would bring him to, mental health professionals. Zachary was claiming that he heard voices, including the voice of his deceased father. The psychologist essentially showed that Zachary was extremely depressed. He became very withdrawn, and then he would eventually be diagnosed as schizophrenic. But then his mom, Melanie, does something kind of unusual. She takes him out of psychiatric care, meaning Zachary was no longer being seen by professionals. They would then move to Sumner County, Tennessee. Melanie got work as a paralegal. She was training to run in a triathlon. And, she was also trying to cope with and move on from her husband's death. Meanwhile, Zachary is becoming more and more unwell. He is an outcast at school. He apparently whispers things to people. He wrote in a journal, "You can't spell slaughter without laughter." He had frequented websites and had apps that talked about serial killers and torturing devices. But because he was always very quiet and reserved, he never showed any outward signs of kind of violence until August 10th, 2012. This was the Davis house in Tennessee. Zachary, his brother, and his mom, they went to go see a movie that night. Eventually, Melanie and Josh go to bed. Zach then walks into the garage. He gets a sledgehammer, and he slowly walks back in the house. He walks into his mom's room where she is sleeping. He takes the sledgehammer, and he viciously beats her about 20 times with it. You can even see the blood impression of the sledgehammer, head just there in the carpet. He then goes to the game room, and he starts a fire, and then he closes the door, and he leaves the house. His intent was to burn the house down and burn his brother alive. But because he closed the door to the game room, the fire was not able to spread fast enough. By the time neighbors noticed, they called 911, they got there, and they put the fire out. But then they found the bloodied body of Melanie Davis. His brother Josh had managed to escape the house before the fire became too, big. Zachary Davis was found about 10 miles away, and he was arrested. And his confession in the interrogation it's pretty haunting. He said if he could go back in time, he would still do it again, but this time he would probably kill Josh with a sledgehammer too. He said he felt nothing, he felt no remorse. He said he used a sledgehammer because he felt it had the highest odds of killing her. He even wrote, "I killed Melanie and I left Josh alive to suffer. I didn't feel anything when I killed her. Even when her blood spattered my arm and her brain matter was thrown onto my shirt." By the way, Zachary was 15 years old when this all happened. He would later go on the Dr. Phil show, which I showed you a clip at the beginning, where he has this deep, creepy, demonic type voice, and then he even laughs when recounting the murder. He said his motive was mom wasn't taking care of the family. Later at trial, though, he would try to say his brother Josh killed his mom, which was a surprise to even his own defense lawyers because his own defense team in court was saying, no, Zachary did it. They're at trial simply to hopefully get him a more lenient sentence. Zachary's grandma would take the stand, I think, and at one point stated that if Zachary had continued to seek psychiatric help, that this likely wouldn't have happened. There were people who essentially were confused by and were upset with the fact that Melanie took him out of psychiatric care, and that ultimately would lead to her own, death. But I don't know. I think it's more complicated than that. Could this have still happened even if he was in psychiatric care? Yeah. But do we know that for sure? No. And unfortunately, we never will know. Zachary Davis was unwell. He was very mentally unwell. He was schizophrenic. He needed to be in some kind of treatment. But he also premeditated the murder. He had packed a backpack ahead of time. He chose the sledgehammer because of the purpose of it would be the most effective. And so when it was time to decide if he was competent to stand trial, they said yes, he was. And Zachary also knew what he was doing when he committed this murder and attempted to kill his own brother, and has never shown remorse for this act. So Zachary Davis was convicted of the murder, and he was sentenced to life in prison, and he could be paroled after 51 years. Zachary will be pushing 70 years old when he can first ask for parole. It's just a tragic story. A psychic led them to the body, so they charged her with the murder. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Melanie Uribe. Viewer discretion is advised. Melanie was born on September 9th, 1948. She would later on go on to get married, and the two of them had a son. By the time this case happens, Melanie is 31 years old, and she has divorced her husband. And she's working as a nurse here at Pacoima Hospital in Burbank, California. And this is exactly where she was working on the night of December 14th, 1980. She is observed by numerous people leaving the building that night, but then nobody would ever see Melanie alive again. That same night, 911 got multiple phone calls from witnesses, including this man here, that says they saw a woman being forced into her own truck by at least two men. And this was right outside of Pacoima Hospital. This is just a reenactment, but the entire thing happened within less than 30 seconds. Nobody was close enough to stop this from happening, and so that's why they all called 911 immediately. Based on the description of the woman and the vehicle, they were able to surmise that this in fact was Melanie Uribe. The following morning, they find the vehicle and it had been burnt out to a crisp. But Melanie was nowhere to be found. The news of this story had broken on television and also on the radio. And now enter Etta Smith. On December 17th, Etta, who was working at a Lockheed Aerospace plant, she says she got this premonition of sorts when she heard the story on the radio. She had no idea who Melanie was, never met her, and that was the first time she heard the story. She began to have these feelings of, well, she's not alive. She said she had these visions, these blurry visions of this pathway, and they could see something white kind of in the distance. She believed that this was likely something telling her where the body of Melanie Uribe was. So she goes to police. Police are like, okay, kind of taking her seriously, but also kind of not. So then Etta gets into her own car and she goes to the area where she thinks these visions were telling her to go. She determined it was Lopez Canyon, which is in the San Fernando Valley. And lo and behold, she finds the body of Melanie Uribe. She described the crime scene perfectly. Melanie had been sexually assaulted and she was beaten to death. And so police arrested Etta Smith and charged her with the murder of Melanie Uribe, because nobody could possibly know where she was. It was in such a remote, desolate location, and she described the crime scene absolutely perfectly. So it had to be her for some reason. Despite the witnesses who saw Melanie's abduction saying there was no woman there, it was two men. And then police got a tip from a reliable informant that one man at least was bragging about murdering Melanie. Police go to this man, and he just flat out confesses. He said he and his friends kidnapped her, planned to rob her, and then they sexually assaulted her and killed her. The culprits were 20-year-old Lewis Morgan, 21-year-old Spencer Nelson, and then a third individual who was 17 years old and was not publicly named at that time. This was a completely random event. She was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. They would admit that they used a large rock to beat her over the head after they sexually assaulted her, and that is how she died. So all three men were arrested, charged with, and eventually convicted of her murder. They all got life in prison. Etta Smith, well, she was released, obviously, once the actual culprits were found. And how she came to find the body, if you believe in visions and psychics, then there you go. If you don't believe in that kind of thing, or if you're kind of hesitant about it, like me, I just wonder how on earth she knew where she was. I guess it's just another one of those unsolved mysteries. What is solved, however, is her lawsuit against the police. She was awarded $26,000 for being wrongfully charged with a murder. This is just one of those things that I can't explain. I don't know how she did it. But thanks to her, Melanie Uribe was found quickly and was able to be laid to rest. I'm honestly kind of surprised that somebody recognized the image on my t-shirt in that video. So she said, Mystery Science Theater, love the shirt. So in this video, I'm wearing this shirt here with the little silhouette of the three dudes, right? And that is from one of my favorite shows growing up, from like the 80s and 90s, called Mystery Science Theater 3000. So essentially the premise of the show was you have like a human who is in a space station up in space with like his two robot companions, Tom Servo and Crow. And they are basically forced to do these bizarre experiments, which is essentially watching a really, really shitty movie, a really bad old movie. And what they do is they talk over the movie as they're watching it. They're making fun of the movie. They're telling jokes about it. They're like pretending to be characters in the movie and saying like off the wall shit. So if you're not a fan of people talking over movies as you're watching them, it may not be for you. But this went on for like 9 or 10 seasons, and it was like my entire childhood for the most part. The show to me stood the test of time. And I think you can actually, YouTube or Amazon Prime or somewhere has a bunch of episodes that you can actually watch. But to those who are fans and didn't know this next part, the guys behind Mystery Science Theater 3000, they started a thing called Riff Tracks back in 2009 or 10, I want to say. So it's Bill Corbett, Mike Nelson, and Kevin Murphy. They now have a whole bunch of movies that they have riffed over that you can actually stream. Amazon Prime has a lot of them for free. And they have like their own app that you can pay like $5 a month for, which I do, where you can actually stream a whole bunch, like hundreds of their movies that they have riffed over. But the cool part is that they have also done it with well-known, popular, like blockbuster movies that people actually like. They have riffed over the entire Harry Potter series, Lord of the Rings. I think they did Inception, Memento, The Dark Knight. And so if you have a copy of those movies or you can stream that movie somewhere, you buy their audio track for a couple of bucks, and then they have an app where you can it'll listen to your TV and then it'll sync it up with their voices with the movie. And then you can just listen to them make fun of the movie as you're watching it. Yeah, when I saw that shirt, I was on Amazon. That shirt just came across. I was like, oh my god, I must get this. But yeah, Mystery Science Theater 3000, or MST3K, as we call it, is an absolute cult classic show. It's a legendary show. And if you like to laugh, I would absolutely recommend checking out MST3K or Riff Tracks. Not a paid sponsorship, but Riff Tracks, guys, if you see this, hi, big fan, love you all. And can I be on one of your live shows? Because that would be fun. They do live shows too, where they'll riff a movie live in front of an audience. Check them out, they're fun, yeah. Murdered while skydiving has got to be one of the worst deaths imaginable. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Els Van Doren. Viewer discretion is advised. Els Van Doren was a married mother of 2 kids living in Belgium. And Els was a thrill seeker. She was an incredibly experienced skydiver with over 2,000 jumps to her name. On November 18th, 2006, Els would jump out of a plane, as she had done many times, and this was a part of a 12-person jump from a skydiving club. Now, Els Van Doren was supposed to link up with another woman named Els Klottemans, and also with their instructor, Marcel Summers. Els Klottemans, she jumped out of the plane too late, and so she was behind. But as Els Van Doren was free-falling, and it became time to open up her chute, it didn't open. The jump was allegedly captured completely on video. And in the video, you can apparently see Els Van Doren struggling like crazy to pull the cords, but nothing happening. Her own camera would basically capture her screaming and desperately pulling for anything to happen. But the fact of the matter is she was free-falling over 2 miles to the ground. Her parachute would never open. The reserve parachutes would not open either. According to some stories, you can actually hear her screaming on her camera literally just moments before she hits the ground. She ends up landing in a garden and is obviously killed on impact. It sounds like she was alive the entire time based on witness statements. People dying of like a heart attack during a fall like this is not exactly always going to happen. More often than not, people who die like this are dying from the blunt force trauma of connecting with the ground. And so for however long it took, Els was in absolute hell. I can't even imagine. I don't even want to imagine that. But how did this happen? It turns out, and this is her exact kit here, the parachute cords had been tampered with. It appeared to investigators that the cords had been cut deliberately. That's when they discovered that there was an affair. Els Van Doren and Els Klotteman were both chummy with their instructor, Marcel Summers. The night before the incident, the 2 women had slept at his house. She was asked to sleep in the bedroom, while Klotteman was asked to sleep in the living room, which conveniently is where Els Van Doren left her parachute pack. So police learned of the affair. They learned that Els Klotteman was very jealous. They learned that she jumped too late from the plane on purpose. This is likely because she wanted to watch Els Van Doren die or struggle. After police questioned her, she tried to end her own life. She was arrested and charged with murder, and she was convicted. She was sentenced to 30 years. Her body was found upside down with her head on the floor mat on the passenger seat of her own vehicle. Her murder has gone unsolved. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Nancy Little. Viewer discretion is advised. This story happened in Memphis, Tennessee in 1989. Sadly, when this murder happened, it only got one news story roughly a week after it happened. And then the news went quiet for decades. Nancy Little was born in 1957. She was one of 7 kids. She aspired to become a model. She loved music, she loved dancing, she loved singing, and she was just described as a really, really sweet person. At the time of the story, Nancy lived alone in Memphis, Tennessee. She had her own apartment, and she was 9 months pregnant. The father of her baby was her boyfriend, but he was also married with children. The 2 of them had met at the U.S. Post Office where they worked together. The boyfriend kept telling Nancy, I'm breaking it off with my wife, it's going to be over, but he never did that. Nancy was super excited about the baby. He did not seem as excited. She was going to take him to court for child support, which basically would have exposed him to his wife. On October 8th, 1989, at about 6 p.m., roughly a mile or so from her apartment, Nancy's vehicle was found and she was inside of it. And to the kids who found her, it looked like she was sleeping. They called police, and when police arrived, they knew right away she was not sleeping. Nancy was deceased. It was the position of her body that made this entire thing absolutely bizarre. She was in the passenger seat of her car. She was not facing forward, so she was flipped over, and she was face down. So her head was resting on the floor of the car, and her pregnant belly was on the seat. And then her feet and legs were actually hanging behind the seat. The coroner would notate many contusions and bruises on her body, and they ruled her cause of death as positional asphyxiation. And the coroner therefore ruled this a homicide. He stated that someone had to have done this to her. The Memphis PD, however, just didn't really seem interested in investigating this case. At least not back then. They didn't notify the media, they didn't hold press conferences, they didn't really say anything to the public about this at all. They didn't seem to care. No one seemed to care. One of the officers said, quote, "Well, the doctor has ruled it a homicide, so we have to live with that. We've done everything we can to determine who's responsible, since the doctor says someone must have done it." End quote. Are you shitting me? Really? You find a body in a car in a way you have never discovered a body in a car. They're telling you this was murder. And you're like, ugh, now we have to do things. Great, now he's making us work. Jesus criminy. By the way, 2 victims, right? Her baby also died. And the Memphis PD back then when this happened said, we have no suspects at all. Really, not even the father of the baby. Seems like he would be a top priority to look into, but I guess not. As a matter of fact, it wouldn't be until about 2016 when brand new detectives, the cold case team, was working on this case when they said, yeah, the boyfriend, the baby's father, is a suspect in this case. They're trying to figure out how Nancy even got to that location. I guess it was somewhat close to the boyfriend's apartment. According to Nancy's family, they said that Nancy actually called them and said she planned to stay at home all night. The detectives back then said, well, the car is the likely crime scene. That's where she was murdered. But then there would be someone else would say in the force would say, well, we think that her body was driven around in the car. It was being hidden in the car in order for the killer to just, leave her somewhere. Meaning that there would have been another crime scene. But they never said where the other crime scene may be. Apparently, back then, police did find a blue latex glove near the car. The glove didn't have, some of its fingers on it. It was the same type of glove that was used at the post office that she worked at with her boyfriend. However, nobody knows if that glove was ever forensically tested. In 2016, when actually good detectives are working on this case, actually working on it, they were able to, swab the steering wheel of Nancy's car, and they said they obtained what appeared to be a DNA sample. However, it appears that DNA sample was too badly degraded. And then, like I said, in 2016, police announced that, I don't know his name, but they announced that that boyfriend, the baby's father, was a suspect, the suspect. However, they've never had any physical evidence to actually connect him directly to her murder. Allegedly, he had an alibi, but his only alibi witness was his wife. It's believed that his wife made up the alibi and lied about it simply because she didn't want to ruin her family. That, back then during those times, keeping your family together at all costs was top priority. So I guess that means lying about where your husband was if he's being investigated for murdering a person. But that's also the motive here. She was going to take him to court for child support. She was basically going to say that he was the father, and then, his wife would have found out. And then she ends up murdered. That's a little too convenient, especially close to where he lived. He's the only actual viable suspect. But police are still asking for the public's help. If you have any information about the murder of Nancy Little, please come forward. You can do so anonymously. If you have information, please call 901-636-2653. Help Nancy get justice. A teenager is killed in a hit and run, and the question is, was it an accident or was it intentional? Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Nathan Hahn. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time of this story, Nathan Hahn is 17 years old and he lives with his family in Utah. He was the third child out of 4 total. He was described as someone who was really funny and had a really good personality. He was kind, he was friendly, and he was incredibly popular at school, and he had a lot of friends. He loved longboarding, he loved drawing, and he was intending to attend some kind of art school after high school. But that would never get to happen. In the early morning hours of July 13th, 2013, Nathan had left a party at a friend's house. Normally, he would get a ride home, but he decided that particular night that he was going to walk home. From one news report I saw, there was some kind of disagreement at this party, and that's why Nathan left. So I guess this happened somewhere between Salem and Payson, Utah, and I guess he was going along the Arrowhead Trail. This is described as a really narrow, just 2-way road. As Nathan is walking down, he is suddenly, out of nowhere, struck by a vehicle, and he would be killed instantly. The vehicle that struck him took off, didn't even stop. It wouldn't be until a little bit later when another vehicle was driving down the road and found Nathan's body. The vehicle hit him so hard that remnants of the vehicle fell off. And so they brought in specialists and investigators who deal with car accidents, and they were able to determine that Nathan was struck at least 70 miles per hour, head on. And so you kind of have to think, was that an accident, or did someone do that to him on purpose? That's the question police have been wrestling with since this happened. So based on the remnants left behind at the scene, they were able to determine that the vehicle that struck him was likely a Dodge pickup truck somewhere between 1994 and 2002. They think it was a 1994. So something somewhat similar to this. They do seem to be leaning towards the fact that this was quite possibly an intentional homicide. That someone deliberately struck him with the intent of killing him. That this wasn't someone texting or on the phone or drunk driving, based on the fact that nobody has ever come forward since this happened. The fact that he was struck and then the car just kept going. The truck would have damage to it. So police back then were asking, if anyone has seen a pickup truck that has some serious damage to the front, that may be our suspect, but no one has come forward. And now they're offering $10,000 rewards for any information. If you have any information about this case, please call 810-851-4010. 9 women dead, 2 more missing. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of the New Bedford Highway murders. Viewer discretion is advised. This was 29-year-old Deborah Medeiros, and then this was 36-year-old Nancy Paiva. In July of 1988, both women were found murdered and just dumped on the side of a highway near New Bedford, Massachusetts. They were the first, but they would certainly not be the last. 29-year-old Robin Lynn Rhodes was found in March of 1989, murdered and tossed on the side of a road. 25-year-old Deborah Lynn McConnell was found in December of 1988, murdered on the side of the road. 25-year-old Don Mendez was found in November of 1988. 28-year-old Rochelle Dopierala, she was found murdered in December of 1988. 35-year-old Deborah DeMello, murdered and found on November of 1988. 26-year-old Mary Rose Santos, found murdered March 1989. 24-year-old Sandra Bothello, found April 1989. 19-year-old Cristina Montero had gone missing in 1988. She went missing around the same time all of those other women had gone missing, and then they were eventually found. The same story happened with 34-year-old Marilyn Cardozo Roberts. Last seen June 1988, and she has never been found. 11 women, 9 have been found, 2 are still out there. The one thing they had in common was they were all sex workers. Some of them were mothers, they were sisters, they were daughters, they were nieces, they were aunts. They were people, all mysteriously vanishing after some encounter with a man. All of the women were taken from the New Bedford, Massachusetts area. However, their bodies were recovered in various parts of Dartmouth, Freetown, Westport, all in Massachusetts, and all along Route 140. And so the killer was nicknamed the New Bedford Highway Killer. However, who this person is or was, nobody knows. Some of the women had been beaten to death. Some of them appear to have been strangled, sometimes with their own garments. But the reality is that because they were all sex workers, it didn't really appear that anyone really seemed to care. One, that they were missing at all, and two, once they were found, it's kind of like, That being said, police did have suspects. They did investigate this. 26-year-old Anthony DeGrazia was considered a suspect. He had also been accused of sexually assaulting 17 other women, which later they would find no evidence he committed any of those, nor the murders. Shortly after being arrested for the 17 sexual assaults, he was released on bond. Then they announced him as a suspect in the Bedford murders. And then he ends up mysteriously dead, which they would rule a suicide. And like I said, they never found any actual evidence that he even committed these sexual assaults, let alone the murders. He was just accused of all of these sexual assaults. Another suspect was Kenneth Charles Ponte. Now, he had connections to one of the victims, Rochelle Dopiarala, and so he initially was actually indicted for her murder specifically. But then, the DA had absolutely no evidence to actually connect him to her murder. Nothing whatsoever. So eventually, they had to drop the charges against him. In 2009, many years later, they would end up digging up a driveway to one of his old homes, thinking he had more victims underneath that. But it turned up absolutely nothing. It was a goose egg. And even all those years later, they could never find any evidence to link him to any of the New Bedford Highway murders. He was found dead in his home in 2010. Police say foul play is not suspected. 11 women, 9 of them for sure dead, 2 of them presumed dead. Nobody really seems to care about them, and it doesn't really appear anyone's doing much to try to solve their murders now. But again, these were all people. These were mothers, these were daughters, these were sisters, these were aunts. These were someone's family members, just like you and I have. Just because they were sex workers does not mean they should be treated any differently. The killer already did that, treated them differently because they were sex workers. So perhaps we can try to do something to bring justice to these 11 women. So if you have any information about the murders of any of these 11 women, please contact the New Bedford, Massachusetts Police Department. You can report your information anonymously. You don't have to say who you are. You just have to say what you know. Please help them get justice. His car and broken glasses were found inside his car at the bottom of a river. But where was he? Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Nick Howard. Viewer discretion is advised. Nick grew up in Sacramento, California with his sister Jamie, and they had a very normal, very happy family. Their dad owned an auto body shop, and Nick would eventually end up working there with him. They were a very close-knit family. At the time of this story, Nick, pictured here with his sister, was 18 years old. And it was February 5th, 1997. Nick had told his parents that he was going to go meet his friend Tony at a restaurant, and then he would be home. As a matter of fact, he called home and he left this voicemail.
About 12 o'clock, I'm on my way home. I had a little bit of car trouble, and so I'll be home in about half hour or so. I'm like that.
Nick never made it home, and after a few hours, his parents would report him missing to Sacramento police. They, of course, would call all of his friends and go to his friends' homes to search for him, but none of them had seen him. Not after he left the restaurant to meet his friend. So police and his family are out there looking for him, and they notice, I guess, some tire tracks that would lead into the Sacramento River. And they thought, this is a road Nick would have driven on, possibly. And so they thought to look in there. And in the river, they found Nick's car. It had very minimal damage on the outside. Significant, obviously, water damage on the inside, and there was this black and white gunk kind of sprayed all over the place, and it created this really milky film over everything, especially up front. That's when they noticed an open bottle of motor oil, and that's what was all over the car, because when the car went into the water, it just sloshed around all over the place. And here's just more evidence of that motor oil. So when they pop the hood, they find the cap to that motor oil in the carburetor, I guess. I don't know anything about cars, but from what I understand, the investigators determined that this was placed there deliberately to make the car basically move on its own, because Nick wasn't in the car when they found it. So they continue to search the waters for him, while they're trying to investigate how exactly and why his car ended up in the river if he wasn't there. One of the windows was partially open. The driver's side window was all the way open, so there was a chance that maybe he was able to swim out or get out of the car. But why didn't he come home? Why didn't he go to police? Where is Nick? Now, his glasses were found in the car, and this is exactly how they appeared. They were obviously very, very bent. So at first they assumed, okay, maybe Nick was in the car and he smashed his face against the steering wheel, causing the damage. They then do a recreation using like a dummy head with another pair of glasses, and they slam it at 15 miles an hour, which is what they determined was the speed the car went into the water. The glasses didn't break really anywhere near this level. So that told police that the glasses were in fact planted and Nick was likely not in the car when the accident took place. But where was he? Sadly, around 2 or so weeks later, they got the answer to that question. He was in the Sacramento River. His body was found floating, and the coroner determined that his cause of death was drowning. But there was also indications that Nick may have actually been manually strangled by someone, and that probably knocked him out. And then he was thrown into the river after the fact, and he was still alive, but unconscious, and then he drowned. So Nick Howard was murdered, and the car was staged to look like he had gotten into an accident and then drowned. This is when police learned about a potential insurance fraud scam. You see, Nick was acquaintances with a 42-year-old man named Ralph Marcus. Ralph knew Nick's mom, Patty, from back when they were teenagers. He always had a crush on her. He always flirted with her. She rebuffed his advances, and one day he basically assaulted her. But eventually it sounds like that would be reconciled and the two of them kind of became friends. But as time goes by, Ralph still seems to be kind of obsessed with Patty, but he manages to mingle his way into her and her family's life. In 1993, he asked Patty if he could have a baby with her. That's when she said, okay, we're done. You need to get out of my life and my family's life. But he and Nick remained friends. So Nick had a life insurance policy that would pay out $850,000. His parents thought it would go to them. What they didn't know was that he actually changed it to Ralph Marcus. Through the investigation, it was determined that both Ralph and Nick were plotting an insurance fraud scam where Nick would essentially fake his own death so that Ralph would get the money and then he would share it. So police get a warrant to search the home of Ralph Marcus, and in his garage they find a bottle of motor oil. It had the exact same lot number as the bottle of motor oil found in Nick's car, meaning these bottles were basically purchased by the same person, Ralph. So Ralph Marcus was arrested and charged with the murder of Nick Howard, but he denied it. What the prosecutors essentially came up with was that Nick and he conspired to do this insurance fraud. Nick left a voicemail that I played you earlier to set up the fact that his car had trouble earlier, which is why his car would be found in the river. But at that point, he thought he would have been running away with Ralph and living together or whatever. Ralph really wanted to stay connected with Patty, and he used Nick for that. The theory is that maybe at the last minute, Nick may have said, I don't want to do this anymore, and Ralph reacted by killing him. But ultimately, the motive was more probably about jealousy and anger for Patty rebuffing him, for turning him away, for saying, get out of our lives, but also to get $850,000. So finally, Ralph Marcus goes to trial, and he is found guilty, and he is sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. This is the 1-minute missing persons case of Patricia Seelbaugh. Patricia was from Grove City, Pennsylvania. At the time of this case, she was 17 years old. On the night of October 26, 1973, Patricia went out with some friends. They, went to a truck stop off Interstate 80, just east of the Interstate 79, and I guess that was specifically in Barkeyville, Pennsylvania. And then she was, seen being dropped off with an unknown male at a residence outside of Grove City, Pennsylvania, in an area that it was more known, as Hallville. And this was around midnight that night. Patricia has never been seen since. No one has seen or heard from her at all. So if you have information about the whereabouts or what happened to Patricia Seelbaugh, please call 724-662-6162. This creeper peeper here thought he could just run away from murder. But thanks to Unsolved Mysteries, he was caught. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Paula Pasiak. Viewer discretion is advised. On July 9th, 1986, a young couple would arrive in Kissimmee, Florida to visit one of their moms, the mother of 22-year-old Paula Pasiak. And with her was her new 27-year-old boyfriend, Jerry Gervasoni. They were visiting from New Jersey. The plan was for them to stay with Barbara for about a week or so, and they would be staying in her mobile home. And so on July 13th, which was a Sunday, the couple told Barbara that they would be leaving the following morning to go down to Miami. And by the way, Barbara had actually been letting the couple sleep in her bedroom while she slept on the couch. So on the morning of July 14th, when she wakes up in the living room, she thinks she hears them kind of rustling around the bedroom, like getting ready for the day. But she never goes in and says goodbye to them because, they're about to leave. And so she goes to work, and then when she gets home, the two are gone. Within a couple of days, she begins to notice this really strong odor coming from somewhere in her mobile home. And for like 4 or 5 days, she's just sort of living with it, but she can't pinpoint where it's coming from. So she then has a friend come over to kind of help, and so they thoroughly search the home, but they don't find the source of the odor until Barbara finally goes to her bedroom and she decides to look under her bed. And that's when she finds the body of her 22-year-old daughter, Paula Pasiak. She had been wrapped up in a bamboo curtain. She had been beaten and she had a broken bone in her neck, which would indicate that she may have been manually strangled. Immediately, Jerry Gervasoni was the main suspect, but he was already long gone. Then authorities were contacted by someone in New York claiming to be the friend of Jerry. Jerry reportedly told this friend, "I killed Paula and I broke her neck on accident when we kind of were fighting." The friend's like, what? And then he's like, just kidding, I didn't actually do that. But then the friend hears about the murder on the news, and that's when he goes to police. But by that time, Jerry was now long gone and nowhere to be found. Then this case airs on Unsolved Mysteries with the hope of capturing Jerry Gervasoni. And they get a call from someone in Salt Springs Island, which is in British Columbia, Canada. A man there says he has a tenant who looks just like Jerry. And sure as shit, it was him. He had gotten himself a new identity, but fingerprints confirmed he was the guy. It took a couple of years to get him extradited from Canada back to the States, and this is from when he is finally flown back. He was convicted of the murder, but ultimately he only served 6 years of a 17-year sentence. Wow. True crimerers, so listen, I am going to be starting a new playlist. I'm going to call it Presented by Loved Ones. So it'll be kind of like a variation of the Loved One live stream. So anytime that there is a TikTok page where someone is trying to either find their missing loved one or murdered loved one, get justice for them, I figured the best thing to do to get to the most closest source possible would be just to duet and share their video. And then you guys can go to their original video and boost it, and then also go to their original video and repost it. Because there are a lot of creators on here who just have pages dedicated to their, loved one who may be a part of a true crime situation. And so instead of me telling the story directly, let's hear it directly from the family when there are situations like that are possible to do. And yes, I'll still be covering cases, of course, like normal, but I wanted to just add this element to it. That way you're just getting the most accurate source for a certain story. Because you guys definitely tag me a lot, and I don't see them all, unfortunately, but I'm trying to get better at seeing all of these tagged videos, and there's some cases that I'm like super far behind on, and so that are like current, like just happened kind of thing. And so keep tagging me, or tag, pages in this video below in the comments. I'll pin this video, I think, if I can remember. And that way I can always check it. So yeah, the playlist as usual. If you guys don't know playlists, they're right here at the bottom of the screen. It'll say Presented by Loved Ones in this case, or whatever playlist you're in, it'll say. You can always click it and you can see all the videos that are part of it. This will be the first video in that playlist, so woohoo. Okay, well, just wanted to let you guys know, so see you later.
Hi guys, I'm on here today to talk about Kaya's day
that she went missing. We don't know a whole lot. Detective Florio doesn't give us a whole minute-by-minute day, but he does tell us about her day. So she went missing February 6, 2020. It was a Thursday. The last people to see her was her then boyfriend, his friend. In the police podcast, the Hillsborough County Sheriff's podcast, they say that the boyfriend, his name is Jason Dwayne Roberts, and his friend, Kevin Michael Ring, that she dropped them off at Kevin Ring's house in Plant City on Court Road, and Kevin's parents, Karen Ring and Glenn Ring, saw the car leaving.
This is my goddaughter, Ella Celeste Jones. She's 14, and she went missing from her home in Mount Vernon, Washington on January 6th. She's 5'5", about 130 pounds, and as you can see from the pictures, she's got brown hair and brown eyes. We're extremely concerned about her welfare, and we've been searching relentlessly for her ever since we found out she was missing. My hair's still wet because I finally took a shower, because we have basically been spending all of our free time, energy, and effort on trying to understand where exactly she could be. Right after she disappeared, we contacted all of her peers, friends, and really sent the message out into the circle to kind of track down, assuming that she was probably, just couch surfing or hiding out somewhere, or maybe she was with somebody that just didn't know how much she was loved and how much she was going to be missed, because things happen. 99% of runaways are found and they return back home. But as we started researching and talking to all of her friends, we started getting some really disturbing information that although her mom thought she had appropriate parental controls on devices, and even though we'd actually limited access to her cell phone for quite some time, we were told by several of her friends that they were concerned she had gone with a man named Keith. This is a name that none of us have ever heard before. It was completely new information to us, unfortunately, and I'm sure there's a lot of people out there that are going to try and judge the parents and the family and say, how could you not know? But until you've been in this position, you have no idea. We were told by a couple of her friends that she had been using Omegle, Discord, and Text Now to communicate with this individual, and one of her friends had seen them video chatting, and just at this point in time finally came forward and told us this. So as this search for Ella has gone on, we have been led more and more to believe that there is a very strong chance that she did leave with this individual, because we have not recovered any useful information from social media, any of her friends, the school, or anything like that. Our most recent and viable tip on Ella was that she was possibly seen on a community transit bus in Stanwood, Washington, and that she got on that bus on Tuesday of this week, which would have been January 9th, and that she got on the bus with a man who appeared to be in his late 20s to early 30s. So again, this is Ella, and then she went missing here out of Mount Vernon, Washington, and we are extremely concerned for her safety. The police are involved, but only to a certain extent, because until we can prove a true crime was committed, such as online luring, there's not much else that they can do. So at this point in time, we're just going to keep using all of our personal resources and blasting her face to the internet anywhere and everywhere that we possibly can. So if you live on the West Coast, if you know somebody that lives out there, please share these videos, share my pinned video, and follow this page, because I'll try to continue to post updates, videos, and information about Ella as we kind of cope and make it through this really difficult time in our lives.
Good evening, Patty's Voice. I thought I would do a quick recap of this case and try to summarize it in 3 minutes. So I'm going to give you the speed version of 45 years. My mother, Patricia Otto, disappeared from Lewiston, Idaho in 1976. She was a 24-year-old female, married with 2 children, and she was last seen wearing red pants and a white blouse. At the time of my mother's disappearance, my sister, Natalie, and I were almost 3 and 5 years old, so just small children, and I witnessed what I believe was my father strangling my mother to death. My father was the prime suspect in her disappearance, but 2 months after she disappeared, he was convicted of attempted murder charge. He tried to hire a hitman to kill the captain of the Lewiston Police Department. He got that conviction overturned, and he was released from the Idaho State Prison 4 years after that conviction. And unfortunately, he died in 1983. So any secrets he took to his grave. And then in 2006, my sister passed away in a tragic accident that took the lives of her husband, her 12-year-old child, and another 12-year-old family friend. So my sister had been working the case actively, and all that information just kind of stayed with my sister's things until I was taking time to heal. During that time, I also lost my 17-year-old son in 2013, so I have not been able to just dedicate time to my mother's case. However, we've never stopped searching for her. In 2021, I ran across a Facebook post of an unidentified woman, the Finley Creek Jane Doe, and I swore someone had drawn me. That brings me to this article where I am claiming that Finley Creek Jane Doe is my mother.
This is the last known image of a young woman who entered a building but was never seen leaving. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Prisma Reyes. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time of this case, Prisma was a 26-year-old mother and she was living in Dallas with her son. She had just gotten a new job at a car dealership and she was actually working there on the afternoon of April 17th, 2019. Prisma would take an extended lunch break, I guess you could say. This is actual footage of her at a place called the E-Bar. Now, she had initially met her ex-boyfriend there and the camera caught both of them talking, but he left and she stayed for an additional 3 hours. Apparently, she got upset when the bartender essentially cut her off, and then she left. Shortly after she leaves the E-Bar, 911 gets at least 3 different phone calls with regards to a woman driving a white Jeep. And it's just described as a road rage incident, and this woman in the Jeep is pointing a gun at people. Now, later on, when they have her cell phone data, they determine that she was driving back towards Mesquite, but then she turned around and heads back towards Dallas. Next, she goes to her ex-boyfriend's apartment building. They used to be called Olympus on Ross, but now I guess they're called McAllen on Ross. In CCTV footage, you can see that Prisma parks her white Jeep across the street, and this isn't like an alleyway or a parking spot. She just parks her car in the middle of the road, blocking traffic. She is then seen running and stumbling into the opening gate to get into the parking garage. And then you have this footage where she's standing by an elevator in the parking garage. She is stumbling around for several minutes and she makes several phone calls before eventually getting into an elevator and going up, I think, at least 1 level. And this right here is the last confirmed moments of Prisma Reyes. Police did recently release some new footage of what they believe is Prisma there in the very back, walking across the parking lot. But after that, she's never seen again. Later, she's reported missing by the babysitter who was watching her son. And so police begin their investigation and they find her white Jeep left where she put it. And then they started tracking her movements on her cell phone, which, by the way, has never been used ever again. Neither has her bank account or her social security number. And she is never seen leaving the apartment building. You must be thinking, clearly it's her ex-boyfriend. No, it is not. Police were able to clear him because they confirmed he left the building several minutes before she even got there. And they have video footage of him in various places, way away from the apartment building. They talked to everyone that she spoke to on her phone. They verified their whereabouts and cleared all of them. So how did she enter this building, this parking garage, and seen on camera, but she's never seen leaving? What on earth happened to Prisma in that building? The thing is we're 4.5 years later, and nobody knows. Her, day and her movements before all of this were certainly, kind of strange and a little erratic. By the way, when they found her Jeep parked, they did find a gun inside the Jeep. It was confirmed to belong to her. And so they confirmed that she was waving a gun at people. But why? It's still not known. According to the bartender, she had to have been very intoxicated. And maybe something from that led to whatever happened on the road. Why did she start going one direction but then completely turned around to go back to Dallas? Again, nobody knows. The primary theory about what happened to her is obviously she met with foul play and quite possibly human trafficking. Prisma stumbled into that building at just the worst possible moment. Someone saw this vulnerable young woman who was stumbling around and took advantage of it. Maybe this wasn't human trafficking and maybe there was just a deranged person who lived there who just grabbed her. It is truly bizarre that there are multiple cameras that caught her in this parking garage entering it, but not one image of her leaving. She never goes back to her car, And most importantly, she never goes back to her son. And that is way, way out of character for her. She absolutely loved her boy. And there is no way that she would ever just pick up and leave him. She was a great mother to him. To me, this is just one of the eeriest missing persons cases I've talked about. Just, kind of just by how perplexing it is. You're seen entering, but you're never seen leaving. It sounds like something happened inside this apartment building. But what exactly is that? Well, police are still asking for the public's help in any information that will help figure out what happened to Prisma Reyes that day. Somebody somewhere out there knows the truth, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information about her disappearance, please call 972-285-6336. Prisma and her family, especially her son, they deserve to know where she is, and they all deserve justice. So please help if you can. Hello, true crimerers. This is the Canadian cold case of Raymond Chase. Viewer discretion is advised. Unfortunately, I have very limited information on this case. I don't even have a photo of the victim or where this happened or anything. But Raymond Paul Chase lived here in Dartmouth, which is in Nova Scotia, Canada. At the time of this case, he was 34 years old, and I believe he was married and had at least one child. It was May 13th, 1999, at 9:28 p.m. Raymond pulls into the driveway of his home on Coventry Lane. He was driving a 1998 Chevy pickup truck. As Mr. Chase is getting out of his truck, a lone individual with intent deliberately walks right up to him as he's getting out of the car with a shotgun, and he shoots Raymond Chase. The shooter then runs from the driveway and into a car that was waiting for him, and then they sped away. His wife obviously comes out screaming, and she calls the police, but he is pronounced dead when they arrive. All I really know about Raymond was I guess he was a part owner of a local drinking establishment there, and he was operating a business, which I guess was about constructing and, building homes. Now, this next part is uncorroborated, and I'm just going to say that it's rumor, but I read a story about a man named Bill. Bill was a former member of the Hells Angels in Canada. And part of this article says that Bill was apparently a former, good friend of Raymond Chase. He says that Raymond Chase was a former dealer who I don't think was a part of the Hells Angels, but dealt to them. But again, I cannot confirm that this is actual fact or not. But if it is true, it could be something, helpful into determining who did this. Because quite honestly, it sounds like a hit. I mean, it sounds like someone, with purpose, went to his home, waited for him to pull up, walked up to him deliberately, fired a shotgun into him and killing him, and then left in a getaway vehicle. That is not a random act of violence. That is a planned thing. They went after him. And when I first read the story, before I heard the part about Bill, I'm like, oh, he must have, this had to have been some kind of, former deal gone wrong or something. But unfortunately, I mean, this is all I really have about it. There really is not much published information about this case. There is actually a $150,000 reward for any information that helps lead to the capture of Raymond's killer. So if you know, please contact 1-888-710-9090. Raymond Chase deserves justice. Richard here got rejected, so Richard would go on a rampage. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Raymond and Ruth Ann Ritter. Viewer discretion is advised. Raymond and Ruth were a married couple who were living in Woodstock, Illinois. They had gotten hitched way back in 1968, and they would end up having 3 very wonderful children. Their kids were Colleen, Steve, and Matthew. The family was considered a very close-knit family. They really got along. They loved each other dearly, and they just absolutely loved being with one another. Their kids had attended a Catholic high school, and their daughter Colleen, while in high school, would end up dating a young man. His name was Richard Church. When they met, she was a sophomore, he was a senior. After a year of dating, it was time for Richard. He graduated, and so it was time for him to move on to college, which he did. When that happened, Colleen and Richard's relationship became kind of strained. And Richard wasn't a fan of that. So he would constantly call her. He would just barrage her with phone call after phone call after phone call. He was clearly extremely possessive over Colleen. In June of 1988, Richard would come home from, I guess it was, summer break from college. When he got back to his home city, he found out his parents were getting a divorce, and that kind of made him a little, upset. But to make matters worse, when he went to go see Colleen, because of how possessive and how just aggressive he tended to be with this relationship, Colleen said, this is over, we're breaking up, it's done. She told him, listen, I'm still cool with being friends though, if that's cool with you. It wasn't cool with him. That takes us to August 20th, 1988. Colleen was at home with her brother Matthew. Colleen had a friend over. Matthew also had a friend over. Earlier in the evening, Raymond and Ruth Ann were out. They were just kind of out hanging out, going to dinner or something like that. While they were out, Richard would call the house and talk to Colleen. He kept bugging her, like, what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Want to hang out? Let's do something. Come on, come on, come on. And she's like, Richard, I'm with a friend at my house right now, so we can talk later. And that really seems to push him over the edge. And then at 5:15 a.m. the following morning, now at this point, Raymond and Ruth Ann are home. They're asleep in their first floor bedroom. Richard breaks into the house and he goes straight for Raymond and Ruth Ann in their bedroom. He viciously attacks them. He brought a knife with him and he just completely annihilated the couple with this knife. He stabbed them so many times. They managed to kind of get up and stagger out into the hallway, but they collapsed on the ground. Matthew heard the commotion. He kind of went out into the hallway upstairs, but Richard saw this and he stabbed him too. He would kind of collapse there in the hallway. Colleen saw what was going on and she booked it to another room to pick up the phone to call 911. But as she's doing that, Richard busts down the door that she had closed and locked. And he took the knife and he just started stabbing her as well. Colleen came up with the idea to play dead. And so she kind of fell to the ground and just acted like she was not breathing, but Richard didn't believe it. And so he kept stabbing her. By the way, I forgot to mention the third sibling was not at home at all during any of this. And so after this, number of stab wounds, Colleen's still alive. She gets up and she runs out of the house. She runs down the street, but unfortunately she kind of just, from all the stab wounds, the blood loss, she collapses there in the middle of the street. Thankfully, neighbors heard all of the screaming and saw everything, so they ran out and basically protected her. And Richard at that point saw that, and he hightailed it out. He actually would run several miles back to his house. Matthew, meanwhile, was also able to call 911 kind of during all of this commotion. So police arrived fairly quickly. In the streets, they find Colleen. She is still alive, hanging on by a thread. In the house, they find Matthew. He is badly injured, but he is still alive. But unfortunately, Ruth and Raymond are both pronounced dead at the scene. They had just a massive amount of stab wounds. The friends that both Colleen and Matthew had over that night were both unharmed. Richard actually manages to get back to his house by 5:45 a.m., where he steals his mom's truck and he takes off. Matthew went to the hospital, but he was released the next day. They were able to treat him. Colleen, unfortunately, did not get so lucky. She was in really bad shape. She was in the ICU for some time, but thankfully, she would end up pulling through. This poor girl had stab wounds all over, but including the back of her skull. And she made it. She survived. It's pretty unbelievable. Police began a manhunt for Richard, but he was gone. He had driven away somewhere, and they just had no idea where he was. In November of 1990, this case will air on Unsolved Mysteries. In November of 1991, so about a year or so after it aired, someone actually finally noticed and recognized Richard. Richard was in Salt Lake City, and this is now 3 years after the murders happened. He had changed his name to Danny Lee Carson, and he tried to assume a new life. But thankfully, people recognized him, and so he was finally captured. Richard was brought back to the Woodstock, Illinois area. He would end up pleading guilty to 2 counts of murder and also attempted murder. And because he pleaded guilty, they agreed to take the death penalty off the table. And so Richard was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. A wonderful, lovely old couple who did nothing wrong to anyone, who hurt no one, were just so savagely murdered because of one man's inability to accept rejection.
Killed because they were not innocent. They were guilty. I was innocent.
Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of the Renfrew County murders. Viewer discretion is advised. On September 22nd, 2015, the Renfrew County area of Ontario, Canada, would be rocked by 3 murders. The first would occur here at this cottage. It belonged to 66-year-old Carol Colleton. She had a previous relationship with this man, Basil Barutsky. He is not a good dude. By the end of their relationship, Basil had been just absolutely verbally abusive towards Carol. He tore up like her garden. He would scream at her, calling her cruel and vindictive and self-centered. And he became damn near physical with her. And so she, being, scared of him, broke it off. And so on the morning of September 22nd, 2015, he would break into her cottage. He hit her over the head with a thick cable, and then he strangled her to death with that cable. He then stole her car and drove to his next destination in Wilno, Ontario. This is the home of Anastasia Kuzik. She too had a previous relationship with Basil Barutsky. In December of 2013, that would all end when he physically abused her and choked her, and then he destroyed her property. And he would actually be convicted of crimes related to that, and he was released after 2 months. 2 months. At about 8:45 a.m. on that September 22nd morning, he arrives at her home armed with a shotgun. Anastasia's sister Eva was there when she heard a commotion downstairs. He apparently noticed her and then he fled, but then he came back with that shotgun and fired towards Eva. He missed and she managed to escape the house, and she ran to a nearby construction zone where they had a phone, and she made this 911 call.
Provincial Police, where's your emergency? He came in the house with a gun. He might just be screaming and he's lying on the ground.
She was able to identify the killer as Basil Barutsky, and so then a manhunt began. Police began to do roadblocks, and they are going everywhere trying to find this man. But sadly, they would not catch him before a third victim would fall to his grasps. He would go to the home of Natalie Warmerdam, which was in Eganville, Ontario. She too had a previous relationship with him, and that ended badly in 2012. He destroyed her property, and then he basically threatened to kill her, threatened to kill her dog, and he was abusive. And so he was convicted for crimes related to that, but only served about a month before he was released. He entered Natalie's home, where he chased her through the house and then shot her through the neck with his gun. Natalie's son was in the house when this happened, but he too managed to escape. And so he called 911 and again identified the shooter as Basil Barutsky. And they were pretty much quickly able to discern that he was responsible for the first murder that happened that morning. Carol Colleton, Anastasia Kuzik, and Natalie Warmerdam all had been previous victims to domestic abuse in some form by this man. And apparently that was the day that he decided they needed to die. A massive manhunt for this man was still on, and finally they were able to capture him, and then he was arrested and brought in. He said this during his 5-hour interrogation.
I killed them because they were not innocent. They were guilty. I was innocent.
He went on this rant quoting the Bible about thou shalt not murder, but only you shall not murder innocent people. He said the women were definitely not innocent, but he was innocent. He claimed that the women had lied about all this domestic abuse stuff, and he was wrongly charged and convicted of various crimes related to this. And so that means they were obviously guilty and he wasn't. The domestic abuse, the verbal abuse, physical abuse, damaging of property, it happened. It was proven to happen. These were innocent women, and they unfortunately just fell into the grasps of a monster. So he was officially charged with 3 counts of murder. He would go on trial, and Basil Barutsky would be convicted of all 3 murders and was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole until 70 years. So he'll be 128 years old when he can get paroled. I don't know if Satan does that down in hell, but good luck. An innocent sleepover would turn into a brutal homicide, but did they really catch the killer? Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Rita Polite. Viewer discretion is advised. It was December 5th, 1998 at approximately 6:30 a.m. A 911 call would come in that a house was on fire. When firefighters arrived, they noticed that the fire is contained really just to a bedroom, which is here in the back of the house. And specifically here where this burn mark was left, there was a person on fire. There was blood caked onto a nearby wall and just dripping down. When the fire was put out, the victim was pronounced deceased. The victim was 40-year-old Rita Polite. At the time of this story, 40-year-old Rita Polite was the mother to 3 children. Her 2 daughters had moved out of the house and they were in college, and her son Michael was still living there. Now, her and her husband Ed had recently gone through a divorce, and the proceedings weren't exactly great. This is an older photo of the family. At the time of the story, Michael Polite is 14 years old. He was the one to discover his mother on fire in her bedroom, something that will be scarred into his memory until his end of days. But not only did he have to experience seeing it, within 2 days of the murder taking place, he was arrested and charged with that murder. This is his mugshot. And what were they basing their arrest on? Well, first and foremost, they said Michael wasn't reacting emotionally, that he wasn't acting the way they expected him to react. Now, I'm not a psychology expert, but I do know that every single person on this planet can have a very different reaction to the exact same thing. And the idea that a person needs to have this cookie cutter style reaction to something horrific is asinine to me. The other evidence that police had came from this young man, Josh Sansusi, who was there that night because he was having a sleepover at Michael's house. They were friends. Well, in this interrogation footage, he is with his parents. Well, first of all, congratulations for actually following that procedure. Don't see that often. He stated that at one point in the night, he heard a sound that caused him to wake up. He said he looked up and he did not see Michael in his bed. And so police ran with that and basically said, great, that means he got out of his bed to kill his mom. So the other evidence they had, they took some samples of the carpet, a control sample, to test for accelerants. They also pulled samples from where the actual body was found on the carpet. They claimed there was an accelerant, that there was gasoline. Michael, pictured here with his mom, was wearing a pair of sneakers, and they tested his sneakers, and they said they found traces of gasoline on the ends of his sneakers. They also said they have witness statements to say that Michael and his mom didn't exactly always have the greatest relationship. As a matter of fact, not too soon prior to this, Michael had said some comment to his mom of, well, you're going to be 6 feet under soon, just like, your parents. They took that as him threatening to kill her. But for the most part, Michael actually really loved his mom. They had a pretty decent relationship overall. It sounded like they had your just typical, not perfect relationship between teenage boy and mom. And Rita was a great mom, and she loved Michael as well. But police said they had enough, and so they arrested him and charged him with Rita's murder. Based on virtually no actual physical evidence. No murder weapon was found. She was bludgeoned over her head several times. That ultimately was her cause of death, not the fire. But no weapon was found. There was not a single itty-bitty drop of blood anywhere on Michael or his clothing or his shoes. He also had no injuries. He explained to police that it wasn't really unusual that they found gasoline on his shoes because he and his friends would go to the train tracks and they would light fires. As a matter of fact, there's proof of a fire right there. But to investigators, they said, well, that's even more proof that you did it because you like fire. So he goes on trial. And for some reason, Josh Sansusi, this apparently great witness to the prosecution, doesn't take the stand. They also don't put Michael on the stand, his defense team. And so based simply on the statement of the friends saying he didn't see Michael in his bed when he woke up, and the fact that there were traces of what they said was gasoline on his sneakers, and primarily the fact that he had no emotions that morning with regards to his mom being brutally killed. While in a juvenile detention center awaiting trial, Michael apparently said to someone, quote, "I haven't cared since I killed my mom." That is according to witnesses from there. When Michael was questioned about it, he said, "That's not what I said. They switched out one word, because what I actually said was, I haven't cared since they killed my mom." They being just this mysterious killer. It really was not a lot of evidence they had against this kid, but they were sure about it. And they really just didn't bother investigating anyone else. And so the defense didn't present anyone else as like other potential killers. And Michael Polite was found guilty of killing his mom. And he would be sentenced to life in prison. Michael, pictured here in the middle, was not ever going to give up, though, claiming that he was innocent. Eventually, like the Innocence Project and other places kind of took up his case, and they found some pretty incredible evidence, primarily with the gasoline evidence. So new scientists would work on this. They discovered that there really wasn't actually any signs of gasoline on the carpet, that the initial investigator just based that finding on a visual appearance. The gasoline on Michael's shoe, turns out, wasn't gasoline at all. Years down the road, even the crime lab who helped basically convict him would even go on record saying, yeah, that wasn't gasoline on his shoes. We were wrong. It was a chemical used in the adhesive of his shoes, which was a common thing back then, but also was not well known back then. And so they mistook it for gasoline. But then years down the road, they said, nope. They also would talk to his friend Josh many, many years later. And he said his statement, all those years ago was under duress because they had been talking to him for hours and hours and hours. And he said what he meant is that when he woke up, he looked over and he just didn't see Michael in bed. He didn't say Michael wasn't in bed, just that when he looked up, he couldn't see him. But he basically now says that I'm pretty sure Michael was in the room the entire night, but no one ever brought him to the stand. There was also a shoe impression found just outside the house that absolutely would not have belonged to either of those two boys or Rita. They never investigated who it belonged to. Which brings us to Ed, the now ex-husband. You see, during the divorce proceedings, he would stand up at one point and scream, "You won't live to see a dime of that money," when it came time for alimony and all that. He was very bitter about it. But the thing is he claims to have an alibi. However, police did not dig into his alibi back then. Not to mention, one of Ed's cousins, a man named Johnny Polite, was seen in town the very morning within like half an hour to an hour of the murder happening. Multiple witnesses placed him there. By the way, I think I forgot to mention where the story happened. It was in Hopewell, Missouri. So in 2022, a Hopewell, Missouri court would end up releasing Michael, not because of all the evidence, just on parole. But his conviction still stood. Even though the prosecutor then said, I want to have this conviction overturned. We don't think he did it. We think they did a bad investigation, and then this was all just bad, and that Michael is innocent. But then that DA lost his, run for office, and then nothing has happened since. He's still, technically, a convicted felon. He has gone out and said he believes his father is responsible for his mother's murder. That if he truly was at his alibi, that he hired Johnny to do the deed for him. It was an adult-sized shoe impression just outside the house. Well, now it's too late to even investigate that. That shoe is long gone, and there never was any physical evidence to actually point to Michael. Or his friend in the house, by the way. And also, there was domestic issues with him to her. Then he says in court, you're not going to live to see a dime of that alimony money? Then she dies like a week later? Why on earth would they not actually think it was him, instead going with the 14-year-old son? So Michael is released, but he's still considered a killer. But hopefully they'll do the right thing in Missouri and get her the justice she truly deserves. Oh, by golly gum, that's unfortunate. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of the Salerno Strangler. Viewer discretion is advised. This case happened in Port Salerno, Florida, of course. Eugene McWaters, here looking like the poor man's version of Sawyer from Lost, well, he was a high school dropout. He fell to the life of illegal substances. As an adult, he really couldn't hold down a job. In 1998, he was arrested for beating up a teenager. He was sentenced to 7 months, but was released early and was given probation. In 2001, he's arrested again because he beat on his girlfriend's father with a gun. He only served 3 months for that. In 2002, he assaulted his landlord's son and was once again arrested. But charges were later dropped and he never served any time for that. In 2003, like a broken record, he's arrested again, this time for trying to rob a woman, but charges were dropped. That is not a glow up, my friend. This is like Alfalfa, if Alfalfa was a horror movie character who did a lot of, stuff. Well, this piece of human scum decided to up his game when it came to crime. In late 2003, he would sexually assault a homeless woman, but she did not report the attack because she wouldn't have been taken seriously. In March of 2004, he goes to another homeless camp where he sexually assaults a 43-year-old woman named Jackie Bradley. He then strangled her to death, and then he just dumped her like she was garbage. Now, police were on to him being the suspect in this because witnesses had seen him with the victim. However, at the time, police just didn't question him at all. And then on May 31st, 2004, he picks up a sex worker, 29-year-old Crystal Wiggins, where he sexually assaulted her, strangled her to death, and dumped her on the side of the road. A couple of hours after that, he picks up an 18-year-old woman named Carrie Ann Cawhey, where he sexually assaulted her, strangled her to death, and threw her on the side of the road. Through their investigation, these bodies are kind of being discovered, and police are learning that he was the last man to be seen with a couple of these women. They also learned that he broke his foot after his last victim and was seen at a hospital. Then, the homeless woman that he sexually assaulted first finally came forward to police and identified him. So then he was arrested and he was charged with 3 murders. Then he committed this crime with his hair and went on trial. He would be found guilty of all 3 murders and he was sentenced to death. However, by 2014, he was granted a new trial. This is basically because he had a shitty defense team. Before his new trial, he decides to plead no contest to the murders, which grants him a sentence of life in prison without parole, and he is no longer on death row. He allegedly killed her because she wouldn't provide him a false alibi. Great. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Sandy Witt. Viewer discretion is advised. Unfortunately, this is one of those cases where I don't really have a lot of information and I don't have any photos, at least of the victims. So this case happened in Abilene, Texas on March 30th, 1999. 4 girls and then a man were, found shot in a duplex. The man was found on the driveway and he was wounded, but he was not deceased and he would end up recovering. But the 4 women inside the duplex would be pronounced dead. From what I understand, one of those women was also pregnant. The 4 women inside were identified as Sandy Witt, Naomi Martinez, Penny Estrada, and Erica Arispe. Police would learn fairly quickly that Sandy Witt was the primary target of this shooting and that the other 3 were killed simply because they were in the wrong place at the wrong time. The older man, identified as Larry Hammond, is a neighbor. It's believed he went over to the duplex to basically investigate the gunshots he heard, and he was shot in the process. But again, he would survive. Witnesses would see a light-colored Cadillac fleeing from the scene just after the gunshots were fired. This is the only photo of the guy I can find, but the suspect was pretty much almost instantly identified as Arthur Wayne Goodman. He was the 19-year-old boyfriend to Sandy Witt. She was 20 years old. The other victims were between the ages of 21 and 23. Arthur was not a good dude. He had been involved in various crimes, including one other potential murder. What police quickly learned was that he had asked Sandy to give him a false alibi so that he wouldn't get in trouble for said crimes. She said no, and then a humongous argument broke out. That's when he pulled out the gun and he began to shoot them. Her 3 friends just happened to be there, and now they were witnesses. Just a couple of days later, on Interstate 35, just outside of Fort Worth, a man was driving erratically on the freeway and a police car pulled them over. It was quickly learned that the driver of that car was Arthur Goodman. Arthur basically pointed a gun at the police and a firefight ensued. Arthur was shot dead there at the scene. They would later find a note in his pocket or in the car, basically admitting that he wrote that he admitted to killing the 4 women and that he wanted to basically die in a police shootout and he was not going to be arrested or caught for these murders. And so he basically did this with the intent of being shot by police. His 16-year-old brother and 2 other people were in the car, so that's nice of him. But, in some way, the 4 women didn't get legal justice, but I think it's safe to say that they got justice all the same. Police in Mission Viejo, California are asking for the public's help in trying to find a missing woman. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Sarah Michelle Rose Ray. Viewer discretion is advised. Unfortunately, I do not have a lot of detailed information about this case. Most of the articles you see are pretty much, it's just the same thing over and over again. What I do know is that Sarah is a resident of Mission Viejo, California. At the time of this case of her disappearance, she is 31 years old. The last time anyone can say they saw her was on November 8th, 2020, but for whatever reason, she was not reported missing until January 21st, 2021. And I do not know why there was like a month and a half or 2 month discrepancy there. However, the circumstances for which she disappeared, I have no idea. Even on the police website, there really isn't any information. It just says they've exhausted all leads in trying to find her. Sarah is a white female who, again, at the time of the disappearance was 31 years old. She is 5'4", approximately 130 pounds. She has brown hair and brown eyes. She also has these 4 tattoos: a butterfly on her abdomen, a heart with the word dad on her right arm, a Hello Kitty tattoo on her left upper arm, and then a tiger on her right thigh. They also make note that she has a rose on her right ear and then Japanese symbols on her left ear. The only update I see is that in March of 2022, this man was arrested in Florida. His name is Kerwin Andrew Varela. He was 33 years old at the time of the disappearance, and I guess he was her boyfriend. It's difficult because there's so little information about this, and there's been no update since, but apparently in October of 2021, the police there in Mission Viejo would later deem this disappearance as now a homicide. They did this off of cell phone records, financial records, travel records, and then they issued an arrest warrant for him in October, and they finally found him in Florida. Police have not released what they're saying the motive was, and to this day, it's January of 2024, they have not recovered her remains, if in fact she was killed. And so they can't even say how she may have passed. And that's it. That's the last bit of information that I can even see happening. They are still asking for the public's help and any information that would help locate her or provide more information about what may have occurred to her. So if you do have information, please contact the Orange County Sheriff's Department, and you can do so at 714-834-6458. If you can help bring her home in whatever capacity that may be, please do so. You can report your information anonymously. You don't have to say who you are, just say what you know. 2 children were burned alive inside this shack, and their murders are still a mystery. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Scott Johnson and Peter Hill. Viewer discretion is advised. This particular story happened in Bullhead City, Arizona in 1974. 7-year-old Scott Johnson had recently moved to Arizona with his parents and his sister. Scott was described as a kid who just loved to run around and play outside. He loved the desert landscape, and he loved just being a kid and playing outside with his friends. Unfortunately, I don't have a picture of Peter Hill, and initially when this case first aired on Unsolved Mysteries, they don't even mention Peter Hill's name. They just refer to him as Scott's friend, and I can't find a photo of him. Now, within eyesight of the Johnson home, there is this old shack. It had originally been used as a powder magazine. At approximately 3:30 p.m. on April 3rd, 1974, the Bullhead City Fire Department was called because this building was on fire. Firefighters quickly arrived and they were able to put out the flames, and once that was done, when they looked inside, they found something horrific. They found 2 bodies, and they were children, later identified as 7-year-old Scott Johnson and 6-year-old Peter Hill. At first, they just ruled this an accident. The boys were playing with matches or a lighter or something, and it just set the shack on fire. But what really throws that off is that there wasn't actually a locking mechanism on the door. The door didn't actually latch shut. So if there was a fire in there, all the boys had to do was just simply push the door and it would have opened. But again, they're like, no, this was just an accident. The thing about that is that these are the 2 people who actually called the fire department that day. Because these 2 right here, who were teenagers at the time, they witnessed what happened. They saw two men basically taking these kids, putting them in the shack, and one of them was essentially holding the door closed after the other one had put gasoline inside and lit it on fire. To corroborate that story, one of the lead firemen there noticed a piece of wood near the shack, and it had this really fresh burn mark on it. The door to the shack at the time was metal, and so if you're holding the door shut when there's a fire inside, your hands are going to burn. So they believe they took this piece of wood with two people maybe and pressed it against the door in order to shield themselves from, burning. But apparently these two had some kind of minor history with the law, and so they didn't believe them. They thought they were lying. But the fire chief believed them, and he believed that this was a murder. Still, though, the police classified it as an accident. And then an inmate comes forward 4 years later. He says he too witnessed the whole thing. He was also there that day, and he saw two men basically pushing these two boys into the shack, got a gasoline can, dumped gasoline inside, and then lit the shed on fire. Now, the inmate who's telling this story says he approached the two men and said, "What are you doing?" And one of the men said, "Oh, the kids saw us smoking, marijuana, and so we had to, teach them a lesson. Basically, we're going to burn them alive." Why this person didn't go forward to police originally, I don't know. Well, he is the criminal and he has the history, so the guy who's telling the story has been in and out of prisons. But he didn't know the two teenagers who also told the story from the get-go. And his story completely corroborated the entire story those two other people gave. And so finally they're like, "Oh, okay, maybe this is a murder, okay." But because at this point it's 4 years later, they didn't really have any evidence. And that's because that evidence was either lost or destroyed. So now, fast forwarding even more years to 1989, and they have a cold case team who's assigned on this case, they have no evidence to work with. Absolutely nothing. Scott and his friend Peter were murdered, and they were burned alive. And the truth is they don't really know for sure why. But had the police actually treated this as the homicide that it clearly was from the first minute, they may have been able to track down these killers. But it took them years to ever really consider this case to be a murder. And because they were so flippant about it, they had no evidence to go with. And sadly, because of that, this case will probably never be solved. Were they killed because two grown adult men were smoking marijuana? Did the boys stumble upon something more serious than that? Maybe a deal happening? Did they overhear something they weren't supposed to hear? Well, again, we'll never know. Because whoever these two men are, nobody knows their names. There's no composite drawings that I can see. And let's say these two suspects were probably in their early to mid-20s. They would probably be in their mid-70s by now. There's a solid chance they may no longer be on this earth. But also a pretty good chance they could still be out there. And so there may still be time to get justice for these two kids. Because you can never give up hope at all. There is always still a chance. If you have information about the murders of these two young boys in Bullhead City, Arizona, please contact the Bullhead City Sheriff's Department at 928-763-9200. A man crashes his car, and before first responders can arrive, he vanishes into the night. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Shane Fell. Viewer discretion is advised. On the evening of June 9th, 2011, Shane would meet up with his brother, Brett, to, have some fun and get some drinks. They were in the area of Marrero, Louisiana. They had gone to play pool. Shane was in a great mood, and it was just fun. At approximately 12:30 in the morning, now on June 10th, 2011, both brothers would leave and they would get into their separate vehicles and go home. Shane's brother would call Shane just to make sure he got home okay. But when Shane answered the phone, he said, "I just got into an accident." Basically, he said he had flipped his car into a ditch and he had to, crawl through a window to get out. So his brother heads to where this accident took place. Meanwhile, other passerbys had actually also called 911 to report this vehicle was flipped off on the side of the road. And so first responders are on their way. And within this, 10 to 20 minute window, when everyone arrives, The car is there, but Shane is gone. He had crashed his car around this curved road, I guess, and it was down this stretch of road where I guess other accidents have taken place there before. Now, according to his brother Brett, Shane said he was going to try to find his own way home when he talked to him about the accident. But Brett was like, no, just stay there and you can come with me. Shane called him back before, Brett arrived, and Brett would say that Shane sounded kind of panicky. Police and family search this entire area. They don't find Shane anywhere. They think, okay, maybe he went to the hospital. So they called various hospitals. He hadn't been in any of them. Same thing with urgent cares. He hadn't shown up there either. Police speculated, well, maybe alcohol was involved and so he didn't want to get into trouble, so he went into hiding temporarily. But after days, he still hasn't shown up. And then days turns to weeks. Weeks turns to months. This happened in 2011. It is now 2024. And Shane has never been found. No skeletal remains, no clothing, nothing. I believe they even dredged the nearby body of water, didn't find him either. Shane vanished. Just completely vanished. If he had succumbed to some kind of injury, you think he would have collapsed somewhere and died. But how come they haven't found his body? I mean, they've done very extensive searches. I mean, he's just gone. He's gone. And so if you have any information about the whereabouts of Shane Fell, please contact 504-364-5300. Help bring Shane home. Hello, true crimerers. This is the missing persons case of Sincere Vines. Viewer discretion is advised. Unfortunately, I really don't have any specific information about this case. At the time of this case, he is 13 years old and he is living in Buffalo, New York. Sincere was last seen on July 28th, 2023. So roughly 6 months ago or so. He was last seen on Bailey Avenue in Buffalo, New York. But that is really all I have. I don't know the circumstances of his disappearance. There doesn't seem to be much information behind that. But he is a missing child. He is only 13 years old. He is a black male. He stands at 5 feet 11 inches, and he is approximately 230 pounds. He was last seen wearing a pair of black pants, a black hoodie, and then he had on a pair of black and tan Adidas sneakers. Police in Buffalo, New York are asking for the public's help in trying to locate this young man and bring him home safely. If you have any information about the whereabouts of 13-year-old Sincere Vines from Buffalo, New York, please contact 716-275-3270 or 716-480-2751. Please help bring Sincere home. The body of a woman was found tossed on the side of the road in Nevada 43 years ago. They have finally identified her, but are still looking for her killer. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Tammy Terrell. Viewer discretion is advised. Towards the end of 2021, police in Nevada would release some pretty amazing information. They had finally identified the Jane Arroyo Grande doe. On October 5th, 1980, her body was found just dumped on the side of the road, and she was lying, I guess, next to a small wash. She was actually discovered by an off-duty police officer who was just out walking with a friend. This is the first rendering they did of the Jane Doe, and she had no ID on her. The young girl was beaten, and then she was stabbed numerous times, and she was struck over the head with a blunt force object, and she was likely sexually assaulted. Later, the police sketch artist in Henderson, Nevada would come up with this more clear version of the woman, and they could determine that she was probably in her late teens, maybe in her very early 20s. But sadly, they got nowhere with this. No one ID'd her. In 2015, they would create this digital rendering of the girl, but sadly, it still didn't produce any leads at all. Now, they had exhumed the Jane Doe's body, I think at least once or twice, but the second time they did, they were to take her DNA and they would plug it into the genealogical, database. The same thing as the Golden State Killer, how he was ID'd. And they finally got a match to the Jane Doe's sisters. She was identified as a 17-year-old girl who vanished from New Mexico back in 1980, Tammy Terrell. Tammy, pictured here with her sisters, was born and raised in New Mexico. Now, at the time of her disappearance, she was living in Roswell in something called Assurance Home, which I guess was like a youth home, something like a safe environment for troubled teens. On September 28th, 1980, her and another person from the Assurance Home were dropped off to go to a fairgrounds there in New Mexico. But when the ride came there to pick her up, only the other person was there. Tammy was not. And they didn't know what happened to her. And so by the following morning, the group home reported Tammy missing. And it sounds like her family was aware that she was missing too. It's just, they did not have anything local come to them in terms of tips. There wasn't that, what we have now is like instant communication between police departments. That wasn't really in existence much back then. So sadly, it would take over 40 years to identify her. Witnesses stated that they saw her leaving the fairgrounds with a couple, a man and a woman, but nobody knows who they are. It's believed they took her in order to sex traffic her, but failed along the way. If you have information about this case, please call 702-385-5555.
Tickle the ivories with me.
He was seen laughing as he was shooting and killing one of his victims. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Tony Ray Amati. Viewer discretion is advised. Your stash is gross. Las Vegas, 1996. Hey, watch where you're kicking that boot around, bud. Scooch my ass down here. The lights were bright and the streets were streets. Anthony Tony Ray Amati and two of his chums, well, they decided they wanted to do a crime spree. Tony was originally from Illinois, but his family would pick up and move to Las Vegas in 1992. He actually graduated high school with honors, and he was considered a really intelligent person, had only he used that intelligence for good. In May of 1996, here in Vegas, Tony and his friends Troy Sampson and Edward James, they would decide to rob a gun store. They managed to steal $30,000 and 75 firearms. And then, on May 27th, 1996, the three friends saw a homeless man digging through some trash cans. The homeless man, his name was Michael Mata. Tony just took out a gun, and he shot Michael numerous times until he died. No reason. It was a thrill kill, he would later say. Then, in July of 1996, a couple of months after the first murder, here on Tropicana Avenue, a man named John Garcia was out by his garage when the three friends, well, Tony took out his little gun and he shot John numerous times until he was dead. Again, just for fun, he was just there, and so he just said, you know what, I want to do this, let's just do it. And then in August of 1996, the three were right back at it. A young man named Keith Dyer was standing outside of a friend's home with the friend when the three little demons came upon them. Tony decided he was going to shoot them too. Again, he did this literally for fun. This time, he was observed laughing as he was unloading a clip into this man and his friend. Literally giggling, and so were his two friends. Keith Dyer was shot 13 times and he was pronounced dead at the scene. His friend was also shot, but she survived. She became a key witness later on. Tony accidentally cut himself at one of the crime scenes and he left his blood behind. And then the three idiots decided to go sell the stolen guns, which led authorities right to him. The two friends were caught and arrested, but Tony managed to flee, and then he was quickly on the FBI's most wanted list. He was also featured on America's Most Wanted. The three friends shared a trailer. Plenty of evidence was found there, physical evidence connecting Tony to the murders. A couple of years later, he is arrested in Atlanta, Georgia. Troy Sampson was convicted of theft. He got 20 to 50 months, but murder charges against Troy and Edward were dropped. But Tony was convicted, and he got life without parole. A child murderer would essentially give himself the death penalty. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of William Ernest Downs. Viewer discretion is advised. It was April 17th, 1999 in North Augusta, South Carolina. 6-year-old Keenan O'Malley was outside riding his bike as his mom was in the house preparing dinner. But Keenan, sadly, would never come home. Within a short period of time, he would be reported missing and the search began. But sadly, the following day, outside of Riverview Park, the body of the 6-year-old boy was found. He had been strangled and also sexually assaulted. Now, I cannot find the link as to how they arrested or captured the killer, but they did. This man here, William Ernest Downs, well, he would end up just confessing to murdering the 6-year-old boy. William had actually been living in North Augusta for a couple of months because he had just found out he had, I guess, a child in that area, so he moved to be closer. Well, on that April 17th day, he crosses the 13th Street Bridge in North Augusta when he just so happens to come across Keenan riding his bike. He says he stops Keenan and asks him his name. Keenan says his name, and then William just yanks Keenan off of his bike, forces him to the ground where he strangles him to death, and then sexually assaulted him after he was dead. So obviously he's confessed, so he is charged with the murder of Keenan. And he actually tells the judge, quote, "I think it would be disrespectful to the family and disrespectful to the whole world if you didn't give me the death penalty," end quote. So he pleads guilty and he requests the judge give him the death penalty. The judge grants his wish. He's sentenced to death. When he confessed to the murder of Keenan O'Malley, he also confessed to another murder. This time, it was the murder of an 11-year-old boy named James Mitchell Porter. He was killed in Augusta, Georgia, and just by chance, they confirmed that William Downs was also living in Augusta, Georgia in 1991 when this murder happened. On May 17th, 1991, James Porter got on his bike because he was going to do a quick little errand for his mom. But like Keenan, he never came home. His body was found a few months later. He was also strangled and he was also sexually assaulted, and more than likely it was after he was dead. So because William now confessed to that murder, he would also be charged with it. But for some reason, I don't know why, he ends up pleading not guilty to that murder. And so when it was all said and done, essentially they wanted... In Georgia, they wanted the death penalty in Georgia as well, just in case he appeals one of these cases and he's granted, a new trial, and then they toss the death penalty out. So that's what they wanted to do, but that does not end up happening. And William comes out and says, "I waive all future appeals. I want to die. I deserve to die." And his wish is their command. So on July 14th, 2006, William Downs is strapped to the table, he is injected with chemicals, and he is slowly put to death. He had no final words. He took the lives of 2 innocent boys who were just out riding their bike. So hopefully he is rotting in the fires of hell.